Is it always coming 7?
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving to chase this. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this grizzly, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit.
All you.
Feeling amazing.
Thinking of a card.
Merry Christmas, but it's over.
Congratulations.
Feeling amazing. Take to the top, we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we living it up.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EDT.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour. We are live from Prague in 2025. Hello, Spraggy TV viewers. Take your seats, buckle up, grab yourself a couple of tea, or another hot or cold beverage of your preference, because we've got a long day of poker ahead of us. We have got day 3 of the EPT main event. We're coming back to, I believe, 160 players remaining in the field. Here's your broadcast schedule for the next 1, 2, 3, and 4 days. Action all over the weekend. Playing down to a final table. Playing down, of course, to another main event champion. What a beautiful city it is indeed. We are live across Twitch and YouTube chats. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Lots to look forward to today as we take a look over the King Charles Bridge. Do be sure to check out all these channels if you like. YouTube.com, Twitch, X, PokerStars, Facebook, Instagram. You know the deal. If you want to keep up with the coverage, these are the outlets on which to do it, as well as right here. You've already found your way in. I'm preaching to the choir. We've got all the coverage on the alternative channel, the alternative Christmas broadcast, the alternative Christmas message at Spraggy TV. Here are your overnight chip leaders. Powen Bansal, 850,000 is a heck of a stack, trailed ever so slightly by UK legend Terry Jordan on 845,000. These guys closing in on 170 big blinds apiece. And familiar names in the field, we've got Ola Shemyan, 5th in chips. Had a very successful run at the feature table yesterday, and I believe is joining us to start the feature table today as we re-enter King's Casino here in Prague at the Hilton. This is your feature table. Chip led, of course, by Ola Shemyan, aka Wizzo online. We've got Gabriel Lepore, who we saw a little bit of yesterday, 2nd in chips for 448,000. Anton Kalinach, Luigi Pignataro, Diogo Moreira, who we saw yesterday as well, Jeremy Zuari, Daniel Rodriguez from the United States of America, and Emmanuel Chrysovogas rounding out the field. A reminder of your payouts, or if you're brand new here today, welcome in. If this is the first coverage of Prague that you're catching, a reminder that we're playing for over €1 million for first, and that's a lot of P's no matter how many P's you got. 1,019,300 euros for our winner. Everybody's guaranteed 8,350 at the moment, but we got to get down to business. We got to thin this field towards a winner. We got to thin this field towards a final table. Bags are out. Players will be resuming soon enough. Take a look at some players still remaining, some familiar faces. Rocky Balboa running up the steps in Philly, looking to run it up in Prague. There's Terry Jordan. What havoc will he wreak on this field today? Plays a lot of hands. Yesterday, he made a lot of hands too. Leo Worthington Lees is so cool. Cool coat, cool glasses, cool shades, great getup, great fashion sense. And there's David Dockey, who's also playing. And that's Juha Helpi on the phone. Davide Katai, who yesterday set a record for the most number of EPT main events cashed in its history. This is his 23rd in the money. And there's a very lost and confused Olashemian. Knows his way around a poker table, doesn't know his way around the card room. Dealers, we can begin. Shuffle up and deal. Welcome back to the Theatre of Dreams. Troublemaker says, good morning from Malaysia. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning in the chat from Florida. Good morning. Good morning to all our wonderful watchers all around the world. The blinds for hand one. 2,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. Your commentary teams for today. Team Grind on Tour. Rolling along the bottom of the screen. If you're watching and you don't understand what I'm saying, you can watch in any of the languages you see below. We've got an Italian broadcast. We've got a Spanish broadcast. We've got a German broadcast. We've got James and Joe on the main PokerStars broadcast. We've got the pirate radio here at Spraggy TV, the pirate watch along, where Olashemian starts the day as he means to go on raising with the sixes. We've got special guests today. Spraggy's broadcast not listed in the rundown, Ruth. We've been abandoned. We've been abandoned by the graphical effects team. We have word that Daniel Rodriguez, listed from the United States, is actually a Spanish player living in Andorra. I don't know how the United States flag happened. But we're going to get it changed. Olashemian raises the sixes, 10-7-3 on the flop. We saw this from Ola yesterday. He checked back one of these under pairs. It's Moreira who takes the lead. With one of his middling equities, I think he'll be a lot happier versus a check back. Some of Ola's hands that he checks back will strengthen on the turn on a jack. I think that will preclude Moreira from firing too many chips into this pot. Ola taps the table for a second time, and it's Moreira who catches the nut straight, the second nut straight, the third nut straight on the river. Albeit third in line to the throne, this straight is still a pretty good hand. And I'd expect Moreira to start looking for a payment. An invoice coming in for Mr. Olashemian.
27.
Moreira decides to bet full size of the pot. And for the first time today, we've got any size matters in the chat. We go for the pot size bet here. Being greedy, just polarizing. Saying we have a straight or bluff. Latte the Lion says bluffing with the best hand. Hey. Mate. It's a long day, right, today? I don't know why I can't highlight your message on stream right now, but you're lucky that that functionality is broken. He had a straight. He was not bluffing with a pair. We have a lot of people I know Latte the Lion, you do watch a lot of the stream, you have done over the last few years, and I know I've played with you at EPT Prague actually. But if you have 5 in a line, so sequential numbers of cards, that's a straight, that's a good hand. Facetious start from our host today. Facetious start. Kaladach picks up kings, good hand. Comes in with the spin stack. 12 big blinds, 13 big blinds. Looking to get down and doubling. A straight is a thing. They haven't patched it out yet. It's still in the game. The straight mechanic. Still works.
Ole, please.
Oh, there we go. It's working now. Send me packing. I shall. Prokes is ready for Poker 2.0. Big patch. We've all been waiting for a patch, aren't we? We've all been waiting for Poker 2.0 patch for some time. Surely not. Anton Wig eliminated. One of few familiar faces and names remaining in the CPT field. Hitting the rail early at the start of day 3. You know what that means, don't you? For those of you who were watching yesterday, that means that we'll get no more of Anton's funny stories. Removed from the power rankings. No more Anton's funny stories. We will be taking suggestions for the power rankings today. Good things that happen in Prague. People who are storming ahead in Prague. Do you know what? Leo Worthington Lee's fashion sense comes in at number 2. Immaculate entry today from Leo. The coat, the jacket, the glasses, the headphones. Leo's fashion sense coming in at number 2. And that's ahead of Olashemian. We are open for suggestions and submissions. As Rodriguez Raisin takes it with the ace king. Good morning, Easty says, golfing today, mate. Am I golfing today? Will I be playing golf today? It's a good question. No, I'm going to commentate EPT Prague all day and hang out and watch along with you guys. Or maybe you're asking Eric. I'm not golfing today. I wouldn't miss this for the world. So Anton Wig rejoined day 3 with 223,000 chips. It's about 50 big blinds. It must have been a very, very large pot that saw him eliminated. Perhaps a big cooler. We don't know. We have no news from the Anton Wig elimination. It's sad to see him bust at the start of the day here. Dimitar Danchev out as well. Early fallers is the word on the street. Hopefully that's not a spoiler from someone in the chat. Probably is though. If you're keeping up on Poker News, I shouldn't have read that.
11.
He's not at the feature. It's okay. No more spoilers. Pignataro with the ace jack suited. Olashemian in the big blind with the king queen. So Pignataro raising of about 16, 17 big blinds. Olashemian ships it all in against him. It's big blind versus button. It's pretty standard stuff, folks. But it does mean that early on here, Olashemian has asked the question and Pignataro has responded with a yes, please. And we're playing 177,000 chip pot. It's king queen of Shemian versus Pignataro's ace-jack suited. It's the ace-jack suited at risk. Of course, all-in triangle is always going to be next to the player whose tournament life is on the line.
You can wait 10 minutes for the V jump.
No stalling for the pay jump. All the chips already committed, I'm afraid, my friend. But can you ride out the storm? 9 deuce 9. At the moment, Pignataro in good shape. Great shape after the flop. His percentage moves to 71.
Yeah. Oh no.
It's a bad turn. Pignataro's hopes in Prague dashed. Drawing now to just 6%. And finds it. Hope restored. A new hope, perhaps.
I started on 97, but maybe I pay.
Classic ace on the river for Giugietta.
An ace on the river. It was just a tease. No elimination.
Nice hand. standard. I have to open, you have to show, I have to call.
Sure.
Boring poker. So standard.
Sure. Well, somebody asked it in the chat earlier. Someone said, when will the best Sprag be arriving? And I believe the answer is any moment. There is your overnight chip leader. Chip leader. There is Dimitar Janchev, who is definitely still in the tournament. There's Maria Lampropoulou, PCA champion in 2018. Has won poker titles all around the world. Looking for another one here. And there's that naughty boy. What is love, Enrico Kimoski. He gives me a very, very tough time. Scoops and W Coops. What is love? You'll have watched him a lot on this channel over the years. And he's still alive in the main event field, even though he wouldn't sit down yesterday on the bubble. He was wandering around. It's just unbelievable.
What?
Unbelievable. We are going to bring Miles in momentarily.
No work.
Miles and Bernie guests today. Marley will be commentating today, sharing some experiences as a former Prague main event final tableist. Bernie will not be. Bernie is he's a busy guy. He's got a lot on today, Bernard. He's got a lot on today. Let's see if we can bring the great Miles TV in, shall we? Who's ready for some Discord activity? Do do do. Do do. Do do. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Are we good? Oh.
Yes, how are you? Welcome to the broadcast.
Hi. Yes, I don't know where I'm looking, or...
I shared, you should be able to see it on Discord. You should be able to see Zawari opening with Ace Jack and taking it down for a fold.
This is by 15.
Got it, yes.
Finish.
So my cam is not on the
Finish.
stream.
You haven't turned it on yet.
Huh. Oh, I haven't. Here, it says, it is on, yes. It says it's
Oh, there you are. Now you've turned it off. Oh, there you are. Wonderful. How are we, Miles TV? Yeah, Prague final tableists. You've turned it off again. Prague final tableists in 2023. Joining us for some insight. Yeah, she's turned it on again. Magic.
Yes, hopefully.
Can you see the broadcast now?
Okay.
What am I hearing? Oh, you're coming out of the, yeah, just one
No
second.
matter. I
If
ask
you don't
you-
fold, just don't do anything. You take when.
I ask you
I
every
understand that. Why is that?
milliseconds have to be 30 seconds, okay?
We'll leave Miles to fix her stuff up. She's coming in soon. Hand 7. Herrera folding under the gun. +1. Couple of young boomers over here. That's the thing now. Miles and I are parents, so trying to work out technology becomes more of a challenge. You just instantly lose sight of how to do things when you have a child. I'm going to have to ask my son to fix the TV soon enough, and I'm going to tape off all the buttons on the remote so I can only press the ones that are any good. So ace queen for Kalinic and the hijack raising up to 10k. Rodriguez in the big blind with ace 10 offsuit. Looking at a stack of 24 big blinds. Don't think it would be unreasonable to just call. I don't think it would be unreasonable if we want to put in some more action. Rodriguez off to a flop. 2 players. And an ace-high board. And Rodriguez with probably the strongest kicker that he's going to have in the big blind. Whoa. Kalinic is done messing around with this pot. You know, we're not going to bother just c-betting small. We're not going to bother wasting everybody's time. We're just going to jam 2 times the size of the pot with ace-queen. And Rodriguez, you have to feel, has a hand that's just really difficult to fold. Anyone who's capable of just shoving 2x pot on ace-jack 5 as a c-bet, I think they would be capable of having a hand like ace-8, ace-9. Maybe even some weaker kickers. So it's really not something we're going to face very often, but probably there's enough random factor here that ace-10 is going to be just doing too well against the jams. Yeah, he's going to have to flick it in. Kalinic gets all the money in, but he gets all the money in against a hand that is always going to put all the money in. More than likely, at these shallow stack depths, he just saves himself a lot of time, I suppose, and loses a bit of value in the long term versus king high or jack X or 5x. In this instance, he's just playing 131,000 chip pot as a 90% favorite, and that's not such a bad outcome. Does have 2 cards to dodge. First dodge is a success. Second dodge incoming. Mission accomplished. Kalinic will double up. Rodriguez. Unorthodox way to lose. Ace-queen versus ace-10 on the ace-jack 5.
If you bet on 2 street, is the same.
What?
If you bet on 2 street, is the same.
Yeah, good. Was close.
I think he's right. If you bet a couple of streets, it's going to be the same outcome. We just jump straight to the chase. Tino Land says, any chance we can get everyone's favorite Neil Farrell for some co-commentating this week? I don't know what Neil's doing, actually. He might well be playing somewhere. I feel like he was playing in London, actually, of all places. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Miles is just trying to sort out her audio so that she can hear everything correctly. Or the Discord is going to come out of the right headphones. Perhaps that is now the case.
11.
We'll play out this hand and then we'll bring Miles in. Pignataro. Doubled up with the ace-jack against Olashayman's king-queen to start us off today. Got the ace-jack again. 11,000 is the raise. Chris Vergis, queen 6, no good. Which means the blinds remain and Rodriguez with an ace and a king. Seems like an opportunity for him to get some of those chips back. What are we playing? 12 big blinds. There's one very clear best move. Not quite all in. 5,000 chips back. Now, I don't have a payout sheet in front of me, but if I did, it would probably suggest that there's a pay jump very soon, since that 5,000 chip has been left behind. Contextual clues would indicate that our friend Pignataro is trying to ensure that he makes that next pay jump, which is probably worth €1,000 or so.
62 total.
57,000.
Oh, you have one more, bro?
Yeah.
All in.
All in.
So there's the all-in. And now he's going to watch the clock to see pay jumps.
You don't get much time here.
Yeah, I know. It's like one people more. And
You have a board behind you.
Four people,
You
not
have a board behind
4 people?
No, you have a
One for
board
each.
behind you.
Okay.
We'll make a change.
Now, there is a rule, I think. Glenn's going to ensure that that rule is enforced. If you have a chip behind that you're clearly just keeping back to stall, you're going to be put on a 5-second clock, which is what happens here. So no stalling for the pay jump for Rodriguez, but he is a huge favorite. Now, it is common prevailing wisdom that it's actually unlucky to keep one chip back and try and stall for the pay jump. So the percentages you see on your screen, 76 for the win, 5 for the chop. It's actually 5% lower because he stalled. Looks like he'll manage to survive this time. There's always a sweat of the backdoor spades, backdoor straights, but King 7-3 is pretty solid.
10 of spades. Correct, no?
10 of spades for a sweat.
Almost.
8 of spades is sweaty. Bring your right guard. We're probably in for a sweaty day. One card to survive. It's red. It's safe.
One for the other.
Rodriguez, Spanish player from Andorra. Currently with a United States flag. Being corrected. Finds the double up. And as he does, we will welcome in Miles TV.
Oh,
Hello, Marley. How are you?
good. How are you?
I'm alright, thank you. You excited for some white-hot European Poker Tour main event action?
I am.
30 more. Huh?
No,
Can you hear me okay and everything?
I can. I'm just going to balance your audio. There we go. We'll get you at perfect level.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2.
Sound like Limp Bizkit. Nice. And you can see the stream?
Yeah.
You can see Thomas Brzezinski,
Yes, I do.
who's won about 8 EPTs. Didn't Thomas Brzezinski win in Malta?
I was gonna say, how do I know this guy? Yes. What
Winner
did
in Malta,
he,
4th in Barcelona, 3rd consecutive cash. We've got Ricardo Pinto here, who's a Gold Pass winner.
Love that.
We love our Gold Pass winners. Here we have Robert Hydehall, who won a Platinum Pass to the first ever PSPC, as did I. Actually, I didn't. Billy Wright won the Platinum Pass for the first PSPC, but he let me play. There's Class! Oh my goodness, it's Class Siegebrecht. Class is one of the finest Dota 2 players of his generation. And there's Roland Rakita, poker player, coach, who was on our feature table yesterday. Tried to bluff Mr. Dimitar Danchev unsuccessfully.
I did see that. He had the A7, no?
A7 for the triple off, yes.
You'd love to see it. Wizzo, who you famously beat heads up.
Famously beat heads up in a 40-player Super Tuesday, I think.
I think it was the 5K or something, wasn't it? Or 1K? Or something.
It was a 1K, but
Yeah.
you
That's why he brings me
you
out
shine a light on me so well. Thank you very much. I'm sure that's the only tournament that Ola remembers. $21.5 million in live earnings. He remembers losing to me on a cold Tuesday night.
Possible to call the service?
You destroyed him heads up. You really, I remember that match. I remember that match vividly. Anyways, he's going to get called in a few spots here, non-believers. Not the worst hand to come along with 4 ways here, 5-6-0. Rather have this than, Jack 5-0 or something. And we're going to be 12 ways to a flop. I think Benj is just setting up my picture-in-picture. And
Yes, you're
somehow,
in charge of the broadcast. I'm on holiday.
Zwari is the only one that's connected. What's up, Zephyr? And he's gonna stab and most likely just take this down. Although it looks like Wizzo's got some ideas. And he'll think better of it. Easy game.
It's okay.
So what we got here? We got
Perfect.
145 left. We made the money late last night.
Yeah, we made the money late last night. 183 got paid. We played about 15 minutes after the fact. And we've rejoined today with 160 players. But Anton Wick already eliminated, despite starting the day with about 230k. I believe word on the street is that Dimitar Danchev is out as well. But that might be a spoiler from someone in the chat, which we're not spoiling. But that's a rumor. That's just a rumor going around at the moment. It could be fake news, folks. We don't know.
What's up, Teacup Lobster? Yes, I am enjoying motherhood, and I have not been sleeping a ton, but neither of us have, but to be expected. You know how it be.
All right, there we go. We're all set. The Great Miles TV, the Spragg commentary duo for the first time since Run It Up Reno.
Yeah.
6 years ago.
Yeah, we met doing commentary. Ish.
Marley's insight into, I believe it was probably a $600 buy-in Thursday thrill at Run It Up Reno, just drew me in so much. Just the electric personality, charisma, the analysis of chat raise frequencies.
The poison open here and probably just win. Unless Pignatero's, nope.
Nope. A reminder,
Discipline
folks, we're
laid
always live and interactive across all the chats. Feel free to get involved with us in the chats. Joshua McLagan asks a very good question, which we will highlight to the audience right now. Who is your pick to win the whole thing? Croaks. Only Croaks. This is the only opinion that matters. Croaks, who's your opinion? Who is, in your opinion, favourite to win the whole thing? What have you got, chat?
Is
Miles, who
Leo
you going
still
with?
in? I know Leo bagged last night. I think he's probably still in. I'm going to go Leo Worthington Lees to win.
Miles is going for Leo Worthington Lees. I'm going to go for... I'm going for the boring pick. Fourth in chips to start the day, feature table, all the experience, Olashemian. It might be a bit early.
We're a real gambler. Real underdog story.
We're 145 left. I'm really putting my neck out, huh?
Yeah.
Jaywit says, is Kasuf still in? I haven't heard him yet. I didn't see him coming into the room today, and I haven't heard anything in the room. I didn't see him in the player list. I don't think he is, actually. Which is, of course, terribly unfortunate. We'd have loved to have him on the feature table asking how far certain geographic locations are from other geographic locations, and asking if there's any of a certain card about if he has that card. Would have been great. But alas.
Kalinick with a very defendable hand here. Let's see. A poker hand.
He might be putting on a Kalinick from the big blind. He's going to struggle on Queen 10-10. This is why Olashemian's my pick to win the main event, by the way. Maybe in Prague, he might be the luckiest man in the card room. We've seen him check back some underpairs, check back some interesting hands, actually. Don't think you'll want to check back here. This is just a little bit too obvious to bait if we check, right, Miles? We're just betting range small.
Yeah, unfortunately. Nothing going.
This guy, Ola, this guy doesn't care. Let me tell you right now. Ola picked his hand up, is looking at the guy to his right is just happy that his ace queen held up against ace 10 when he 2x potted all in on the ace side board.
Very good fold.
Yeah.
So they've had Ola on the feature yesterday and today. They're really giving him some TV time.
Gotta highlight your stars.
Yeah.
No more highlights for Nuno Alvarez. Just showers, I'm afraid. €8,350 for his efforts.
GG's.
Fist bumps, GG's. There's
Oh,
the naughty
Enrico's
boy.
still in.
Oh, it would
Ooh,
be
okay.
him grabbing the chips, wouldn't it? There he is, the naughty boy.
Of course.
I think
Great gamer.
Parker. I think it was Parker who started calling him the naughty boy on EPT stops.
Really?
Yeah, because he is top player. Actually, that's a big shout for winner of the tournament. I think he already won something at this stop as well.
No way.
Let me have a look here. I think I saw him on the PokerStars Instagram page, Miles.
Ooh. Morera. Two aces, baby. Day 3 of the main. Does it get any better?
Enrico Kamoski there. Trophy
There
in
he
hand.
is. What do you win?
Hearts and Minds. I don't know what else. Well, I don't know what event this was. Does anybody know what Enrico won at Prague?
Oh, you hate to see it. Is there any worse feeling?
From hero to zero. No action on the blades. He won the 25k buy. In.
Yeah. Very nice. I know he's had some close calls of late. That video of him where he got second or something and
He fell on the floor
Yeah.
when he was rolling around
That
in the
was-
floor in Malta.
Yeah.
Funny
I
stuff.
feel like he's had some, a lot of near misses. So glad to see him close it out. How do you pronounce this gentleman's last name, by the way?
Christovergis, I think.
Christovergis. Okay.
From Greece. We got Rodriguez, who's Spanish, living in Andorra with an American flag. We're working on a correction. We've got Morera, who yesterday was on the table named as Vieira, but changed to Morera. Okay. Basically, in poker is a game for anyone and everyone. You can be whoever you want to be in this world, right? If you want to be Vieira, Morera, Spanish, Andorran, or American, we welcome you with open arms. Pignataro, the Italian, folding the cutoff. Kalinec, Serbian flag, I believe, on the button with 7-8 offsuit. It's no good. Morera, the original raiser here with Queen 9 of diamonds. Ola moves out of the way, but Lepore looking to get Lurich in the big blind with ace 10 suited. I rolled that joke out yesterday, but
hey, don't recycle. All right, 2 very nice hands here. Playing a lot of big blinds as well. Could get spicy. And that is not spice.
bland.
Yes.
Boring. For now.
Although, Moira might check back here, and there are some very interesting turn cards that could come down.
Going to struggle for top pair coverage from the hijack on an 8 high board. Not going to open any offsuit 8s. So just has to be a little bit careful with his c-bet frequency, with not having as much top pair coverage as the big blind might have. Doesn't have that much strength in the back door, and does benefit from immediately folding out something like a queen 10 or a queen jack on the flop. So I could see a little bit further down, you know, more preference to c-bet probably a jack high or a 10 high. But queen high getting in there for 13,000.
Oh, I like this peel.
Ace 10 getting stubborn. We believe the flag previously seen was Slovenia, not Serbia. That's on me.
Interesting turn. looks like he's got some ideas. He at least considered it. The hand, you know, maybe you'd like to have a spade, perhaps, but I expect more to check back here.
Well, Moreira's hand suffering from the fact that he doesn't pick up any of these backdoor equities, and a call on the flop might center Lepore more around these sorts of low cards. So a 4 does have to be dealt with some caution. It's check, check.
Ooh.
And an ace on the river. Very quick check from Lepore. Do we like it, Miles?
I love it.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Moreira is going to make a better ace some of the time as well, which is something to consider for Lepore. But also, he's going to make money when Moreira fires a hand like this one. If he chooses to bet himself from the big blind, he's going to fold out all these bluffs. He's going to get called by a better ace sometimes. Whereas a check does open the door. It's not a door that is taken by Moreira with a check behind. Lepore will table the winner. One positive dude said, I'm here for the La Rich. I'd use it every time, even if my wife disapproved. Thank you. And trust me, disapprove she does. PokerStars Live League has been running throughout 2025. You guys know this. You know mugs. 3 leagues, high, medium, and low. You play tournaments. You win points. And what do points mean? Prizes.
Prizes. I said money.
Amateur hour. Enrico, we saw him in the field. He is just 171 points behind Clemens Reuter on the high leaderboard. And by using the points calculator on the app, we can work out that Kamoski has bagged around 140 for his run so far in this main event. And with every elimination, he'll be getting closer to the top spot. He's got a gap of 161 to close.
What a list here.
Well, this is your high stakes leaderboard. So this is your player of the year, PokerStars player of the year candidates, you know. We do have unfortunate other eliminations in the field. James Aikenhead, gone. Dimitar Danchev, you're not going to believe it. He's out, gone. We never knew that he's been eliminated. Sad one here as well. Low leaderboard competitor, my friend and yours, Mr. David Doherty, a casualty at the start of day 3. And Mohammed Al Race hitting the showers as well. All gone. Another 4 bite the dust, as the song goes. And we're down to 138 in Prague.
Shemian's going to open up here, the 9-7.
Defended in the big blind by Chrysovergis.
Sorry, is he only has 10 bigs behind. Am I saying that correctly? Very short.
10 blinds deep, yep, 50k. Playing 5k big blind.
Could perhaps have found a shove pre here, but take a flop.
What's very interesting about this board now, as Miles alluded to, very short stack. Could have shoved king 10 pre. I think what he is going to do is shove a lot of his ace-x hands pre. So on a board like this, Ola will be discounting a lot of the aces from his range. And actually, he should be aware of it too, that he doesn't have an ace very often. So for him, king 10 is kind of the nuts. It's kind of the best hand he's going to have. I believe that turn is actually a jack. Yeah, a momentary ace. But a jack is much better for Ola. This is why, once again, Ola is my favorite to win the main event here, because he could be the luckiest man in the Prague card room. He turns a straight. And this could cause havoc for Chrysovergis, who is going to make a jack sometimes, is going to make 2 pairs and straight sometimes, but without many aces in his range, a 10 is still pretty high up here, right, Miles?
Definitely. I mean, this card is just dicey again, and now he's just in kind of a bad spot against a opponent who's definitely going to find a lot of barrels. But it's honestly one of the worst turns in the deck. I might just let it go. Yeah.
Let it go, he does. Indeed, pretty bad card. A lot of Ola's weaker equities are going to fill up. I think he's still going to find bluffs around some king highs and queen highs and the like, but not particularly attractive for a 10.
Something to note there too, seeing that's a bit of a spicy open on the button, 970, and you know, if I'm in the blinds here, gotta start punishing these dusty opens from Wizzo.
Well, that's the thing, right? If Wizzo knows that a hand like King 10 isn't going to jam pre, he's not going to get as not going to be denied as often. And that's probably something that his experience of EPT fields, you can get away with a little bit more, raising in the cutoff, raising on the button. People don't want to put their tournament life on the line. You are able to realize equity more often than perhaps you should be.
Shemian seems to be hitting the deck a lot. Spraggy, can you take notes for the future? Yes, Benj, you really need to.
Frantic scribbling.
Although you've been on a bit of a heater as of late. You had that one session where you won every tournament on PokerStars.
It's just the other 100, 200 this year. We can get rid of those. We're on to a winner, honey.
We're on an uptick.
Kalinach coming in for a raise with the ace queen. Grand. Just one defender remaining. 9-5 suited in the big.
All right.
Rodriguez says C. And we're heads up. 27,000 in the middle. Working the 9 to 5. And working it well. 9 deuce deuce. Kalinach, previously, of course, in this very dynamic against this player, went for a very big bet. He went for 2x pot. And take a look at this, Miles. With the ace queen, plenty of showdown value. But chooses to bet 25,000. And I think this is a bet size. And I do have my size matters. I don't want to cover Miles up with that, but size does matter. Size does matter. So I've been informed. And this is going to cause him some issues, right? Because if he's betting smaller here, he might be able to, face a small check raise or a call, but he bets pot. And it's going to be very awkward if Rodriguez, chooses to look at denying with his hand. I mean, if you're in Rodriguez's shoes, how do you feel about facing a bet like this, given what you saw before that wow, look at that.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, of course, we're not in theory land anymore. And so it's all about how is Kalanick, sorry if I'm butchering that. How is he, we can see that he's kind of in this mergy spot with the ace highs and stuff. A lot of players would do that with really strong hands. And sometimes, it's just everyone's different. So it's all about just, what you're reading the situation. If I had no info on this guy, I'd probably just peel and reevaluate, but folding is on the conservative side, that's for sure.
Given what we know before, that he would 2x pot all in with ace queen on ace jack 5, it's kind of scary though, right? It is kind of scary. And we talk again about static equities, like having 9-5 on 9 deuce deuce. You're drawing so dead if he has what he's claiming he has, right? If he has a better 9 or if he has aces, kings, you're so dead to an overpair. And he's setting up for a pot size bet on the turn, right? So
yeah, but is he going to follow through always? We can turn a club, there's things that can happen. And I'm definitely peeling, but hey, maybe he would have turned an ace, so he knew something we didn't. Down to 8.5 bigs here. He's going to go with it.
ripping it in with a king 3, gets it through 1, needs to get it through 2. Zwari in the big blind with a king and a 10. We're facing 8 big blinds. We can see that he is dominating his opponent. He's going to flick it in. He's going to make the call, and he's going to see some very good news. Christ not averted for Christ Servergis. He's in bad shape. We also have the shot clock back today, Miles. We're on a 30-second shot clock pre-flop. Everyone's got time banks. You can cash in a time bank at any moment for extra thinking time. Or is it a 15-second pre-flop? No. Unopened, it's 15 seconds actually, isn't it?
I remember it being quite fast in Barca. Yeah, which I like.
I think 15 seconds is good unopened.
Yeah.
And then you get, I believe, an extra 30 seconds once there's action in front of you. Persevergus searching for a 3 so far with no joy. He's searched for it 4 times and found nothing. He'll have a 5th roll of the dice. 3 not forthcoming, and it's a good game in 132nd place for the player
GG.
from Greece.
Got a nice pay jump.
As you win also this.
140.
Heading home with 9,600 euro. No standing up for the extra 5%. Yeah, lazy. Got a what? You got a 5% stand up, 5% coat on, 5% bag on. Hey Miles, did you know that the Irish Open is running from March 26th to April 6th at the RDS in Dublin? The main event running over Easter weekend, and there will be live coverage on the PokerStars YouTube channel. I would imagine that we will be there.
We will. With Bernie,
Sure.
I think.
Sure.
He
One
won't
of the
be
most-
grinding, but he'll be, you know, in Dublin somewhere.
One of the most fun events of the year, of course, coming up. I'm looking into ways in which we can qualify a lot of people from the chat to the Irish Open. We might even do like a Spraggy meet up there and have lots of qualifiers and maybe do a pub quiz and that sort of thing. There'll be lots of fun always at the Irish Open. And great
Always.
tournaments as well. And smaller buy-ins and etc.
Have the crack den again.
Joshua McLagan be in the crack den, bothering people, bad beat stories, 12 Guinnesses deep.
Nice.
Sick guy, that guy.
Kalanick with a very pretty one.
Ace King for Kalinach.
Kalinach, sorry. Kalinach.
Bumps it up and wins.
Ace King.
What up, Zeeth? Possibly Ireland, Denmark when the Irish Open running if both win their first match. Oh, for the World Cup playoffs? Damn.
At the T3, the other table.
I can just see a big Irish World Cup playoff rail in the crack den with Zeeth in the corner waving a Danish flag.
Otherwise, it would be very unfair to us.
I'll be with you, Zeeth. I'll give you moral support.
See the clock.
Undersea Monkey says get Bernie
You only need
staked
to see this clock.
for Dublin.
Only this one.
He's got a 1-2 abacus game.
This table.
For everyone.
He's grinding shapes in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Heads up matches against other 6-week-olds.
But we don't see. He's saying that we don't see on the other tables.
I know.
I'm looking forward to it. He'll be 6 months then, so it's kind of a good age, I feel. Can't get around too well, but he's alert, you know. Not super baby, so it'll be fun.
But there isn't the time back on the table.
Over €1 million for first, it looks like. Massive. And something else that's massive is Laporte's Kings.
Big old hand. It's a lot of hand in the hijack.
It's huge.
But already today we've seen the aces go with that action. We might even see the kings go with that action. Pig Notori with a very sad little Jack 3 offsuit. What a sad little hand.
What's that quote for "Come dine with me"? You're a sad. What's the?
I think it's,
You're a sad set.
because we have 3 minutes total.
What am I
You
thinking
mean
of?
you won, Jane? What a sad little life, Jane.
Yeah.
Take the money and get off of my property. This guy in the big blind saying right now. Take my big blind and get off of my property. What a sad little open, Jane.
If you guys are wondering why I keep wiping my eye, it's
Sei
because I put
distratto.
makeup on for the first time in literally
Sei
a
distratto,
month,
dovevi fare
and
un
my
link fra mano e
eyes
mano.
are like, what is going on?
Prima. A guy said that he should have, he got distracted with this thing, but he should have gone all in because I had kings. So
Raise 10,000.
When before you raise on the mind big blind?
yes.
Not this time, before?
No, I didn't look yet, but
No.
no, this time.
This time.
Last time.
Jack 3 off.
The board looks like he's gonna go direct to indie movie after this. He's got a very
Great time to
direct
show.
vibe to me.
He does. I think very artistic. Maybe a painter.
Yeah, I like it.
Every hand a work of art. Every bet a brushstroke. Ola raising it up. Queen Jack, Ping the Tower, and the small blind with an ace and a 3. What are we working with here? 18 big blinds. I think versus some late position opens, we're going to want to rip it in someone's face some of the time. I think versus under the gun, we're going to struggle to do so. The opening range from under the gun, just a bit too tight to try and stuff it up with the ace-3. Kalinach is Jack-9 in the big blind. Will he want to mount a defense? Already posturing maybe as if he's going to fold. Gives Ola a little wink and a smile and a muck.
Well, I've only been here for about an orbit, but I do feel that... Do you feel that the table is maybe a bit afraid of Wizzo Wizzo here? Have you seen...
Aren't you?
I mean, I am for sure, but I'm definitely getting the feeling that he's, you know, people are making some, you know, didn't shove the king 10 suited versus him, making some tight folds in the big blind. It seems as though people are a bit back on their heels.
I get the impression that Kalinach is a stay out of, play tight and stay out of hassle kind of guy, right? He jammed with the ace queen to just end the pot. He bet really big with ace queen to just end the pot. He doesn't want to tangle versus Ola's under the gun open. And I think if you are perhaps a little bit inexperienced on this stage, then just doing that is probably one of your best shots, right? If you're not comfortable or confident to defend and then try and play against Ola post-flop, it's going to limit you, of course, in what you can do, but why not, right? Stay out of trouble.
Definitely. Very pretty king jack suited here. Yeah, nothing wrong with making some fringe laydowns versus arguably the best player at the table as well. You know, nothing wrong with it. You don't have to get in ego battles. I feel like sometimes we feel compelled to take every spot or, you know, battle, and that's okay too, but sometimes it's okay to let one go by. We're gonna go 3 ways to a flop here. And it comes Jack 8-9. Open ender for Rodriguez. Top pair for Zuari. Wizzo Wizzo has a distant dream.
Hopes and dreams indeed. So Rodriguez, your pre-flop opener. Going to want to play a fair amount of check. I was saying about this yesterday, Mars. It's a lot of like stylistic decisions, I feel like, as out of position. Especially in multi-way pots where I think the game is probably less studied. I know a lot of players who like to just check everything out of position and then get reads based on sizing from in-position players. And some people bet way too much. Some people don't bet enough. Some people bet too big, bet too small. And that's what Rodriguez does here. Faces 24,000 from Zuari. Are we at a point with 100k back where we might want to just dunk it in?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a call either.
It really is going to come down to how wide Rodriguez thinks Zuari is betting the flop. Like, does he bet here with something like ace-3? Wow. I think this is another very tight fold. I mean, to flop an open ender with the ace high and just fold on the jack 8-9. It's a little bit snug, a little bit tight.
Welcome.
All right. Welcome.
Yeah, again, maybe he knows something we don't know. Maybe he's been, you know, seen something that we don't. I mean, Zuari did have it, more or less, so.
And here he is, Mark Foggin.
Yeah.
Big legend, big UK legend. Newcastle fan. And in Barcelona, we commented a deep run by Mark Foggin. And he was unfortunately bust ace-king off versus ace-king off. Very, very deep, like approaching final table territory. Yeah. And bust with ace-king against ace-king. Obviously 4-card flush. But it's lovely to see him making another crack at it almost immediately. 127 left in the field. He'll be looking forward to the derby on... When's Sunderland Newcastle? Anybody know? One of the biggest derbies in English football. Fierce rivalry between Sunderland and Newcastle. That Foggin guy, exactly.
21.
Foggin unlucky in Barcelona.
And the aces have resurfaced, guys. And he's going to come with the small 3-bet here off 18 bigs. Oh, he's just clicked it.
Just a little tickle.
Tickle. I wouldn't hate just calling as well. This, of course, does look quite strong, but he's getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, he's offering a good price to his opponent. We said yesterday about short stacks, low SPR, invulnerable hands, just building a range around aces and kings for the small 3-bet. You might look at this and think that it's very seldom a bluff, but in today's game, and I've played the game, in today's game, a lot of players kind of overdo this spot. If you use ace 4 and ace 5, and then you might click some other hands as well, and you're only doing this with aces and kings, you can actually get quite unbalanced to the point where you're bluff heavy. I'm not saying that Pignataro is necessarily a player who is overdoing it, but if you're playing a 109 on PokerStars and you're getting this mini 3-bet off 20 bigs, it is kind of an overused tool. Moreira decides not being overused in this particular lineup against this particular opponent and releases the king-queen. But yeah, just a very fun sort of dynamic at this 20 big blind depth to have aces and kings and mix in some bluffs and just trying to suck your opponent into a unfavorable situation.
Yeah, and good discipline fold there from the king-queen. It's easy to level yourself into peeling there, and then before you know it, you're out the door, baby. So good discipline there from Moreira.
Slowly disciplined. I completely missed the fact that Mr. Monkey gifted out 5 subs as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Monkey. Welcome into our fortunate 5, as I shall call them. Names in the chat. Rumpel Stiltskin. Rusenstadt, Backo 74, Senhor Domi, and Just Had To. Welcome in. We've got Simple Hacker dropping the 63 months. What's up, mate? And we've got King Sads dropping the 96 months. Says it's cute that you both met in a commentary booth and now you're joint streaming together as parents. What a massive run. Good. Hope you're both well. Thank you, King Sads.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Come full circ.
Circ being short for circle in this instance, is it?
Yeah.
We couldn't extend ourselves to the second syllable.
Jay Witt TV says, are you calling suited king-queen there? Yeah, I think definitely more enticed by the suited variety.
How much are we playing?
For sure, but again, it just depends on who your opponent is. You know, like Spraggy said, there's people that overdo these spots and people who just, you know, it's always value. And I would say in live poker, it tends to be more value heavy. So, you know.
Staying out of trouble against it in general, against some opponents, as Mal says, is just going to be aces and kings, right? It's very hard to overcome that equity disparity. Moreira with the best of it pre-flop, raising the 7s. Mark Foggin defends king 6, flops best on ace, ace, king. And will expect his opponent to bet a lot on this board. I think most people employing a range c-bet strategy here, although actually think in theory we might want to do a bit of checking, but a lot of people just betting. That's fine. Foggin makes the call. Headed to a turn card. An inconsequential 4. And Moreira probably at a place in his range where he doesn't feel as though bluffing is necessary. Plenty of unpaired holdings for him. I doubt we see him start launching money into this pot with 7s. Can still be good, of course, against something like a queen jack, a queen 10, a jack 10, some flush draws. The river, an 8, doesn't shift anything in either player's direction. Are we looking for value, Miles?
I think that Morera is pretty showdown driven here, and I don't expect him to bluff a lot once he checks back turns. So I like kind of like a block, just because I feel like Morera is going to have a lot of the hands like he has here, like just some pairs, you know, even like queen high, whatever, and even like a king jack isn't going to raise you. So just like to block small, and this is actually on the bigger side, third pot.
Yeah, just a little bit of a greedy one, maybe. I mean, 13,000 into whatever, 39, like Mars says, a third pot may seem pretty small, but you could go for something like 20% and just make a queen high, you know, more likely to call. So this is a little bit greedier. Depends how Morera reads into that, I suppose. Releases the sevens. And Foggin drags one in. Welcome to the feature table, Mark Foggin. Great windbreaker jacket, by the way. Smart watch. Great hat. Cool shades.
All right, all right.
Sorry, I don't mean to make you jealous. It's just great get up.
That was so funny. Did you tell him in the end or no?
No. I didn't see him anymore.
Oh, okay.
To be fair.
I think he's still here, actually.
Huh?
I think he's still here.
Come on, plus.
You sure he didn't bust?
No, I'm sure he's still here.
Okay.
Yeah, he's there.
Raise 10,000. Morera's been in lots of hands here, and to be fair, he hasn't been getting out of line at all. He just hasn't been connecting.
Yeah, bumping it up with the ace in the night. Queen 5 modded. All are lying in wait. Folding out the way. The button is la pause. Pause for thought, and I'd imagine we're going to try and find a 4. We'll have a look. We'll try to have a look. Got to fade the squeeze of Mark Foggin. Oh, hello. Might not fade it. 2 10s for Mark.
50 deep here. You could... Shoving wouldn't be horrendous, but probably go for a juicer.
Bumps it up to 50,000. And Morera just not quite strong enough, you'd imagine, to continue. Does Lepore fancy having another little peek? Nope. Foggin with the 3-bet. Foggin for the win. We do have the shower rankings. I won't put them on because they'll cover Miles's wonderful visage. But the squeaky Prague chairs are on the shower rankings. You might hear them in the background.
I was wondering what that was.
It's a big complaint back in the day of Mr. Steve O'Dwyer, who launched a very high profile campaign against the Prague squeaky chairs. And one year, I believe we had some sort of flooring installed. Maybe even a carpet to prevent it, or stoppers on the bottom of the chairs. But
I didn't realise, sorry, Al.
to no such avail this year, it seems.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You do not... Hey, let me tell you something. You don't want to get on Steve O'Dwyer's bad side. I have seen him go after Lufthansa Airlines, among others. And let me tell you one thing. You don't want to get on his bad side. Okay?
Well, they lost his bag, to be fair. But he did launch quite a good solidly fought campaign against Lufthansa. The squeaky chairs, you know, he's on the right side of these debates, right?
Yes.
The chairs are bad and Lufthansa should have had his back. It's as simple as that.
He's fighting the good fight. Oli Shemaine has King Jack off, which is essentially aces for him.
And Swari off to the flop with a queen and a 9, doing battle, swords drawn. 8-5 deuce. Swing and a miss for both players.
So similar flop that we saw before, and I think we kind of want to bet from the bottom up here. If we're Shemian, this seems like a hand might want to check back and start betting some king 7 suited, king 6 suited, those type of hands, checking back these higher king highs.
Bingo on the turn for Ola. And definitely a card that's going to favor his range checking back. Anything higher than a 10, better for Ola Shemian when he checks behind. Anything lower than a 10, more likely to benefit the player in the big blind. Zuari. Sharp not to start attacking this pot. Would fully expect Ola to start trying to generate some value. Get some monies in there.
The real question is, where is Shimian's scarf? Yeah, well, what does he have on there? He's got some sort of neck warmer.
He does.
He's got something
He
on.
does have a little neck warmer scarf type operation going on. Yeah. It's under there.
Yeah.
There it is. Ingrid in the chat says, Ola will bubble the final table. My son will win. Who are we rooting for, Ingrid? Who's your son? Still in the field? Good luck to him.
Love that.
Scarflation. It's like shrinkflation. Ola Shemian's scarf getting smaller over the years, like chocolate bars. They'll sell you them at the same price, but slowly and surely. Like a box of Quality Street. Used to get like 80 in there. Now you're lucky if you get 45. Ola Shemian, just another victim of the impending financial doom that we all face. The impending global collapse of financial institutions around the world, indicated by the recession in Ola Shemian's scarf size. I remember back in the day, just, you know, in the glory years, he'd turn up, he'd have 14 foot of scarf lavishly wrapped around his head, around his neck, covered his face, over his shoulders. Now look at him, it's barely a neck warmer. The man's barely getting by. Let it, please, give him this EPT main event win. We need this. He's already lost heads up to me in a 40-runner Super Tuesday 3 years ago. When will it end, please?
The man is slipping, I'll tell you that. The man is not what he once was. In a blind versus blind battle here, limp pot. Wouldn't mind a lead here. Yeah, I like it. Maybe prefer to have a heart. Oh, I'm sorry. Zuari's got ace-8 here. Thought he had the queen-6. Never mind.
Never
Still
mind.
okay.
But still, you know, a lot of just stabbing from the small blind. A lot of players play very heavy stab here. Deny equity. Clear people out the pot. Has a gut shot. Can get called by worse. Has been called by worse. Queen-6 continuing with the open-ender. Easy game. Rolls the gut shot. Roll of the dice. Perfect card. Near perfect card. Doesn't have a spade, but certainly blind v blind will be looking for value. Important not to freeze up here, I think, with an ace. Plenty of opportunities for your opponent to call with something like king 7 with a spade, king 6 with a spade. 2 pairs sticking around. $18,000 is the ask.
Tough to continue here with queen-6, and I think he'll let it go. Perhaps a little frustration here. Like I said, he has been involved in a lot of pots, and he's been playing really well. It just hasn't been working out. So perhaps a little frustration there.
Easy fold on the turn. Lets it go. Ingrid says her son is William Kassouf. Well, good luck. I'm not sure if he's still in the tournament actually, but a fantastic player and loved by many. Good luck in all of his future endeavors. Is Will still in? I don't think he is he?
Well, we don't hear him, so probably not.
Let's have a look. Chip counts. Search player. No results. Unfortunately eliminated.
Mr. Talanek says, would all flushes raise here except the ace high? It could go either way. I think perhaps the lower ones that need some more protection raise a bit more. You don't want another spade to come off and perhaps kill your action. Oh yeah, I think I am frozen there.
You're fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not.
But yeah, could go either way, I think. A nice shove spot here for Rodriguez.
All in.
About 17 bigs.
Yep.
All in.
Puts it in the middle for 17 big blinds. Foggin caught towards the weaker end of his opens. But let's see what waits in the wings behind. Not too much. Pignataro asking for a count with the king deuce suited. We don't know why. You gonna call you? King deuce suited? You want to count, right? We're gonna get a count. We've got king deuce. We're gonna call off a raise in the hijack, jamming the cutoff. We're gonna call off king deuce away. Let's get a count. What
He's
possible
just-
number could he be hoping for? Sir, we've counted it. It's 4 chips. No, just kidding. It's 85,000.
You're just making him sweat. I like it.
Just remember I'm here. I'm in the big blind, and I might call you, so you can pack it in. That's what we're saying.
That's part of the strat.
Here are your chip counts at the feature table. There are richer players in the field, but right here, Oloshemian, the richest among us, 668,000. Pignataro, who was just in the big blind there with King Deuce, with 103k. Reggie Penn says, getting paid to listen to this wonderful stream is quite something. Good to see Miles doing well after the arrival, and congrats. Well, thank you very much, Reggie Penn. Sackable offense, is it? Stealing company time, watching poker streams. Unbelievable. The amount of economic damage my stream has done over the years, the amount of work hours we've stolen out of the economy with people slacking off and watching Spraggy TVs. The damage is in the billions. But we welcome it and we appreciate it. Welcome in, Reggie. Anyone else stealing a living today? Anyone else on the old work from home, wiggling the mouse? They won't know. They won't know. Fire back a few emails. Can we circle back to this? Can we touch base? Just a bit of management speak, you know? Bit of management talk.
Why not?
And
Because
Wizzo finally has a real hand and gets no action, even though he's been
What?
raising
Yes. I
80%
think
of
you
hands.
Every time you have one hand,
Sad.
you get the gun.
Everybody's scared of Wizzo.
put only the nuts.
Too much aura.
Yeah, you show his hand is king under the gun.
Of course.
Why do they call him Wizzo? That's his name on Stars. Wizzo.
The 7-5 you don't show.
7-5? What's
So you
7-5?
did.
No, I mean,
Nuts player.
If you guys don't know, Spraggy and I live, there's some cows you can see from our window in our house, and I can see all the cows laying down. Look, that means it's going to rain, maybe. Or maybe they're just bored of my commentary. Who knows? 6-5 suited there in the muck. Noted.
RN101 says Wiz has had the same haircut for years. I feel like that's...
I win.
Didn't he used to have like a
Okay.
mohawk at one point?
no.
Boo boo.
Good
I'm not
hold.
sure.
He definitely...
Before my era.
I'm pretty sure he did. Shows that in the ace jack. Another real hand for Wizzo. Raise and take it.
Why not? Let's go. No.
If I
Your
open,
vibration.
slap me or you show. You show, of course.
Sure.
I'm joking.
Mean 3-bet.
Maybe 3-bet, maybe show off.
No, mini 3-bet.
Mini 3-bet? 21?
Not that, 15. Out of position. Perfect.
Doesn't matter.
Same.
I'm too lucky anyway.
You hit the flop anyway.
Yes,
doesn't
yes.
matter. Yeah,
Make sure he calls.
great attitude.
Foggin raised it up with 2 7s. Ooh, an ace-queen suited from Herrera. Could go either way here, 3-bet or call.
Yeah, we don't really want to necessarily start playing for all the chips, so mixing in with some flat calls, keeping fogging in the pot with some weaker hands, some hands that we're going to dominate. We're going to dominate some of the ace-x opens. We're going to dominate some queen-jack and king-queen. And Kalinach behind with the ace-10 suited. He's got about 24 bigs. And a deep breath.
What do you think here, Benj? Oh, he's just going to let it go.
I feel like Kalinach, as I mentioned earlier, is an out of trouble kind of guy. Avoid hassle kind of guy. Whereas Olashemian's about to squeeze king-8 suited. Maybe about to squeeze king-8 suited. He flicks it away. Definitely wasn't straight in the bin.
It pains him. You can see the agony to fold that hand.
You change profile. You make so tight.
And the pour is going to be into. And away we go.
Am I allowed to fold ace king now?
3 players, 1 flop, 3 cards. 10, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. Foggins' hand
Why you play so tight?
maintains its lead.
I don't have.
But again, as out of position player, maybe not too keen on bloating the pot with a marginal holding with the underpair.
Yesterday when you raised, it's on the flop, when you raised it 340.
Yeah, wouldn't mind a check here.
8, 5 deuce, 8, 3, 4, what, I don't remember the flop. Do you
I
remember?
bet.
Decides for a small bet, just trying to nudge some of his opponents out of the pot. I mean, we might be about to see why this might be less favored, just because you are forced into some smaller bets, especially multi-way, and what that does is it allows the player in position to peel quite wide. You're going to have quite poor visibility moving forward, right? Like even a hand like ace-queen, I think, is a tight fold, even without the backdoor flush draw. Especially when you have position on fogging. Just peeling a lot here in position is quite favored. You can make life quite difficult for your opponent later on in the streets. I will say, from Foggin's perspective, if he can force a fold from a hand as good as ace-queen, then
I was gonna say,
the
yeah.
EV of a bet is going to be significantly higher than it would be in theory, and it's going to be a much more profitable strategy for him.
50, 120.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's been playing more or less pretty snug, so
Not you, him.
something to take note of.
See.
In what sense? In that he can get away with this bet, and his opponent isn't. People aren't floating as wide. Everyone's just playing quite honestly.
Yeah, I mean, getting an ace-queen to fold there is just massive. It's just a massive win for sevens, whereas some players might float there with king-jack out, like jack-10 suited, you know, and they're going to make your life very difficult.
11.
And like you said before, you're going to be in kind of no man's land in a lot of runouts, but just getting a feel for people's tendencies is really going to dictate these spots. And Ola Shemian with another hand here.
Yeah, pocket
open
nines
is
for
off.
Ola.
20 bigs here. He's maybe going to 3-bet, get it in with this gentleman.
Yeah, goes for the 3-bet to 26,000 on the button. Calling all pigeons, there's a cat amongst you. This is probably one of my least favored spots in poker, I think. Pocket tens against a somewhat polar range from Ola on the button, because he's 3-betting against someone opening off 20 big blinds, right? So he's not 3-betting perhaps as often as he might be, with a little bit more stack depth, a little bit more playability. We might worry that his range is a little bit too strong. We're very, very deep with Ola as well. Like Lepore has 80 big blinds. So putting in a 4-bet, putting in a cold 4-bet against a potentially strong range and being 5-bet is very, very unappetizing. But also this is unappetizing. Calling out of position, then playing deep out of position post-flop against someone as good as Ola with potentially a stronger range as Ola has is really difficult. So I don't know what is best with tens. I could even see argument that I don't think we're ever in the bin with it. What's the prevailing wisdom for you here, Miles, with the 2 10s?
Frankly, I think calling might be my least favorite option, just because we're kind of hedging here, where we don't really want to fold, we don't really want to 4-bet. Feels kind of uncomfortable, so we're kind of going with this middle of the road option. But like you said, we've kind of turned our hand face up because we're always going to have these sorts of hands going forward, and against an opponent like Shimian, it's going to be really difficult to navigate. But let's see how he gets on here. Very good flop.
Yeah, 8 deuce deuce, about as well as he could expect to find himself on the flop. But as you say, Miles, it's quite a defined range as well, isn't it? It's not... We never have 6-7 suited here. We never have Jack-10 suited here. Probably going to end up with like 10s, jacks, 9s, ace, queen. Always. So your hand is somewhat face up. Ola goes for the small bet on the flop, 17,000. Laporte just with a call. I think that stack depth impacting Laporte's ability to want to play a bigger pot. He's still fearful of the jacks, the aces in Ola's range. I do think a call on the flop might start signaling to Ola as well that he's got some problems. We can't necessarily expect this to be pocket 7s in the cold call. Pocket 8s is the nuts. I think if I'm Ola, I go for another small bet on the turn, expecting not to get raised very often so that I can kind of set my price and check back all the rivers. Just simplifying the hand. Occasionally we're going to get another call versus small bet from an ace queen. Maybe we cut ourselves against this pocket 10s as well, but in terms of being able to realize our equity, I think a turn bet for a river check is kind of straightforward. Ola does go for kind of a... Oh, sorry, I thought he went for 52. He goes for 28, which is exactly where I would land. I would just milk the turn to set my price and take a free river. I'd be very surprised if he tries to get 3 streets. I don't think that's his intention. Unless he rolls a 9, which he doesn't. Because, you know, how does a 9 make money at the river? It's getting called by what?
No, I mean, I'm scared on the turn. I frankly might have just checked back the turn and then folded river, because it is such a strong line to cold call flop.
Check.
Is ace queen really going to bluff? Yeah, check.
Yeah, I think... Let's hear what they have to say.
Questo aveva pure 2 assi.
Sì, tu?
Not too much. Yeah, I think the problem, you know, this little... You're not going to get messed with on the turn if you bet small. Right, you still have all the good hands. The problem with checking back is you might then face an uncomfortably big bet at the river more of the time. So, you know, if you think he's going to bluff ace queen and things like that, or cold call wide and bluff a lot of the river, then sure, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I might just check back and then...
Check back and muck
happily
it.
Muck.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's just player dependent. Some people do like to cold call 6-7 suited there, kind of maybe get crazy, but I think in general with 9s, you're not loving it. A tough one.
Not loving it, but ultimately quite a small loss for Mr. Olashemian. Laporte just not really in a position to draw more value with the 10s, still fearful himself of the bigger overpairs. The stack depth just dictating a little bit of caution.
Which country did we say this is? From?
I believe, I want to say Slovenia.
Slovenia. Didn't you go there recently? You said it was an amazing country. For Lex Live. Wasn't that in Slovenia? No.
No. Lex Live was in Bratislava.
Bratislava.
Which is Slovakia.
Slovakia, sorry.
So Ola coming out with a 3-bet against Kalinac. Kalinac has been very tight, very snug. Perhaps something that Ola is picking up on. Or maybe just having a 3-bet with the ace-5-0 in general here in position is part of a broader strategy, which I think is good, fine, strong. I can't imagine that Kalinic is someone who wants to tangle with Ola as it is, and almost certainly doesn't want to tangle with a hand as marginal and as miserable and as out of position and as off-suited as this. He folded 10 seconds ago.
He knows, though. You can see it by his body language that he can sense that
You sure there's no
Wizzo
feedback
is getting out of
That's all I'm
line, and
saying. You want to copy me? 21, 22
he senses
started.
it. He
That's
just
Yeah.
maybe the wrong hand to go to battle with.
He'll take a stand. Maybe in his future. For now, it's a shake of the head and a mark. As we move to an outer table, we've got Davide Kitai playing against Iraklis Manakaros, excuse me. Flop, Jack 4-3. A bet of 5k. Action on Davide Kitai, who is very short stack, rips the chips into the middle, gets promptly snapped off. Davide Kitai shows Jack 7 for a top pair. Manakaros has Queen 10 for a flush draw. Board runs out a deuce and a 7. No flush. And Kitai's eventual trips secure him a double up. He's up to 115k. So slightly out of the woods. He's on the footpath out of the woods. 23 big blinds. Verging on no more woods activity for Davide Kitai. 23 times he's cashed a main event. That is a world record. Set yesterday.
Ready.
Really?
Previous record holder, 22 main event cashes, who was previously tied with Davide Kitai, was...
I'm curious, only in 3 hands.
We're going to need a name, Mrs. Spragg. We're going to need a name.
Ooh, I'm going to go Tonka P.
Tonka P was your guess for EPT main event record holder for cashes. That was your guess. Tonka. Do you want to know a secret?
What?
It's Tonka's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, record main event casher. I reckon Tonka's cashed 4 main events. The correct answer was Johnny Lodden.
Okay.
Johnny Lodden.
Former member of PokerStars Team Pro. Lodden thinks. Fame.
I was going to say, is that the... Okay.
Pioneer of the European Poker Tour, Johnny Lodden.
Lodden thinks he's cashed, yeah.
Lodden thinks he's cashed, and he so often has. 22 times, in fact, which is 1 fewer than Davide Kitai now. Definitely seen Johnny Lodden playing a bit in recent years, though. How many times have I cashed an EPT main event? Let's make it all about me.
4 or 5. 5.
Let me head over to the gimmick here. I reckon I've cashed 5 mains. Danko says including the Irish Open. No, just EPT main events. You can't just include every tournament I've ever cashed. That wouldn't be fair on Davide Kitai or Johnny Lodden. Cashed Barcelona, 25. Monte Carlo, 25.
Did I freeze bench?
Oh yeah. Because Discord needs to be in view, huh? They don't want to waste any bandwidth if I've not got the window open. Tight. Tight lot. Paris, 24. Barcelona, 23. Monte Carlo 23. Barcelona 22.
Fogging letting go of the deuces there in the hijack. It looks like we're headed to a break, so
Somebody.
Monte Carlo 22.
he's still going.
He's still going to so many.
Hey guys, we're gonna spend the whole break just, hey, we'll see you in 15 and we'll be rattling off our caches.
7 EPT main events I've cashed.
All right, and a nice raisin ticket for Zuari. Hell yeah, brother. I'm proud of you, Boo. Well done.
Thank you very much. 15 fewer than Davide Katai, who remains in the field. That is your break at the top of the hour. I've got to take it. We've got a few things to take care of, so we are going to send you on the break for the first time today. But when we get back, we've got another level with the great Miles TV. I believe we may even be joined by the same feature table. Chip led by Ola Shemian, 631,000, 100 big blinds deep. Your short stack Luigi Pignataro looking for a spin, 13 bigs. Daniel Rodriguez not too far in front with 15. Kalinacha 18, but he might be waiting for aces. He's played pretty tight so far. We're going to leave you for 15 minutes. And the good news is, by the way, the dinner breaks going forward are only going to be 35 minutes. Fast food only, which means fewer breaks here in Prague and more action. We will be right back.
So six-handed action continues.
Sorry to interject quickly, chat, on the here.
Hold it around to Ola
Shemian with a very, very different haircut.
You mentioned we haven't
has.
seen
Look
all
at
that for a while. It looks like he went to the
different
mountains
haircut
for a
Ola
few
Shemian.
months,
Thank you.
trained with a Shaolin monk, drank a bunch of rainwater, learned to fight with a stick.
Ace deuce offsuit. Raises to 130,000. Chip leader Ali Reza Fatehi's in the big blind. He's got king four of clubs.
Well, that side was real.
Cool. He defends. Heads up to the flop. Well, it's a flush draw for Fatehi. Nada for Shemian, but he still has the best hand, ace high.
One club would be good for Fatehi, but two would be bad.
Ali Reza leads with his draw, 150,000.
It's a draw-heavy board.
Shemian calls.
Little float, lots of runner-runners for Ola.
And Shemian picks up a wheel draw, but doesn't actually need to improve. Ace high still the best hand. Another semi-bluff from Ali Reza, 230,000. Once again, Shemian calls.
Ola must be confident he can win this sometimes without hitting his gut shot.
Ten of hearts on the river. The board is bricked out for Ali Reza. He's going to fire again. He bluffs at it, 340k.
There's really only one card Ola's worried about, and that's a 10. What are the chances?
Shemian only has ace high. But he calls.
King high.
And that's going to look like magic or lucky or both, but it's neither. It's 100% pure, unmitigated, unadulterated swag.
And with that pot, Ola Shemian takes the chip lead in this super high roller. Pocket eights for Paul Newey. He's been very quiet at this final table.
Newey's my favorite of all Scrooge McDuck's nephews.
He's raised it up to 200,000.
Where do you think Paul got all that money from?
Ola Shemian's big blind. Queen six of clubs. He calls. To the flop. Which brings drama. A set for Newey. Shemian has a flush draw and he's double gutted.
See you at the river. They are pretty shallow, so it's usually going to go in on the flop.
Shemian has checked. Newey set to continue.
Always bet your sets, especially on a board wetter than the sinks in an airport bathroom. What are people doing in there?
I don't like to think about it. 285,000.
Ola can't fold these draws, and he's probably not going to just call for a huge chunk of his stack.
All in.
Call.
Shoving a call. Newey at risk, but ahead. A 6-4 favorite.
Not a massive favorite.
Opzione. Buono flop.
Hashtag understatement.
You're the favorite.
Statistically, no. Swagtistically, yes.
I think you're the favorite. Not now.
Shemian makes his flush.
3.
Newey needs the board to pair.
7. 7 from heaven.
It's a king, he's out.
You got me covered, haven't you?
I don't know. I have 2.5 here, I think. Exactly.
Newey out in 5th.
Yep, again, guys.
Unlucky Paul.
What a flop. Cheers. Mustafa. Cheers. Cheers.
Poor Paul Newey. Not literally. He's still rich AF.
I'm gonna take your revenge.
How much you have, bro? You know?
7, I guess.
Canet is the current chip leader. Shemian with ace-10 on the button, raises.
240.
Ali Reza Fatehi has pocket 5s in the small blind.
Very reasonable spot for a shove. Ola is going to be opening wide. Alireza is out of position, and he's very likely to hate most flops.
All in.
He shoves. Canet folds. Action back on Shemian. Now this is a big shove. 33 big blinds.
Which means this is not a snap call. Ola agrees.
Surely it's not a call at all with ace-10 off.
Peekaboo, who's hiding over there? Who is that?
Shemian's really thinking about this, isn't he?
Yes.
Wow, I am really surprised by that call.
I don't think he makes the same call against anyone else.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Good luck, guys.
Well, it's a flip. Fatehi, the player at risk.
Ola must think he's going to have a lot of bad aces and Broadway hands.
Ole against Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Not now, Igor.
Let's blow the whistle and start this race. Great start for Shemian. He pairs his 10 on the flop.
That is a bummer for 2 5s, though.
Ali Reza left with 2 outs.
No, no, Igor's on the beers.
The turn card.
The 5.
No, the 3.
Put the 5 here, please.
Right there.
Yeah, exactly there. He can do it. One time he do it for me.
Go, boom. He teach me this. He teach me this like 4 years ago. In a 25K.
Swag actually sometimes stands for stolen without a gun, oddly.
The river is an ace.
Thank you.
Good game.
Good luck.
Ali.
Thank you, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck.
It was a pleasure.
Love seeing a good deep run by an amateur. Anyone can do it.
Leaving us with the 2 high roller vets.
Pocket 5 against 8 stand.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Blind 61-20. Shemian limps in from the button with ace-5. Canet does not check his option. He raises with the 10-7. And Shemian calls the raise in position.
Let's play a bigger pot.
Well, that's a nothing flop. Shemian's still ahead with ace high. Canet continues to show aggression. That's 350,000.
I don't think we're going to see Ola call a 3-bet with ace high too often and then fold the flop right away.
He calls. The turn card is a 4. Well, both players now have straight draws. Shemian's open-ended. Canet has a gut shot. He needs a 5.
All the more reason neither of these guys is likely to fold.
Canet continuing to demonstrate strength. 875,000. Once again, Shemian calls. The river card is a 3 pairing the board. So ace high was the best hand before the flop, and it's still the best hand after the river.
Major brickage on the river. I think a bet here gets snapped off by Ola.
I think Canet's going to give it a go. He's not waving the white flag of surrender. Fires out a bluff of 1.95 million.
It's actually a pretty great run out to call with ace high, just like he did with Fatehi earlier. White flag, more like white swag. Feel like I'm really getting to know Anna here. Sorry.
Shemian thinking this through. He heroes.
You win. 6, right?
Not even.
Really big chip lead for Shemian now.
His bad card was an ace. His good card, swag.
Nice hand.
Yeah, but he's still got an uphill struggle. Shemian is the monster chip leader as the blinds go to 80,000, 160,000. And Shemian picks up queens. He raises to 350,000. Phil Gruesome railing the action now. Canet's got 7s.
This could be the cooler we were waiting for.
All in?
Call.
Here we go, all in and a call, and Shemian is a 4-1 favorite to win.
Mustafa's prediction not looking so hot right now.
Good luck, bro. I always make quotes with 7s.
Lucky number, huh?
Lucky, lucky.
A wise man once said, it is always coming 7. A set for Shemian.
I have a sweat.
For now.
7 for spade.
It's okay.
The turn card. It's a spade.
The sweat just got sweatier.
Canet picks up 8 outs. All the spades bar the deuce. Any other card, Shemian is the champ.
What a life these guys have.
It's gonna be 8 of spade. Not so big, not so...
It's okay.
Or queen. You can finish it with queen. Quotes queens.
It would be nice, huh?
The river. Not a spade.
Oh, it's black. It's a 7.
Too little, too late.
Waste of a set.
Again, bro.
Canet denied the title. So close, yet so far. It's Ola Shemian after an extended absence from the poker circuit who ships the 100K here in Monaco.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Oh, ti chiedo.
What's it about now, Nick?
I missed that one, I'm afraid.
Just when you think you've got someone here who can translate him.
I mean, Spanish or German, I could help you out a little bit more, but yeah, that was just my romantic language best guess that I picked out.
And 184 of the final table. Are we going to get to 200? Ooh, queens for Glovny, and he just complete.
He knows what to do. Yes, he's got him.
Yep.
He's got him. He's guaranteed he's got him.
Yes. Cortolazzi does not change his strategy. He jams on Glovny, who calls all in with the queens.
Oh, disaster for the Italian.
Well, hold on. Hold on. He's got an ace. Many people believe there is always an ace on the desk. And Glovny is the at-risk player. And if Cortolazzi does improve here, if he were to spike that ace, this would be over. And the Italian would take down EPT Prague. Glovny needs queens to hold to survive. He's proved to be pretty invincible so far. Is this going to be a massive momentum shift, or is this going to be the winning moment? No ace on the flop. Jack 5-5. Queen's good.
Not a good start for Cortolazzi. Gonna need an ace. No backdoors here. No wheel backdoors. No nothing. Only an ace from space. Only a berry.
87% chance that Glovny doubles up. Make that a 93% chance. Just has to fade Barry Greenstein. Just has to fade the ace on the river. If that happens, we have our champion. 30 million chip pot. The river cards are 10. Glovny doubles up and takes the commanding chip lead. That is a huge, huge momentum shift, and that's a rail.
That's what a rail looks like. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that rail.
You love to see it.
You love to see it.
That is Grzegorz' girlfriend, Annette, you see, leading the cheering section there. And he has the huge chip advantage now. It's 30 million plays 5.6 million, 11 bigs for Cortolazzi. Griffin, now he can just open jam, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I guarantee you every decision Glovny's going to make right now is going to be very, very calculated, just as it has been all tournament. Don't give, your opponent a chance to get back in this. You can see how erratic the Italian has been playing. One double up, another, shove, and suddenly Cortolazzi's going to have the chip lead. Okay. So be careful, pick your spots, and you'll finish them off.
There's a lot of glasses going to waste.
5 milioni. 5.
We've had 4 consecutive days of squeaky chairs, and now the catering section is suffering a massive shortage.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so just asking him what his chip sack is. He said he thinks it's around 6 mil. Yeah, and he was waiting for him. Absolutely waiting. I can guarantee you that Queens is very rarely a limp at that effective stack depth. But if you know your guy, you know how radically they're playing. That's a trap all day long. And look at that result.
Hand 185, and it's 8-4, and he's all in. Cortolazzi shoves with 8-4 of clubs.
He's got it.
Called.
That is a quick call.
Cards on their back. It's King Queen of clubs for Glovny.
Ja król dama suited. On 8-4 w tym samym.
And now it is the PokerStars qualifier who is the 2-1 favorite to win EPT Prague.
But very large live cards here for Cortolazzi. You can see by the percentages, 32% to win this hand. Very, very winnable. I know all of you on the Twitch chat have had experience in a situation like this where you lose, and that's because the odds are this close.
10-7 deuce. King high still ahead. Of course, Cortolazzi does not have a live suit.
Nie no wiadomo, że ma, nie ma.
Glovny, 3-1 favorite.
6 or a 5. Straight draw here.
And that will seal the deal on the turn. Cortolazzi drawing dead. And Grzegorz Glovny has taken down EPT Prague for just shy of 700,000 euros.
Yes, That's the rail we're looking for. Listen to that.
Say his name.
A deserving champion, played an excellent final table.
Yep.
Hello, you lovely lot. How are ya? Olashemian still leading the feature table. These guys are spending another hour and a half with us, another 90 minutes enjoying this feature. Some Skyline, eh? Some Skyline. Miles has quit. She said she was sick of the chat. She's sick of a lot of you. She won't be coming back. Oh, she is coming back. Changed her mind. A reminder of your pairs then, €1 million. In the one seat, pole position takes home 7 figures. That is a lot of P's. No matter how many P's you've got. How are we all doing? What's the mood like in the chat? What's the atmosphere? We are live across Twitch and YouTube on the Rogue Pirate Underground stream broadcast for the European Poker Tour. Joined by myself, Spraggy, and my wonderful Prague EPT main event final tableist wife, Mr. Marley Spragg. Miles, welcome back. I'll have to unmute her, you see. Miles, welcome back.
Did you call me Mr. Marley Spragg?
No, I called you... I didn't call you Mr. Marley Spragg, did I? No,
I think
Mrs.
you
Marley
said
Spragg.
Mr. Chat, what did you guys think? Did you hear Mr.? Or am I losing my mind? And we are back.
We're back and we're better than ever. 3,000, 6,000 of your blinds, a little bit of 3K, 6K. Of course, with a big blind ante of 6K, that creates a pre-flop pot of 15,000 chips, over which our players will fight mercilessly. This is hand what of the day? 37.
Zwari coming in hot here. And he's coming in for a 3x as well, it looks like. Looks like he's shifting gears, perhaps. Perhaps he got some intel on break that the table was playing a bit snug, and so he decided to open it up, which I don't hate. I think it's good to adjust. Wouldn't mind a shove here. And if your opponents are passing up on these shove spots I guess he did 3x it, but I still might have gone for it. Then the queen 5 becomes pretty good.
Yeah, very loose open. Kalinach with a very tight fold. I lied, by the way, that was hand 35. You heard Mr. Miles Sprague, he did say Mr. I heard Mr. Mr. The mic must have bugged out. Dan Haddle joining from Yetoxeter. Exotic Yetoxeter. Welcome in. Welcome in. Day 3 of your main event, 117 players left. Long way to go still. Marathon, not a sprint, isn't it, Miles?
Indeed. How many levels are we playing today? 4?
5? 5 levels a day, I believe. This being level 2, and then we will play 4K, 8K. We will play 5K, 10K, and we will play 6K, 12K. But for now, 3 and 6, and Rodriguez with Jack 10 suited, under the gun 2, announces all in. 15 big blinds is the maneuver.
Ooh, and he's going to get called here.
92.
from Morera.
Yeah, Morera's got an ace-king, and the ace is the biggest card in the deck, and then the second biggest card is the king. So when you get them together, it's good. It's really good.
Thank you for that insight. Yeah, Rodriguez could have gone either way here. He could have gone for the raise fold or the jam. 15 big blinds is probably the deepest I would play open jams. And this is sort of the hand you kind of want to do it with, but unfortunately he does run into it here, but he will have 2 live cards.
And a dead ace. Ola throwing one away, although we did just see King Jack in the bin as well, right? So a dead king, a dead jack. A few of the outs have been removed, but like you say, Miles, this is kind of what he's hoping for if he does get called. At least he is live. And the benefit of shoving this Jack 10 suit is you will fold out Queen Jack, you will fold out King Jack, you will fold out Queen 10, King 10. So
King Jack.
definitely a reasonable holding with which to do it, like Miles said. And the numbers next to the cards, we're about flipping. A swing and a miss for Rodriguez. No flip anymore. Morera out in front. 2 more opportunities.
Spade's working. We need a spade. That's not coming. We need a jack or a 10. Or we'll be in the parking lot.
A7, like
Does
Prince
not
Andrew.
come.
No sweat.
Nothing happens, you kill me. I kill all of you.
Ace King holding for the win. Daniel Rodriguez eliminated.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. Tribal up.
Anyway, if I show...
Tribal up is good.
If I shove direct is
We've got a number of short stacks now. We see these 2 gentlemen cut off and button getting shorter. Something to keep in mind as you're opening, the more short stacks you have behind, the more you're going to get jammed on. So do have to be a bit more selective.
If you think I know the game, you have to snap me.
Fold for Newcastle. And into the cutoff with Pignataro. One of our shorter stacks starts the hand here with 12 big blinds. We'll be looking for more, but not with a Queen 6. Here is Kalinic with the King 5 suit into the mud, which leaves us blind v blind with Ola Shemian. So good.
Oh, we've got a mystery hand.
He plays the 1 card. The paw with the 6-3. He's going to show a really big hand again, look. Only the nuts are saying. All day they've been saying, only the nuts for Ola.
I smell it.
What was it, Ace King? It was Ace King.
Thank you for folding.
Every time you
On
see
the flop, you smash me.
Every time you see the card, you think it's a joke. It's king, it's king, it's king, it's king, it's king. Wow.
I thought this
Dan
level
Howdle
is aces
says,
level.
very good. I think it's just Andrew now, LOL. I think you're right.
Or maybe it's
Just
still
an
ace
average Joe, just like the rest of us.
king. We'll see. Still early.
Hey, cheers, Ola. Swig of tea. I don't have my "This is what an awesome poker player looks like" mug today. Actually, I do. It's here. But then, if I showed that, I would expose that I haven't cleared my desk from yesterday, and it's... My slobbery becomes apparent to the world.
Speaking of yesterday, Benj did post a highlight video on YouTube recapping all the key moments from yesterday. If you did miss that, check that out.
Yeah, please do. Viewership's in the floor. Channels dying and or dead. We're actually very worried about it here at Spraggy TV. We're very concerned about viewership of that channel, this channel. Which is why, In order to resurrect the viewership, we must play our industry-breaking game.
Shit or no shit? Shit or not
First
shit?
of all, it's called hit or shit. It's not called shit or no shit. Mind your language. We've only got room for one curse word in the name of the game. We're playing likes per minute, in which the YouTube chat tries to break the record for the number of likes per minute by smashing like on the channel. Don't start yet. Your likes will not count. Yesterday, you set an absolutely incredibly pathetic record of 46 likes in a minute. YouTube chat, do I have your attention now? I believe you can beat this record. We're going to give you 1 minute, of course. And your time starts now. If you're watching on YouTube, do smash that like button. Your likes will be tallied over the next minute, and you've got 46 likes per minute to break. You will be supporting the channel, saying to YouTube that you like the content, and maybe launching this channel into stratosphere. Send us to the moon. Make Spraggy TV popular again. So far, we have got 2 likes after 18 seconds. Would like to do better. You've got 46 to beat. This is your first attempt of the day. You will get many. Good luck. We're at 42. After 25 seconds, can we break 100? I'm actually feeling like a triple-digit start to the day. Lepore with the ace-jack on the button. He's bumping it up. You're bumping it up. You like the stream. You love the stream. Click the buttons. Break your own record. Set a record. We'll ring Ross McWhirter, and we'll have you in the old Guinness book if you carry on like this. Up to 81. Record smashed and climbing, Miles. They call it the Miles TV effect. We didn't see this many likes yesterday. The new record, 81 likes per minute. That's a very solid LPM, Marley. It's a very solid LPM. Well done, everybody. Thank you.
I'll take credit for that. And another mystery hand, it seems. And we're going to come up with a 3-bet. Any guesses to our holding, Benj?
With a 3-bet, what are we going to see? We're going to see a 10. Sure. Traditional, classic, pocket 10s. We're going to see maybe a king, maybe a jack, maybe a queen. I think at this depth, we do prefer a little bit of playability. When we're 3-betting against a player on the button, we do expect them to call a fair amount, so you probably want something potentially suited. I'm going to go with king 10 suited. Although we're 40 big blinds deep, he could be a little bit polar.
We're not too deep here, yeah.
So what are you saying then? 10 for 5 offsuit?
No, maybe 10-10, maybe ace 10-0, maybe some, I don't know, some 10-8-0.
Well, if it is a suited club, Zuari is absolutely dancing. And if it's jack 10 of clubs or queen 10 of clubs, he'll be doing cartwheels. It does look like he's measuring up some chips on a board where I think, Miles, we can play some checks from big blind. A lot of our bluffs are going to be sent around ace x and king x, so the queen high coordinated board, not perfect for us, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Lepore is going to have a very condensed sort of middling range that's going to really connect here.
Indeed. So we've got to be careful. We've got to be steady and considerate. Lepore, as we can see with ace jack, might just be outside of the peeling range. Definitely going to prefer to have at least 1 club, ideally 2. So ace jack in the bin. And the beauty of that mystery hand is we'll never know.
We will never know.
We'll never know. That card will be taken to the grave. To the outer tables. That's Terry Jordan against Kilantaris. We are on the river. The board reads 6, deuce, 8, 9, 10. Kilantaris has bet 58k into a pot of around 70k. There is that bet. Oh, snapped off. Terry Jordan doesn't waste any time. Kilantaris shows 5 high for a bluff. And Terry Jordan, 7-8. He did have the 4 to the straight. And that means that Terry Jordan is back over the 1 million chip mark. 1,070,000 for one of the UK's most familiar players. Running up a big stack in Prague. Plays a lot of pots, makes a lot of hands so far, and looks to be headed solidly in the right direction.
Wizzo, ace 5-0. Premium holding for him. Ooh, and a very nice king queen suited. Now we are definitely on the deep side here, so I think we can 3-bet this if we'd like.
Don't you know, pump it up?
Yeah, especially versus Ole, because he is getting quite out of line. Oh my goodness, and this is not out of line. 2 kings.
2 kings for an immediately interested Morera. We don't really want to trap or slow play. A lot of the bluffs from Lepore, as well as Ola's opens, are going to be centered around ace-x. So any idea of like trapping here, we just allow our opponent to realize a little bit too much, especially 3 ways if we encourage a call from Ola Shemian as well. So I do anticipate, yeah, lumps of it. That's why I anticipate lumps of it going in. That is
love this sizing.
Girthy bet, Miles. Here. You like it?
Yeah, very, very nice. And a quick fold, which is also nice.
Nice.
Well played there by all, I think. What do you think?
I'm happy. Top marks.
Yeah. Top marks.
Ola's raising. Good 3-bet candidate. Had the kings for the 4-bet.
Tomorrow,
Sure.
Maybe every day.
Tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Thanks.
Just turning up the table audio when they talk, see if we can listen into the table a little bit. But all that happens when I turn it up is they're not really saying much, and then we just hear infinite squeaks from the chairs. So we'll turn it back down ever so slightly.
Just as you did that, Chauncey started going outside the door, meowing. Our cat is a very loud talker. And he decided to chime in right as he turned the volume up.
Talker's very interesting. He makes a lot of noise. He doesn't say much. Oh, hello. Kalinach has been patient. He's been waiting. And he finds the King 10 suited. A very similar spot to we just saw Rodriguez shoving in, I suppose, with the Jack 10 suited. King 10 suited here for a wee bit more. 15 and a bit big blinds.
Yeah.
From under the gun as well. Gets it through everybody except... Oh. Is he going to ask for a count again? No. Phew. I will say this right now.
Sure that we saw.
I want Kalinach to make the final table. Because
Who's your pick?
I'm not sure if it's a solid pick. I would love him to though, because I could tell every time he puts money in the pot, he's the Rory Jennings, like, it means a lot to him.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Yeah.
I could tell you've seen him with big breaths when the money's in the pot and nervous energy when there's money in the pot. And I feel obliged, or I just naturally root for people where you know they really want to win. I think that's very endearing and like a very... everybody wants to win, right? Everybody wants to win. But
sure,
you can play a lot of main events. You can play a lot of poker, be a career professional, whatever, get somewhat jaded. I think it's nice to root for people where they're enjoying the stage and the moment and the game, right?
Yeah.
And just, it
100%.
means everything. That's why I root for Ali Shaban, you know, when I watch his stream. Because I think here's a down and out. Here's a no-hoper. Here's someone who's not got a clue what they're doing. But you could see it means so much, right? It's like that nice underdog story where you think that someone has no chance, but to see them occasionally prevail.
Yeah. And these 8s will definitely have a chance here to be all in. And notice another light open here from Zwari. So I'm beginning to think that he has shifted gears 49. On break. He's going for the juice? What's going on here?
He's going for the 49k with 31k back. I wonder, I don't think there's any, I don't think there's any
Need to go half stack.
pay jumps or anything. He might just be trying to avoid the, if you leave one chip behind, you can't stall or whatever. Kalinach does wake up with the ace king directly behind him, and these guys are going to find themselves flipping. My guy, Kalinach. He's in the middle with the ace king against pocket eights. Intense sweat. 183,000 chips in the middle. It is the pocket eights at risk. Should Kalinach not be able to take the lead, he will remain in the tournament with 23k. But here we go, off to the races. And a king on the flop. It's bad news for Pinazzaro. The eights fall behind, and it's a long road back.
One out till you can see on top of your screen that an 8 has been folded.
Just one chance to dance. One garden gate closed.
GG.
Good game.
Good game. Unavoidable spot.
GG.
8's out of the small blind. Gotta send it. Claps in the chat. F's to pay your respect. We lose another player in
I think
113.
that you can take credit for that one, Benj, because you just gave him your blessing.
I bestowed
Iconic.
my well wishes upon him, and I think he owes me 10% of any money he scores in this tournament, actually.
I agree.
So Kalinach, back in business, was very patient, took a nice shove with the king 10 suited, gets it in with the ace king. And now he is cooking all the way up to 33 big blinds. So our shortest stack at the table still, but 33 big blinds. We don't really have anybody in that shoving zone anymore. And look at this, now the glass is gone. It's time to focus in, actually.
Let's get down to business. He's locking in, folks. And we are down to 6-handed here. I wonder if I'll get some new faces soon.
Normally I do it when there's 3.
Here we go. We got LeBum James on YouTube. Says, you blocked me 6 years ago on Twitch for commenting that you kept letting the guy on your right lean on you without pushback. I've come back to make another comment for you. Commentating on poker. Oh, it continues. Hang on. Sorry, he was unable to send it as one message. Commentating on poker, it's not for you. You are more boring than ever. Sad to say.
That's my burner, sorry.
Miles, can you focus on the commentary and get off all those YouTube accounts, please? There's just no need for it. I'm trying to do a good job at work here.
I can't help myself.
Imagine, by the way, 6 years, by the way. Let it go, all right? Let bygones be bygones.
2 happy years. Interesting spot here for Klonic again. Nice hand to 3-bet, but he's going to let it go.
Massive.
All with the 4 high.
Yeah.
You'll have a look. Quite aggressively dominated. We have the privilege of perfect information. Moreira with the 4s. I'm not sure if even Ola can wriggle out of this one. Ace King 7 is going to be a tough proposition.
No.
Moreira having a bet, Miles, do you think?
Perhaps.
Range bet on the ace high. Poor visibility for the 4s moving forward. Just cleaning out something like 6-8 isn't even the end of the world, right? Taking down the pot. I like it. Thank goodness for tea. I will now enter this mug into my mug graveyard on my desk. We got Merman in the chat. What's up, Merman? Love to see Miles and Spraggy commentating. It's love to see you in the chat. It's an absolute privilege to be joined by Miles today.
Yeah, happy to be here. Feeling a bit rusty. I've been in mom land. For those of you who don't know, I just had a baby 6 weeks ago.
I had a baby too.
We both had a baby, but I did a little bit more work on the day. Do
you know I got an advert yesterday on my Instagram? I got an ad for the dad pad, and it's like a special cushion for the maternity seat that when you're there for the birth, because they're like very uncomfortable chairs and sleeping and stuff. Too little, too late, I'm afraid, for the Instagram ads, but I did a lot of work sitting in that chair. It's very uncomfortable. Olashemian doing a lot of work with a lot of good hands today. He'll be putting these kings to work. We've got a raise in the cutoff from Morera. I think Kalinach making a nice call with the ace-6 suited on the button. Very playable. But Ola, card racking, has taken a little bit of damage to his stack so far today. But bumps this king up to 50,000 out of position. Elicits one fold. Kalinach already folding, talking and looking and smiling at Ola. I don't imagine he can continue having done that.
And he will let it go.
Ola's going to show him again that he's got the nuts every hand or what? Or is he keeping this one to himself? He's been showing him all the ace-kings he's been dealt.
King. Don't lie.
No lies. King.
We'll see later on.
Very friendly table, this. People sharing their holdings, people
Only
folding,
Me too.
respecting each other.
Me too.
I'm here
Me
for
too.
it.
Well,
And we have
I'm the
some
best
fresh
one, so-
meat here.
A new player at the table, indeed. Shout out to Glenn, running things on the tournament floor as ever. Coming into seat 8.
Here.
Before you act, please leave the cards in the box for 2 seconds.
Okay.
How much are we rocking with
Thank you
here?
for asking, Benjovi. It is the same tourney that I final tabled, not last year, but the year before.
2023 final table list indeed. So joining the table, the stacks of blue is about 100k. I think he's got about closing in on 500,000 chips. And the new player is Shadi Ojai from Lebanon.
Welcome.
Welcome in. And I believe that's Martin Krakow as well, who's got an orange on the table. Who was watching yesterday? Do you remember when Martin Krakow got checked to on the turn and then went into the time bank for 5 minutes? We voted on one of his time banks yesterday whether it was a hit or shit, and it was a resounding shit because he did spend a long time in the tank. Now, it was on the bubble. It was for a big pot, but hopefully. Sorry, Matan, not Martin. Matan Krakow can speed things along a bit today. No judgment around here, or welcome. We don't hold it against him. It was a big decision. Black White Champ says, is Danchev alive? Alive, yes. Still in the main event? No. Eliminated at the start of the day, but in good health.
Van Rampat says, who is the woman?
Who is the woman?
Who is the woman?
Very tactful.
I am the woman.
Check here on the flop between Ola Shemian and Mark Foggin. Ola just checking back the middle pair. Definitely can't sustain betting all of his hands from the button. Going to open very wide. Got a bit of a winder range. 8. Quite a natural, not 3 street hand. Middle equity. Steering towards showdown. Choosing not to bet the turn. And punished by the roll of a 7 for Mark Foggin.
I would really like to see a very large sizing here.
Yeah, I think Shemian very often in bluff catch mode, once he checks back twice, it's kind of indicated showdown value. So I think Mark just going to be value betting a 7 for an overbet probably. and then mixing with some bluffs and just letting Ola decide
He goes small.
how he's going to bluff catch. He goes for pot, which
Oh, pot. I'm sorry.
it's big enough, but I definitely think we could have seen bigger. This is probably going to make Ola's king highs indifferent, ace highs, some of them indifferent. I do think an 8 is probably one of his better hands, but he lays it down for the pot size bet. So Mr. Foggin not paid, but does win.
Oh. Just
And good lay down there by Ollie. I
Happy
think
to be alive.
I might have been
Yeah.
tempted myself.
Exactly.
58. But
I think I lose 32,000 chips at the river as well.
yeah.
I think it's good.
Maybe Foggin also considering he wants to be able to bet his queens as well. And I think if you're going to want to start betting all your queens or most of them, you maybe can't choose much larger than pot. Perhaps.
Ace 8 for Morera. Would be a little on the wide side. Doesn't take it.
And
Ace
a new
7
player
suited.
here.
Yeah, Krakow with a raise. Previous tanker on the turn.
What was
Raising.
that card protector? Yeah, was that a tangerine or a easy peeler? Did you see that? Did you clock that?
I said he's at the table with an orange, but it might be a... I don't know the difference between a Satsuma, a mandarin, a tangerine, and yeah, there's so many small orange varieties.
Let's have a look. I'm gonna get a better look at it.
Ola coming along in the cutoff with ace 6 suited.
And we are about 100 big blinds deep here. Very, very deep.
Yeah, chips for days. We might have another investor, it sounds like. Ojai coming in the big blind with queen 7 suited. Preference for suited hands, much more flop ability. And we'll see if there's any connection. There is, of course. Huge connection for 2 of our players. Ola flops, trips. Krakow with the nut flush draw. It's Krakow first to act after big blind checks.
Love this check. And once again, Ole Shimian has absolutely smashed it.
And as Miles pointed out at the start of the hand, we're very deep, right? So we just need to start getting a lot of money into the middle with the 6. We're going for a bet. It's going to allow us to get check raised. I think trapping here, very, very bad idea. So we don't ever want to check back when we've got such a strong hand. We can't afford for one of the streets to skip through when we're 100 blinds deep. Our job should be to get as many chips in the middle as possible, and we can only achieve that with a bet. So it's 12,000. It's a call from Krakow, who's in search of a diamond. Doesn't find one. Jack of spades on the turn. And having given up that initiative, continues to play in flow. Check over to Ola.
And I like this from Krakow because he's keeping in worse flush draws. You know, like you said, we are deep, so he can easily navigate turns here. Doesn't really want to necessarily bloat the pot here. Out of position.
Yeah, and he's still crucially going to beat a fair amount of Ola's bluffs. Let's say Ola bets the flop with a hand like Queen 10. He'll find a barrel here. Let's say he bets the flop with a hand like 10-8. He'll find a barrel here. So Krakow's hand not only can improve to not the nuts, but a very strong holding. He's also going to be ahead some of the time. In a spot where Ola might not fire a 3rd barrel, we can still show down a winner. That isn't completely ridiculous. As Miles said, he keeps in some of the dominated flush draws that might barrel again. The 7 means that Krakow gets there, but doesn't really get there. He retains his lead against some of Ola's bluffs. And a lot of the more obvious backdoor draws do brick out. Okay, 10-8 improves, but your queen 10s, your king 10s, your king queens, all swing and miss. So I just wonder now, with Krakow checking over to Ola, you know, with a big sizing, Ola's kind of representing trips or better or a bluff. He goes for what looks like 155k. Is it just over pot?
And you see that bear down as well. He shot him a look. And, you know, it's not the worst bluff catcher, right? Because Ola's not going to bluff Miss Diamonds. You know, you're unblocking all the hands like you just mentioned. King 10, King Queen.
Yeah, I don't think, obviously, he's ever going to be bluffing with a 7 in his hand. And as you say, he's going to throw it away. But I would imagine that Ola steers clear of bluffing with the missed ace of diamonds, because that's what you want Krakow to have and fold. So you do unblock the bluffs, and it's not the worst catcher, but with a pot size bet, we do have to lean more towards fold. Probably have better calls in our range. Beans on Toast says that Pads reckons people usually have it when they make eye contact. Thoughts, Spraggy? I think I would agree. In general, if people are willing to engage in any way, they are more likely to have it. Because it's easy to do things when you have the nuts and you don't really care what happens. Like, if you have it, you don't really care. You're not worried about influencing action necessarily, right? You have the nuts, like, you're going to win anyway. So people, when they talk, they tend to have it more. When they make eye contact, I think they tend to have it more. If they engage in any way, typically they tend to have it more. The same is very true of people who take funked up lines, interesting lines. They deviate, they play some really weird line. They are far more likely to have the nuts, because when you have the nuts, it doesn't really matter what you do. You're going to win anyway. So you can, if you check back and then 3-bet the turn and check raise the river, whatever it might be, it's easier to do that when you don't care. You've got the nuts, so whatever line you take is going to be okay. Where it's a lot harder for people to go into a really weird line and have a bluff, just because it's a lot less familiar. It's a lot less uncomfortable. So I think live tells, certainly, and also lines that people take tend to be far more weighted towards having it rather than not. There are, of course, exceptions, right? There's some people who talk all the time. You take a Cabrera or a Kasuf or someone similar. Some people are just naturally
feel very comfortable. Yeah.
Comfortable with whatever. Yeah.
Even D-Negs, you know, D-Negs talks people out of calling all the time, right? There's so many of those clips around. Just very comfortable. Check here on the flop. Definitely don't mind it.
Yeah, Lepore with 60% of the royal flush just doesn't really want to. It's not the end of the world if he gets check raised on the flop, but mixing a check and taking a free one, no issue. Zuari with a very sort of nice slice of the pie here. A deuce or a 6 makes him a straight. He still has ace high, which is going to, you know, retain some showdown value versus the check back. Quite interesting to see Lepore move himself into this delayed situation, just looking for a bit of value, maybe for some worse ace highs. Does risk occasionally cutting himself, you know, too thin against a hand like 5-4. We'll see how Zuari wants to proceed on the turn. I can't imagine it's for a fold with a double gut shot ace high. We'll see if he has any instinct to attack versus the delayed c-bet.
He does not. Believing that his ace high has some showdown value here. He's going to make a straight. And I wouldn't mind a small lead here, of course. Has way more 4s than Lepore.
Yeah, what you want to do when you're in the big blind and you make a 4 a lot, your opponent knows you make a 4 a lot because you're the player in the big blind. So your opponent, if you check to them, is going to check back. So you remove that option from their arsenal by employing the lead yourself, so that you can make money against a 7, you can make money against a jack. And it's a very nice pickup from Miles mentioning that lead strategy, and nice pickup from Zuari who goes for 89,000 in the lead, which might be a bit too greedy.
And you might think too, it's perhaps a little bit difficult to bluff there because he did check call the turn, right? So when he check calls the turn, he's got some showdown value. He's not going to check call the turn with 9 high, right? So, or some small heart draw or something. So really, he's got to be turning maybe bottom pair into a bluff, some kind of hand that has showdown value on the turn that's now bluffing. So it is hard to find bluffs, and when it's hard to find bluffs, you typically don't want to go for a massive size, just because you aren't bluffing very often.
Yeah, and when your range is going to have so much 4x in it as well, right? Or you know,
Yeah.
your opponent's occasionally going to make a straight too. So if you go too big, they can fold everything that isn't a straight, and then your straight doesn't make money. Whereas if we bet a tiny little piece of lint, he's going to have to call with a 7 and a jack and a 6 and a Pokemon card and a whatever, right?
Another nice hand here from Ole. Ole? Ola? Ole.
Ola.
Ola.
What you'll also find about table talk is sometimes if you have, or if someone has body language that they're going to call and an opponent doesn't want them to do so, they might, if they get to a point where they decide this person's going to call me, they might think, I have to start talking. All right, so if after 30 seconds, if someone's body language is for call and then the opponent starts talking, I do think that's quite a big tell as well, that they're trying to change your mind. Or indeed, if you're thinking about folding, your body language is a fold, and then they start talking. They've kind of given up that they're going to get their desired outcome, so they go into the chatter streets to try and switch it up. George Alexander says, surely we're getting Terry Jordan on the feature next. I would love to see some Terry Jordan feature table, sure. I don't know what the lineup for the feature is. I know that we tend not to put too much back-to-back. These guys have done 2 levels, but in the interest of fairness, you don't want the same table on the feature all day long. Playing under the lights, playing under the microscope of the stream. It's a slower table a little bit as well on feature, because you occasionally have to wait for TV, for all-ins, etc. So I think 2 levels will be the max for these guys. As for who comes next, I don't know.
And Zwari with another spicy peel here. He's definitely getting in the mix.
Raising the 6-7, yep.
No, he's peeled a...
Oh, sorry, he's called and open. Foggin with a raise. Zwari with a peel. Not much fun, though. It ain't no fun when Foggin got the gun. And he can mix a little, check a bet, a little bit of this, bit of that. Sometimes betting an ace. Sometimes checking an ace.
So I have ideas here of a float.
This is what I would say would be very naughty. Be a very naughty float, wouldn't it?
But good for the game.
Great for the game.
Great for the game.
Bad for any hopes of Zwari making a final table, though. He does fold.
Merstyle in the chat says 67. Maybe that was why he peeled. Maybe he's memeing. I don't know what that means, and I don't know. I know it's something the kids are saying. I don't know. I'm a little too old for that, but perhaps it's a very meta play. So if you're both in here, where's the baby? We have Spraggy's mom over looking after him. She's wonderful help, spending some time with his Nana right now.
I do like that you posted that, Mark, as if we... Oh, the baby!
Oh, we forgot.
I knew there was
Right.
something. I knew there was something, Miles.
Yeah.
They've raised themselves at that age. What is he now? 6.5 weeks? I'm sending him out for a job next month. Done with it. I'll give him Christmas. January's out for work. Freeloading in this house. Don't pay the mortgage, don't pay the bills. He's eating for free. Zwari with a raise of 8-6. Here he comes, man. Just loves playing poker, loves playing cards.
He came back from break and he said, "Screw this."
Yeah.
Pedal to the metal.
Good point here. The real question is who's watching Tonka, yeah. Honestly, if I was to leave either of them alone for an hour, who do I think would get themselves in more trouble between my 6.5-week-old son and Parker? I think I'd be happier leaving Bernie.
Struggle?
Artistic struggle.
Mississippi.
He would certainly spill less coffee on my brand new carpets. How has parenthood changed your perspective on poker?
Yeah? Yeah. How he's doing that.
Not at all, to be honest.
I don't know if he's behind the table. He's
I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, no, I mean, he said lower risk tolerance. No, I don't think so. Maybe just a little bit more selective with the tournaments that I play. Maybe late reg a bit more, just because my time is a bit more valuable now. Ole gonna defend the 8-5-0.
Ola doesn't like folding this big blind, eh? Defended 8-5-0, he defended 4-3-0. Just tends to be pretty stubborn. And naturally, when you do so, does create a lot of these circumstances where we're absolutely nowhere near it. Ojai with the small c-bet. Very little Ola can do with such a drab hand. Closing in on fewer than 100 players remaining, eh? 107 out there in the field. That's a lot more than 107 players, because we've got a mystery bounty tournament on at the moment. Various other tournaments in the field. And of course, in Paris, we'll have Spin and Go Championship Live, EPT Paris 2026, which will comprise of 81 qualifiers competing for €300,000 in prize money. Your eventual champion will take home €100,000. There are various ways to qualify, including but not limited to playing Spin and Goes on PokerStars and reading the blog and keeping your eyes peeled, because this is a qualifiers event. There's no buy-in to this. Just between now and Paris, you'll have many avenues where you can try and send yourself to an EPT, get involved with Spin and Go Championship Live. If that's your thing, if that's your bag, they built a brand new TV set. It looks very cool. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, you can win a load of money, which people like in poker. Sure. Quick fold, quick fold, quick fold. Kalinach with the queen 10 on the button. 30 big blinds deep. Doesn't raise with a queen 10 on the button. Conservative. Does mean another blind v blind confrontation between Mr. Olashemian. First to act with the king 4 suited. Completes for the extra 3,000.
Nice king.
Option for Lepore. Tappity tap. We're off to the middle.
Little ace, king 3. Could go either way here from Ole. Ola.
Starts with a check. Check, did he check? Pick up a pair.
Now I might seek some value, and it's good timing because Lepore has lepaired.
Lepore has lepaired. He's made his connection. And definitely enough for him to stick around for a street. Maybe 2. We shall see. Time will tell. And the river will decide. It's a 10. A little bit more miserable for Lepore. Some of Ola's turn bluffs are going to improve. Might have a little stab around with a 9, 10, Jack 10. Probably not so much Jack 10, Jack high, maybe checking a bit more. But not insignificant. I think crucially for Lepore, he improves on a 10 as well. Which moves the 8 down the ladder of the hands that he's going to have. 19,000
sure
is the request.
Not sure we need to defend here. We can probably just let it go, but Wizzo is a very aggressive opponent, so something to consider also.
Yeah, again, we have the benefit of perfect information on the stream, but not difficult to imagine Ola bluffing with a Queen 4, Queen 6, Jack 5, Jack 7, right? Maybe from bottom up, he maybe goes like Queen Deuce, 6, 7.
These blind versus blind limp pots can get a little crazy if you don't control your frequencies. It's very easy to really overdo it.
Well, Lepore, deep enough in the time bank that we can assume he suspects Ola might be overdoing it, but he does land on a good decision.
Good fold, sir.
Are there any streamers still in, is the question. We've got no PokerStars Team Pros in because we sent Sebastian Huber and he let us down. We sent Felix and he let us down. And I think Kenny played as well. Kenny Hallett let us down.
Yep.
Who else disappointed us this week? But either way.
Rory Jennings and Adam McCullough. I know Adam was there.
Oh yeah, Rory Jennings and Adam McCullough. But I just assume they're always out. You can't be disappointed if you have no expectations.
I set you up for that one.
Needed that mod, no,
Hans says, Marlos, did you experience pregnancy brain while playing poker at all? I did, in fact, yes. It is a very real thing. I was not firing on all cylinders, as I like to say. That's for sure.
Convenient excuse.
Yeah, I never am, though.
6-5.
Good fold.
7-5.
Krakow with an open in the hijack. Mark Foggin. Kinging and queening in the big blind.
Cool.
Likes it, loves it.
Let's go to a flop.
Miles, who's your
Will it be a
favourite ever
domination?
Newcastle United player?
Huh?
Queen high board,
Oh,
bad
I
news.
like, who's that one that you played with? What's his name?
Is that an answer?
The one that you played with, that you did the, you got the, I forget what, I'm tired. What's the?
she's given up.
You know, you're just making me work for it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're just making me work for it.
Do you mean
You had the.
who commentated when I was playing?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean
You had
Alan
the-
Shearer?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Is he Newcastle?
He is a Newcastle player, yeah. Alan Shearer, big Newcastle legend. Maybe the biggest Newcastle legend. Check on the turn. The ace taking the sting out of this one. No kickers playing. Both players a little bit wary of the ace-side turn. I wonder if Mark Foggin wants to block and try and get caught by pocket eights. That's what I would do, I think, versus check back. I'd bet a little bit of dust. Try and get called by the sevens, the eights, the jacks, the tens. He's going to get called, but it's by a queen, and we're splitting the pot. My favourite Newcastle player, Nikos Dabazas, probably. Got turned by Bergkamp. You won't remember Nikos Dabazas unless you were watching Premier League football around 2002, 2003.
No, I took that year off, actually. Wee says, Rory just goes for level 1, I think. Yeah, he does. Rory is the most high morale person to talk to on breaks, though, because every break, he's the most excited. Adria
Well,
Cologne out
yeah.
for 11,000 euros.
Low morale for Adricalange, who was final tableist in Malta, played really well in Malta. Had another crack at it here. I wouldn't say a particularly deep run, but makes his way into the money, as well say, out for 11,000. More bad news for our first ever Spraggy Underground Rogue stream enjoyers who were here at the Malta stream. The winner of that event, Tomasz Brzezinski, also eliminated.
No.
God, Malta heroes, 2 of them, out the door.
Okay, a cash is a cash. It's hard to cash a tournament. It's very hard. It won't be hard to 3-bet Ace King on the button, however.
No, feels
Very
good.
good
Ace
hand.
King versus Ola Shemian Open as well in the cutoff. 12,000 from Shemian. 40,000 from Lepore. Quite meaty miles in position. Typically we see what? 2 and a bit X open, 2.7, 2.8, maybe 3X open. What's this? 3.5 X open in position. I do think, not going to play back with the King 10, but I do think maybe players like to go slightly bigger when they have Ace King.
Perhaps.
And slightly smaller when they have the made hand.
Aces.
Something to think about.
Today. Ace King.
Yeah, also, Wizzo saw that he went in for the cold call earlier with 10s and didn't choose to 4-bet. Perhaps
King 10 for you.
realizing that maybe his 3-bet and 4-bet range tends to be a little bit stronger,
Not because you like, but just because
since he didn't choose to 4-bet in that instance. So
you already know. It's going.
maybe it's not going to make any questionable peels.
Respect it. I'd respect it.
Yeah, he's got respect.
Morera mucking the 3s. Under the gun. What do we got for famous favorite Newcastle players? We've got Faustino Asprilla. You remember when Faustino Asprilla was paraded around the pitch at Darlington as if they were going to sign him? Anyone remember this? And then they didn't, and they had that big new stadium, and now they don't, and they got relegated to National League North.
Hold that thought. Krakow's got aces.
Favorite
Anything
Newcastle
to-
players to favorite hands. Mine, Nikos Dabazas and pocket aces.
And Zuari's got a very defendable 5-deuce-0.
Loves peeling, loves defending. Flops a pair.
Could go for a check raise here. We are a little bit on the deep side, 50 bigs. Perhaps you want a little bit more equity, ideally, but the 5-deuce just benefits so much from denying that equity, and it's going to be pretty hard to navigate on runouts. So wouldn't hate a check raise here. Of course, it's not going to work. He goes for a call.
Yeah, this is something you see coming quite a lot. Some check raising of the bottom pair. As Mal says, we're blocking sets. We get to deny against things like Jack 10 and King Jack. Zuari opting for a call. The turn a Jack. We have seen Zuari lead some turns before. I don't think, or rather he led a river. I don't think the Jack improves him any more so than it does Krakow. So no leading going to be happening here. He might find a lead on something like a 4 or a 7 or a 3, but not on a Jack. The question for Krakow now is, does he want more value now on the turn? I think the answer is yes. And for what size? 35,000.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to continue here, of course, with 4th pair.
Yeah, it's crap, isn't it?
Yeah, not ideal.
Very bad. Especially in a spot where you're going to turn a backdoor flush draw sometimes. Again, talking about static equities. Equities that can improve. Equities that can eventually put a load of money in. You're never really going to be able to put a load of money in with a 5. Whereas if you have 5x of spades or 6x of spades or even, you know, a 7-8, there is eventually a world where you can put a load of money in up the river. So you want to look for hands when you defend. If not strong ones that can become strong. And 5-2 certainly is not that. Tamuri Ketspire, Nobby Solano as Jack 10 suited. Bit of flair. I like that analogy. David Ginola. More famous for his L'Oreal commercials, wasn't he, David Ginola, by the end? What happens to the orange when he busts, you think? Does he eat it with the skin on?
Does he juice it?
As an act of intimidation? Does he squeeze it so tightly in his hand in a rage that the juice oozes onto the felt? What happens, do we think?
Stay tuned.
Or is it like one of those tomes that you pass on to whoever knocks him out? And we're just going to have a rotten orange at the FT in 4 days?
Uses it as a PS throwable. Yeah, I like that.
Love that. Ace Queen for Ojai on the button as well, raises it up to 13,000. Morera, ace-in and 4-ing in the big blind. Do we want to 3-bet this, Mars?
Could do. A lot for the call.
I think we'd 3-bet sometimes, probably. Mix a load of these offsuit high-lows in the ace-x, king-x, queen-x. Calling fine, off to the flop. Wheel draw for Morera. Nothing draw for Ojai, but has the best hand, and will have the best hand on this board a lot. The lower the cards are, the harder it is for Morera to connect. He won't defend Jack deuce off, 10 deuce off, 10-3 off, Jack 3 off. But, you know, if they're 6s and 7s and 8s, he's going to have more of the offsuit peels. So boards where it's even tougher for your opponent to connect, you're probably likely to see bet a little bit more. 7,000 is the bet. Morera's options both good. I wouldn't mind to see a little check raise, to be honest.
Yeah.
This perfectly serviceable comes in for the call, is ahead of a lot of the continuations from Ojai. Does not improve on the turn. In fact, it's Ojai who makes a pair. How do we feel about the turn, Miles, if we're ace-queen on the button?
Yeah, I'd like to go for some value again. Again, a lot of the kings from Morera are going to check raise flop. In theory, at least. So we do rate to have the best hand. Almost always. He does check back, however. And now, curious if Morera does go for a bluff or if he feels that he has showdown value. Of course, he does have worse hands. He's got 6-4, 4-5, those type of things. But when it runs out Queen 10, I don't know how often we'd win.
Yeah, I think a lot of Ojai's checkbacks are going to improve, right? Like, he's going to make some queens. He's going to make some 10s. He's going to make ace-jack. I feel like ace-4 doesn't have a lot of showdown value. Like, it's one of those that some people might feel like ace-side can showdown, but very, very rare. Just because something like 7-8 or, you know, jack-8 probably comes in for a barrel on the turn at least some of the time. Not impossible to be winning, but maybe we still need to be bluffing it on occasion. 10,000 at the river.
Bait.
Yeah, really small, little bit of bait, a little bit of worm on a hook there. Unfortunately for Morera, he chooses not to bite.
Yeah, I would like to see a bluff from Morera. I don't really think we win too often. I mean, it was a good check because it wouldn't have worked, but...
Good check in this instance, sure. I think we'd have been looked up, but...
Don't know how often we're good there.
Enrico Kamoski is facing an all-in.
Say it ain't so.
So it's Ragona's gone all-in, and it's Enrico in the tank. The board is Jack 3-4. Looks like Enrico in the cutoff. Taking a look at the clock. What is love, and what are the hands?
Don't bust me no more.
He might be in danger of busting though, because Enrico tables King Jack. His opponent, the pocket queens, on a Jack high board. Enrico with one more chance and doesn't improve.
GG's.
Enrico Kumoski eliminated from the main event, 11,050 euro, and that has massive implications, folks, for the PokerStars Live League, because it means that he leaves with 150 leaderboard points, and it puts him 20 points behind Clemens Reuter. That's Clem90 on PokerStars, who's the current leader of the high leaderboard, and Enrico now within 20 points, but obviously wanted to go a little bit deeper to take the lead. I'm not sure how many more opportunities he will have in terms of high buy-ins in Prague to potentially win the league. There will be at least the high roller, which is a 10k. But there may be other 25ks. I think there might be another 10k turbo at the end as well. So he's definitely still in the hunt. But the job is not done yet, and Clemens Reuter is still out in front in the live league.
Someone else who's still in the hunt is Krakow here with 3 9s and a limped pot blind versus blind. Check, check, flop. I love it. And it's going to work out for him because Morera has connected with the turn, a top pair. He's in like seek value.
Action board indeed. And Morera, you know, with a lot of bad hands that just want to check fold, makes his connection on the turn. Checks to induce a bluff from Krakow. The bet is 12,000.
Nothing else to do here but call. I feel like Queen Deuce is just not strong enough to raise, and of course folding is not an option, and we'll go to a river here. What will it be?
A deuce. 3 pairs, but unfortunately no good. Doesn't really change anything at all. Unless, of course, we're ever in a situation where Morera wants to try and rep a full house. But I think blind v blind, his hand is just going to win often enough that it's a very profitable call. He will call the turn with a queen, but he'll also call the turn with ace high and king high. So the way his strategy is going to work at the river is he has to call some of his range and fold some of his range. And the part of his range that he folds is the ace high and the king high and the jack 10 or whatever it might be. And the part of his range that he calls is the queen deuce. Because we're going to beat all the bluffs. We block some value. And we're just too high up in our range to consider folding with a pair blind v blind. So this one's going to get paid off. There's nothing really that Morera can do about it.
No.
Krakow traps on the flop, and as Miles pointed out, it's a nice little check back to keep some hands in the pot that might otherwise have folded. And there are your dividends, sir.
Yeah, I have to pay there as Morera. Just unfortunate that he had it.
Unfortunate indeed. And Krakow, big tank yesterday, but playing very quickly today. We love it. We love it. We reckon it's a Clementine on the flop. On the flop? On the table. Folds to Laporte. King and a jack. Sure. Raises into Foggin with an ace and a king. Sure. What's Mark Foggin's sizing here? 36,000? Yeah, 3 times. As we alluded to before, in position, 3x, quite standard for a 3-bet size.
A little bit of posturing here, perhaps, but I'll let it go.
Not the way to fight back, not the way to defend. Mark Foggin will be having nightmares about the Ace King. If I was Mark Foggin, I might never have played the Ace King ever again after the bad beat in Barcelona. For those of you who didn't see that, I'm sure there's a clip out there. He got it all in with Ace King against Ace Queen. Ace King against Ace King. And lost to the 4 flush. Deep in the main. But back again here, looking to make another go at it. Got a root for Mr. Mark Foggin. UK player, Newcastle United fan, good lad, big legend. Looking for some justice after an untimely elimination. What was that? July? August? 5 months ago?
I'm sure it's still fresh to him. Those beats have a way of living with you rent-free for a long time.
So word on the street is that if Enrico cashes anything in the 10k, if he makes some money, the money would be enough to secure him the win in the high league. That's what we're hearing. Ola defending his big blind again with a jack and a 7. Zawari the opener, frequent opener as well. Ola defends the big blind a lot and misses the big blind a lot. Misses again here. Zawari connects, but in not so meaningful ways. Continuation bet. Should take it. Prez says it's Newcastle Sunderland this weekend. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. I bet the local police forces are very, very happy about the, I'm sure, calm, collected and relaxed manner in which the game will be enjoyed. Do you remember when that Sunderland fan punched a horse in the head?
I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't know.
Football hooliganism and football violence aside, it was a Newcastle fan. Sorry, Sunderland fans. It was a Newcastle fan. Sorry. I don't think really you should ever be punching a horse in the head. I'll go ahead and say that. I don't think it's acceptable behaviour. I think it's absolutely reprehensible. I think you've behaved deplorably. Punching a horse for an hour. 7-3 for Shemian. Loves to get involved blind v blind. He has to get involved blind v blind a lot because the button keeps folding.
You are nothing. You are a fool, and you are a waste of time.
Marley's a huge Andy Tate fan, not Andrew Tate, who's really someone quite different. Andy Tate is the Man United fan who McCullough interviewed years ago. You remember this guy?
Great clip.
And she loves the clip where he's talking about Moise and Fellaini, Rude. Mursar says, what if the horse is a Nazi? Someone said, what if the horse angles you? We're just imagining up evil horses where we can justify punching a horse in the head. That's Twitch, isn't it? Okay. You shouldn't punch a horse and someone goes, well, what if the horse has wronged you in some manner? What if the horse is an identity fraud? What is an identity thief?
Not horses per se, but they do say that if a dog bites you, that's how you should get him off you, is punch his mouth. If like a pit bull attacks you.
Good to know.
That's how you...
Survival with Master D. It's like Bear Grylls.
No, seriously, that's how you get a vicious dog if they've attacked you.
Isn't that a shark? You smack it on the nose. Punch a shark in the nose, I think.
I think if a shark gets you, you just let him kill you at that point.
Well, you would maybe you'd be dead. I'd punch it in the nose and swim away, probably.
I think a bear. I mean, don't even try.
I'd punch a bear in the nose.
You just anger it more. Just accept your fate. And on that morbid note,
what is it?
What?
Because there's black bears and brown bears, right?
Yeah, I don't want to
and there's
tangle
like
with either of them.
There's a saying. There is a saying to help. I'm already dead because I can't remember the saying. I'd be there, the bear's charging at me, and I'm going, there's a little rhyme. There's a rhyme. If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. Because the brown bear, if you play dead with the brown bear, it won't mess with you. But if it's black bear, you've got to be having a scrap.
I think that'll go out the window if they're charging at you, to be honest.
Well, it went out of, I forgot it, and I'm in a very low pressure situation. I can only imagine if I was camping in northern Canada and getting charged, that I'd be in big trouble. That's basically saying if it's brown, lie down, is you could play dead and get away with it. If it's black, fight back, basically means if it's a black bear, you're screwed. It's going to tear you limb from limb, because it's like your only choice is to fight back. And obviously it's a fight you're going to lose. I'm incredibly hard, tough guy, but even I don't fancy myself against a black bear.
Well, you know what Bernard means is brave bear. Our son's name means brave bear, so he'll be facing him head on.
He'll be
no matter what color they are.
Right. Tenuous link there. Tenuous bear-based link. And today on the stream, we're asking, what is your favorite bear? For me, it's a market, a bear market.
Ooh,
Queens in the big blind for Ojai. We're very deep here, or suitably deep, that we're not going to see an all-in pre-flop. Morera with a tasty looking 8-9 suited. I think Ojai a very big favorite to reinvest. Igor Programming, thank you for the 67 months, because it says congrats on the bear, folks. Thank you. And it looks like we're coming in for a raise. Is that 75,000? 52,000. I thought 75,000 would be very large. Sizing matters. 52,000. A lot more defensible with 8-9 suited. What are we thinking, Miles?
Not a great hand appeal, just because there's some reverse implied. When you hit the straight, get ace king.
Yeah,
but
we spoke about that yesterday, didn't we? 8-9.
Yeah.
If the flop comes 10 jack queen, or the board is 10 jack queen, especially in a 3-bet pot, you are getting the ace king cooler. So in a way, we'd rather have the 6-7 or the 5-4.
Also dominated by some of the bluffs there in the big blind. He's in a 3-bet hands like the king 9-0, ace 9-0, even maybe jack 9-0, and all those hands. You know, when you're dominated by the bluffs, it's not really a good spot to be in. And then of course dominated by the value as well. And they have aces and kings, so good fold.
Al the Chemist says the panda. That's the big one, isn't it? The panda.
Oh, panda, yeah.
Favorite bears. Reggie Penn says bare naked ladies. Unbelievable. Let's have a little bit of decorum in the chat, please, if we may. Rupert the bear. See, Rupert the bear always struck. He's a little bit posh, wasn't he, Rupert the bear? He used to wear like a little suit and that, didn't he? I think he forgot his roots, Rupert the bear. He's a little bit aloof, a little bit, you know,
hazy.
He looked down his nose at you, Rupert the bear, I think. Ainsley Chariot says Care Bears.
Yeah.
Good shout.
Kings again, and are we going to see another walk? These big pairs. No, we will not, because Zuari is in the big blind, and he has not met a hand he won't defend. Queen Deuce, though, very reasonable. Suited the variety.
I'm bearish on his chances. Gonna have to come from behind. Queen Deuce. Tenuous link once again. Almost as tenuous as Marley's segue of the bear conversation into talking about our son. Has a backdoor spade draw and does, crucially, Miles, have an over to the jack, which if we're going to bluff, we kind of like it, right? But on a board like this, we've got so many more options for our bluffs. We've got 5-6, 6-7, 9-7, 9-10, Queen 10, Queen 9. There's not really a hand that isn't a gut shot. So I think we're more likely to get spicy with those than we are Queen Deuce suited. Kalinach with a very fat value proposition. We've seen him take big bets before. He overbets the flop with the kings. This is a man who does not want to see any more cards. He doesn't want any silly business. If he's got the best hand, he's putting money in right now, and he's taking down what's in the middle. And so far, it's serving him very well.
And honestly, it's not the worst strat. Sometimes people like to get tricky, and in general, when you have a good hand, you want to put a lot of money in the pot, and you don't want to mess around, which he's doing.
He's doing it, and he's doing it well.
Hell yeah.
Good.
Second time he's had kings, I think so, yeah.
Let's see if these guys are doing it well. What's going on here? It's Maria Lampropoulos. Got a lot of chips in front of her in seat 6. Playing against Elia Salerno. The board is ace-5, king-jack 10. Salerno bets 30k. That looks like a call from Maria. Salerno will table queen-jack. By my maths, that's 5 in a line. Maria mucks her hand. And this is going to be the new feature table when we get back from the break. These guys will be joining us on feature. And it will also bring to the table, bring to the limelight, €25 online qualifier, Antonio Schiaccia, in for just €25. So you guys, whenever I sit here and say, Satellites, the Irish Open are running €22 feeders, €25 feeders, €11 feeders. A lot of these guys in the field qualifying on PokerStars for €25. Moreira with the 3-bet as we rejoin. We mentioned earlier that I think Moreira did have ace-5-0 in the big blind, and I said, do we ever 3-bet this? And the decision was maybe, sometimes yes. And here we are seeing the 3-bet from the ace-5-0 in the big blind from Moreira. Fog and faults. And we've broken through the 100-player mark. 99 remain.
It's starting to get good. Yeah, I didn't realize that Maria was still in. She's my pick. Would love to see Maria take it down. Great player.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And she's also not only a great player, she's got the experience of
Really not fun.
closing out big tournaments. She won $1 million Dust to Dawn at the Party Poker Millions. She won the PCA in 20-something, 13-ish.
Always good when the bubble goes quick.
She won the women's event, women's festival main event in London last year.
I think that counts for a lot in the sense of being able to close out a tournament. Being technically good is one thing, and even being able to play well on feature tables and not being frozen up by the limelight, but just having the experience of having won before, knowing what it takes to win, those clutch moments and making decisions for all of it when it matters the most. You can't train that. You have to just earn it over time, the experience over time. So it definitely counts for a lot in these fields.
I will say, when I had my run in Prague, that was the biggest thing, was I was so fatigued. And there's just so many emotions going through your head and if you've never been in that spot before, nothing can prepare you for that other than experience. So just being there again and again is invaluable. As is Ace Queen O here. We see a 3-bet from Moreira.
Yeah, second hand in a row as well that Moreira has 3-bet pre-flop. There's actually been a fair amount of 3-betting at this table. I think King 10 suited in the cutoff for Ojai is playable in either option. I do think we're going to occasionally want to put in a 4-bet with a King 10 suited. That may even be at this stack depth for an all-in occasionally. I think in the current meta where people tend to maybe overdo their 3-bets, we can even think about some smaller 4-bets. Some little clicking, which is becoming popular again. But I wouldn't like to fold. And I think the hand can do this very well. It can call very well. Suited, connected. We are probably going to dominate some bluffs, right? King 7, King 8, maybe 3-betting small blind, maybe Jack 10, Queen 10 suited as well. So Ojai playing in position, 108k in the middle. Flops incredibly well. How do we approach small blind strategy here, Molly?
I like to probably just bet range. We do a lot of 8x as well. You know, ourselves. It is going to interact a lot with the cutoff's range, but I would just like to go for a bet on the small side.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the peels that are going to be made here, if you're Moreira with a hand like Ace Queen, you know, you're going to get peeled by Queen Jack. You're going to get peeled by King Queen, maybe. Certainly with spades and hearts. So we can bet and even, you know, get some dominated hands to stay in the pot. Obviously, Ojai has flopped top pair with 135,000 in the middle. Very good hand, sure. We take the lead against other broadways and ace highs, but its vulnerability moving forward might prove testing. Let's see how the board might run out. That is the least testing of the turns. Makes the full house, which does take the sting out of a lot of the sort of equities that we're concerned about, right? We might be concerned about getting outdrawn by something like ace-5 of spades. We might be concerned about getting outdrawn by something like queen-jack making a straight. Obviously, our hand is a lot more protected against those draws now. What are you thinking if you're Moreira?
I'm checking. Ojai can also have aces and kings himself, flatting 40 deep. So, yeah, I like this from Moreira, and I don't hate the check.
Damn, sick river. Sick river. Because now, after a check back on the turn, you know, Moreira definitely still beating the queen jacks, the king queens on the turn. I just wonder now, after a check back, a little trap from Ojai, whether there's any ideas that both players are going to be playing the board. Whether either of them, or rather whether Moreira will try to leverage his opponent off what he thinks might be a chop. Of course, we can see there is no chop. Ojai holding 3 10s and 2 8s for the biggest full house you can have. But does Moreira think that there's a lot of chops going on here?
Question is, would Moreira check a 10 or an overpair in the turn?
All in. He's moved all in. He's trying to leverage his opponent either off a chop or, you know, trying to represent kings and aces.
So the 10 also in, yeah?
I don't know what Ojai is waiting for.
Has not snapped. He's worried about quads, perhaps. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a 3-bet pot. He's only losing to quads, right?
Yeah.
He beats aces and kings that will jam for value. I guess it can't really jam for value on a 10. But, like, I don't know what we're worried about.
Fold. Fold, fold.
He had 3 10s and 2 8s.
Did he misread his hand?
Yeah, I understand. And I threw the cards.
I'm so confused. Did he misread his hand?
I mean, I don't know whether is he thinking that he loses to aces and kings somehow? Is he sort of misunderstood that, or is he really he can't be afraid of the 8 enough of the time, right?
Chat, what do you think? Did he think he had ace king jack maybe? I'm not sure.
No, I honestly think that he
I don't want to be
is.
No? How you put this 10?
Let me listen.
And I have a 10 in my hand.
Okay. You have a 10?
Yeah.
So why did you fold? 10. Nuts. You lose against kings.
What? So we have the 10. No way.
Right, well fast.
He thinks he's losing to queens, kings, and aces. Is why he's folding. I think.
7 pass.
That's what it is. He thinks he's losing to overpass.
Misread my cards. Misread the board.
Misread the board.
You had a 10?
No. Yeah. I had the 10.
He knows he had the 10.
Thank you, Clark.
Good luck sleeping tonight.
That's why, because we didn't sleep.
10 pass. 1 pass.
I had king 10.
I mean, it happens.
3 pass.
What's
He said he didn't sleep. I think he's realizing now that he just brain farted and didn't realize that he's beating the overpairs.
It happens to honestly. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes
Yeah,
you just brain
it
fart.
happens. It happens. It's, you know, you do get. There's a lot of fatigue. You're on the feature table. You got the lights. You got the cameras.
Yeah.
But mamma mia, what a huge misstep, because that pot is worth 600, 700,000 chips, And he had the effective nuts, right? I mean, sure, he's going to lose to an 8, but mamma mia, he'll think about that hand for a little while, I think. Olashemian 4 bets king queen in the meantime.
85. Today's right.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Not ideal, Miles. I would have called.
And Morera is now free rolling the event. He should be out. Or on dust. I'm not sure if he was covered or not, but he is absolutely free rolling at this point.
We can't speak. He folded a 10. We all can't speak. They may both have 10s. And not to mention, Miles, not only does he not win by saying call, he's also put a load of money in pre-flop and on the flop that he loses, right? It's not only that he's not doubling up his hand, he's losing the chips that are already in the middle.
Well, all you can do is move on. And he is moving on with a very nice hand.
Yeah, it's got to be a big psychological reset, though, because you're always just thinking, oh, I should have 700k, I should have 800k, whatever he would have had. So it's very tough. I would just be... I'll tell you what, the best thing that's going to happen to him now is we've got a break in 40 seconds. In that he can go and walk it off and reset and realize that he's still got 300,000 chips in the EPT main event. He's still in great shape. Just try to put it to the back of his mind, but it's obviously a very sad one. Obviously a very sad one.
No way, yeah, the 10, right?
You will see it on the TV. I had king 10
I think
of
he had
clubs.
10, yes.
You will see the hand anyway on the TV.
I believe it.
I will lie to you and you will
Why
see
would
the...
he lie?
But you will see the hand. I'm telling
Doesn't
you,
make
king
any
10 of
sense.
clubs.
You got the Christmas gift.
Christmas came early this year.
He's taking it in
Usually
very good
comes
spirits, to be
25th.
fair. He doesn't seem that
He
upset
is.
by it.
How funny it would be if you had an 8. Best lay down ever.
Range 12,000.
Anyway, you will see now the hand on the TV. So
Yeah,
why to lie to you?
I can't wait to see it, honestly. What are you doing?
Bluff. So lucky. Bluff.
All right, final hand of this level, I believe. Foggin with an ace queen. Zwari, who loves to call pre-flop, coming in with the 4s. We expect nothing less.
It's because of you.
Krakow with ace 10 in the cutoff.
I need
I'm not
to
sure how
find
good I
some
feel about being
excuses,
third
that's
player
why.
in. I might have a squeeze with the ace 10-0. Krakow agrees. Raise announced.
Last hand before break
Break,
here.
right?
He's going to come in spicy.
It's right, right? At least I will be famous.
Is the Mandarin allowed?
Laporte's going to get a count with the 6 deuce off.
Is a smart Mandarin.
7 pass.
Action back on Foggin with the ace queen. 270,000 chips. So we're... What, 50 blinds deep?
Just under. Yeah. Yeah, 50
To
bigs.
start the hand with the... Yeah. Ooh. Mark Foggin staying out of trouble with ace queen. People in the background love that fold of ace queen. Big cheers. Elation.
Zwari can peel here if he wants. And Zwari likes to get in the mix, so we will see a flop.
Yeah, 131,000 in the middle. 250k nearly back for the pocket 4s.
I like a peel.
Yeah, we'll fancy his chances playing with the small pair, but probably not so enjoyable on the ace, king, king. I would imagine Zawari checking over to his opponent. It's going to be a very good board for Krakow, having 3-bet a lot of the time. There's bluffs coming from King X and Ace X. You know, we might squeeze a King 10, a King Jack, an Ace 10, an Ace Jack, an Ace Queen. I think Krakow will bet extremely small because it's also a spot where he's going to have Ace King trips. You know, his hand, if it's good, it's a lock, so it wants to induce as much action as possible. I don't even hate this for similar reasons. Zawari makes a full house. Now, we have seen a full house fold, but moments ago. This one is slightly different.
If I'm Zawari here, alarm bells are sort of going off just because I feel like a lot of players, when they do go for the squeeze, if they are light, they'll often just find the throw out a bet on the Ace King King, figuring it's, you know, favoring them. So when he does find the check, it is a bit scary.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if he squeezes Jack 8 suited or Jack 9 suited or Queen 8 suited or something,
he's going to throw out a bet.
He's just going to bet Ace King King. Whereas this is a bit more showdown driven. I mean, maybe
or
there's
nutted.
some idea
Like
by
quads
Krakow
or
to represent
vote.
Jacks or Queens or 10s to try and induce a bluff, right? That would make some sense. I think in theory, you'll probably see Zawari bluffing 4s here a lot to try and fold out 10s and Jacks and Queens. Zawari takes the path of least resistance. And Krakow maybe eventually is going to look to put some money in with
He
a full
can
house.
trap no longer. There's no more cards to come. We must a bet. And bet he shall. Looks like he's going to go for a half pot juicer. And quick fold.
Bait not taken, and that is indeed the last hand of the level. And unfortunately, it's also the last hand to be commentated today by Mrs. Marley Spragg, who's been a joy, a delight, a wonder. Thank you very much for joining us, Marley. Back tomorrow for more?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thanks for having me. I had fun. Back off to my motherly duties. And I'll be watching from the rail.
Thank you very
It's
much.
been
Thank you
real.
for all your contributions, and thank you for looking after our son whilst I commentate poker. There's your chip leader from the feature table, Ola Shemian, 92 big blinds. Anton Kalinach, who is living and enjoying the emotions of every pot. 20 big blinds deep is my hope for a final table appearance. We will be back after a short break. I am going to take a quick break today. We try to avoid the breaks a little bit. We do have some fun games on the break coming up later, but for now, we'll see you shortly.
And the blinds are going up. 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. And picking up the action here, there has been a raise from Martin Finger. Action's on Ryan Fee in the small blind.
98,000.
A 3-bet.
98,000.
Jacks for Kurganov.
Too strong to fold. Probably too strong to just call, too.
How much are you playing right now? More than me?
About $1 million, dog.
Not sure.
Oh, wait, no, now. I lost how much? Like 9, like low 9.
Okay.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I'm all in.
Kurganov shoves. Finger looks back at his 7s and folds.
460 about.
Yeah, sure. So you don't know how many big blinds it is.
Does it really matter?
About 40.
With ace king suited. He's calling.
Bam! I'll let your boy.
Yes, that.
GL, sir.
All right. One of us is gonna have $1 million.
One of us is gonna have 1 million chips. Sorry.
Did you have an ace or a king?
You want to know it or not?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No,
I had 2 jacks. It's sick.
You did?
Kurganov flipping for his tournament life. There's a jack.
Well, that's not good. Oh, it's okay.
2 diamonds on board.
I'm technically alive. 10. 10 or queen?
10 is a good card.
Diamond. Queen of
Flash
diamonds.
info? Probably. First flash, then what?
8 immediate outs for Ryan Fee.
Queen is a good card as well. Not in that order, though.
It's a diamond.
Ryan Fee not acting like he's been there before, but he hasn't, so I'm gonna allow it.
10 is still a good card.
Uno mas. No, no mas, no mas. Por favor.
The river doesn't save Kurganov.
All right.
GG.
Okay, man.
Not sure if I'm a fan of all the abbreviation speech, RF.
You're gonna win it anyway. Good luck.
Bye, Igor.
Last free water.
It is the basis for life on this planet.
Ryan Fee up to 1.5 million. He has reclaimed the tournament chip lead. Back to the main stage. McDonald and Fee are in the blinds. Dan Coleman's under the gun. Looks like he's raised. He's made it 25,000 with pocket nines. Troinovsky on the button.
What do you think about it?
Folds. Round to Fee.
Such a small raise.
Position matters less the less round of big blinds.
So enticing. Also, like, I don't give a about it, so like,
Yeah.
there's that as well. We will be seeing a flop star.
We will.
We will be seeing how much? 25?
25. All right. Position doesn't matter all that much.
No, I don't really.
We're short.
I'm like unconcerned about position, especially with a fish like you. Check.
Wow. Fee has checked in the dark, and he's hit 2 pair on the flop.
Pretty loose call by Fee before the flop, splashing around a bit with a massive stack, but it looks like it's gonna pay off for him real well.
Coleman set to continue. Into a pot of 68,000. He bets 16K.
I'd say there's a good shot Ryan raises this. Plenty he can get action from, and bottom 2 pairs, plenty to protect against.
55,000. Coleman the effective stack here. Doesn't have much behind.
And without the ace in his hand, it's probably a much easier laydown than if he did have one.
I don't know why I folded this.
He lets it go.
Show me a 5 and a 6. I'll give you $500.
Cannot. I have to show you exactly a 5 and a 6.
What?
I have to show you exactly a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too late. I would have, but go on.
Head games. You want to see? You gotta pay the fee.
Pop it straight.
What?
Pop it straight.
No, man. So I.
Whoa, fee. Try to live a life that's completely free.
He's still the tourney boss with more than 1.5 million. Blinds at 816 with a 2K ante. Action at the feature table has been folded around to Mike McDonald. Ace 4.
May the ace 4s be with you.
All right. Ooh, a close one. All right, how much you got?
This is a very close one. Mike McDonald plays dang near close to optimal.
This is very close. We will probably see some cards.
Mike's got every ace in his range, small pairs, better kings, suited connectors too, though. Figuring this out would take an actual computer.
Actually, god damn it.
Nah, maybe a graphing calculator.
262, there's like antes.
He calls. Mike McDonald is at risk.
Yeah.
TY.
How much? 262.
Fold.
Yeah, don't like folding. Maybe you should fold.
It's a pretty tough hand to fold for.
It's Broadway, there's a king in it.
I don't think you fold.
Live cards.
10 on the flop. Fee takes the lead.
Mike wishing Ryan had folded now.
Mike needs an ace on the river to survive. Doesn't get it.
Good luck. Thanks, man. Good luck, guys.
What is happening? It's like opposite day here on the EPT. These new guys are throwing bows. Mike McDonald still doesn't move his arms when he walks. That's gotta mean something.
And Ryan Fee has more than 1.7 million, nearly 3 times the tournament average. Ismail Erkanov was the initial raiser. Fee set to 4-bet with kings. Makes it 300,000 total. Get a fold from Erkanov.
I'm all in.
And Danshak shoves, quickly called.
That's a bad sign.
How you gonna do it this time, Dan?
Look. Queens have been lucky today.
You'll find that in many poker books.
Fee an 82% favorite and a queen on the flop.
Wow. You just got shacked. Boom shakalaka.
What is he doing?
Fee down to 9%. Make that 5%.
Nice hand.
It's a double up for Shaq.
How does he always pull this off?
He's now up over 2 million, third in chips overall.
Doesn't look like he knows either.
What's happening?
They moved me.
Oh, my man. All right. Go get him. Go get him. I'll see you at the final table.
Oh, sorry. I can't move.
10-3 for Sven Reichardt in the cutoff, and he raises to 60,000.
Look at you, Sven. You, Sven.
60?
Ryan Fee in the big blind has King Jack.
And typically you want to open these pants hands when you've got a weak player in the big blind. Granted, none of these players are weak, though.
Fee calls. The flop is King 8-5, all diamonds, top pair for Fee. He checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Reichardt with just a 3-high flush draw continues.
And it's a small c-bet, so we should typically be following this up with another barrel on the turn.
Fee calls the 60k. It's the queen of spades on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Action goes check, check.
Oh, giving up may save him some chips in this spot, but in the long run, he's probably going to lose every time he plays it this way.
8 of clubs on the river pairs the board. Looks like Fee is going to lead here for 110,000.
I think Sven needs to give this up. His only other option is to raise, and I think that would be less believable than when a guy's online dating profile says he's looking for a serious relationship.
Reichardt going for chips.
Oh boy. He is going to get looked up like a funky rash on a health website.
He raises to 275,000. And gets a fold!
Wow, apparently I know nothing, Jon Snow.
Reichardt adds 270k to his stack. Back to the feature table. Ace-7 for Ryan Fee in the cutoff. He raises. Erkanov in the small blind has Ace-9.
Erkanov, where are these people coming from?
In his case, Russia.
How much do you have? Like 7?
660.
660.
King Queen for Coleman. He calls in the big blind. 3-way to the flop.
Yeah.
Fee is dominated. Coleman has the best equity with 2 live cards. But Ryan Fee pairs his 7 and takes the lead.
The hand that's supposed to flop worst, flops best.
Action check to Fee. He continues for 90,000. Erkanov folds.
85 or?
90.
Coleman may stick around with his 2 overcards.
He calls.
And sometimes King High will be the best hand.
Turn card is the 5 of spades. Fee now an 86% favorite. Action goes check, check. The river is the 7 of spades. Trips for Fee.
Seems fairly obvious what's going to happen here.
Small in.
Oh, I just thought he was going to bet.
Very weird.
This shove is a significant overbet.
Coleman contemplating the hero call of all hero calls.
What could you have, Ryan?
He's not supposed to have much.
You may be bluffing with the best hand. That's never good.
Even though this seems nuts, Ryan's rarely going to have a 7. He could have a flush, but he probably bet that draw on the turn. This is almost always a 7 or air.
Coleman hero calls. And Ryan Fee doubles up.
Now, even though Dan Coleman was wrong there, his ability to make ridiculous calls like that is why he's one of the best in the world and why he's won not 7, but 8 figures already this year.
Oops.
I wish I had like ace-6, like the ace of spades.
yeah. I didn't believe you. I called you a liar.
That's true. You did call me a liar, but I'm an honest guy.
I know that now.
If you don't believe he's honest, check his tweets. He called Dan Shack a bleep.
Blinds now 30-60.
120.
Ryan Fee raising the button with Queen 10. Aces for Vlad.
Ruh-roh.
Troinovsky 3-bets, makes it 305,000. Action back on Fee.
A small blind button dynamic may convince Ryan he should call here, but I think he can fold this most of the time. Vlad's a tough player, but I'm not sure how much he's going to be doing this with worse than Queen 10.
If Ryan calls, he would get to play the flop in position. But he is a major underdog against aces. Well, he calls.
No, I love that look. Love Vlad.
And it's second pair for Fee on the flop. Vlad still a 4-1 favorite with aces.
This is not going to be good for Ryan Fee.
Troinovsky continues for 280k.
All in.
And Fee shoves.
Vlad's definitely calling.
Sure enough, he calls.
And this is a big pot.
Well, got some possibilities.
True.
Fee looking for a queen or a 10. He'll need to hit on the river. Only 5 cards in the deck save him. And that's not one of them.
GG.
Ryan Fee, the former chip leader, min cashes in 11th place.
Whoa, Fee. Sat all day with a dude named Sven, but eventually went broke calling with Queen 10.
And there's a clash between everyone's favorite super high roller rivals, Dan Shack and Vanessa Selbst.
All right, everybody, shut up for a second. Shut up. It's Vanessa Selbst and Dan Shack. I want popcorn. Where's my popcorn?
And look at that flop. 2 pair for Selbst, a set for Shack.
Boom, shakalaka.
What is it with these two?
This hand is the worst thing to happen to a Vanessa since the last time Dan Shack did this to Vanessa.
Well, Selbst was the pre-flop aggressor. She continues the flop for 45,000.
And the sick part, she is champing at the bit to get another raise in here.
Well, Shack has made it 125,000. Vanessa can now 3-bet. She makes it 210,000.
You guys are going to want to see this.
I'm all in.
A shove and a call.
Hold on to your potatoes.
Is that real?
Yes, it's very real.
She's got 4 outs.
Vanessa needs a king or a jack. And she needs to hit on the river. She's out.
Can you do?
Never, ever, ever play against Dan Shack.
Okay.
I seriously can't even believe that just happened again. Vanessa's gonna need to start labeling what she puts in the fridge because Dan Shack keeps eating her lunch.
Oh, I didn't do the interview yet, but I was gonna predict that you were gonna do. They asked me who was most likely to win and get like a high roller that hadn't yet. And I said,
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
hope you get him.
Still a long way to go.
Not sure if serious.
Welcome back to Prague, my friends. Welcome back to the European Poker Tour, and welcome back to Spraggy TV. Do we get a horizontal Bowie next? Do we get Andy Wilson in the analyst slot? The answer, unfortunately, is no. Horizontal or vertical, no Bowie appearance today. You are stuck with me and a raspberry mini roll as we take a look at all the money that people can win. It's a nice amount of money, isn't it? Good chunk of change that. Good chunk of change that. How are we all doing? How's morale in the camp? Are we enjoying the poker today? I have been. I present to you your feature table with 95 players remaining in the field. Headline, perhaps one might suggest, by Maria Lampropoulos. If I may be so bold. We've got some qualifiers at this table wearing some patches. Javier Fernandez qualified for a 530 euro satellite. Antonio Schiaccia, as we said, qualified via a 25 euro satellite into a 250 euro satellite. But he is on a second bullet. So his original entry was from 25 euro, but he's rebought. So he's not wearing a patch, as the qualifiers do. And Mattis Salmins, also a 250 euro qualifier as well. But as we said with the qualifiers, sometimes, you know, I play satellites. A lot of regs play satellites just because why not? Doesn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't have played the tournament anyway. But it does mean they're usually in for cheaper than the 5k buy-in. Action to start us off, 52,000 chips in the middle because we've seen a raise from Fernandez. But perhaps unorthodoxly, just a call from Maria in position on the button, not 3-betting the queens versus under the gun, +1 open. Ace-high flop, unfortunate. Check back, turn the 4 of diamonds. We will see some occasional mix, which almost never happens in practice. But I think flattening the queens here, keeping the range a bit wider. Like, I don't think we'll see it be a pure 3-bet in theory land. 12,000 is a very small sizing from Fernandez on the turn. And of course, as we well know, size matters. Certainly don't think Maria is concerned about folding just yet. The decision's going to come at the river. Double flush draw board here. Would expect some of the A-side to opt into a bigger sizing. So maybe this 12k is quite indicative of exactly the sort of hand that Fernandez has. Some players will naturally default into just always betting what their hand is worth and not really thinking about how other hands in their range necessarily want to size, etc. Tough for Fernandez to try and drive more value on a 9. I wonder if Maria will try and target the pocket 10s, the pocket jacks, the 9x. It would be a very, very sharp decision to try and squeeze some extra value here. I think if she does so, it's going to be for around half pot. Her opponent maybe still has some ace-x. So it is bordering on a little thin. Check, check. Winner, winner. Let's have a big shout out to some of our subs rolling in who I may have missed today. Sorry, folks. Hawaii Silent, not sure if he's still there, but thank you for 63 months. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Spraggles. Hope you've been well. Hope the baby's thriving. Apologise for being MIA. Love from our family to yours. Right back at you, mate. Thank you very much.
There's a good thing about this TV table with my stack. Like, they have a big story if I come back, right? Marketing?
Is there something written that I have agreed?
For marketing reasons, it's very good when I come back.
Yes, I would like to. Yeah.
Vrakas joins the table with just 47,000 chips.
You can write that story.
5 big blinds. He's looking for a spin up.
You saw, everybody can do it.
From 0 to hero.
Yeah.
Something like that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Don't broke it, please.
Answer me?
Are you from?
Latvia, Riga.
Latvia.
You?
Spain.
Nice. Living in Spain?
Andorra.
Andorra.
You're in Andorra?
Andorra, yeah, for sure.
I live
Been there.
You've been there?
Yeah,
Right?
I've been there, yeah.
That's
A
game.
couple years ago. We're just traveling, a couple of guys to series and...
Ace-8 offsuit for Sciacca. Pretty wide open from under the gun too with the offsuit. Going to run into some trouble, Maria Lampropoulou, with ace-queen.
Yeah, it is, why not?
Deciding just to call. Playing a more call-heavy pre-flop game, it seems. It's really tough to want a 3-bet ace-queen after the table just saw you showdown queens in a single raise spot. Because it means that maybe you're only 3-betting kings and aces versus early position and bluffs, so hard to drive value on the ace-queen perhaps. Given the history, the very recent history. She's going to flop immaculately well. Sciacca catches top pair as well.
What is optimal?
Dangerous predicament.
It is party poker for Baltics.
I think you will see a fair amount of ace side checking.
Something, right? Yeah.
But not a mistake to be betting as well.
About it. Yeah. They share with the
A bit of this, a bit of that. Again,
they share the market or something, right?
some stylistic choice in out of position, checking and betting.
Something happens.
So that's under N10 group, the big group of casino games. iPoker is also there.
And Maria's options are all open except for fold. She decides to call.
Really big, like 6-7 years ago.
And makes the nuts on the turn. I don't expect Sciacca to try and drive money in on a 10 of diamonds. Some of the weaker hands in Maria's range improve. Obviously the flush improves. We want to keep the pot a lot smaller. In fact, the ace-8 here facing a bet.
It was great for live events. They were
very
great live events.
I travel a lot because
might already feel quite indifferent. You need to think about how Maria will access bluffs on the turn.
Like you qualify and whatever.
Probably necessary that she bluffs some queen 10, king 10.
In down casino. Nothing down there. Have you been there?
No, but I don't.
Bet is 55,000.
Like a nightclub.
I think ace-8 is.
It's like a nightclub. Like all the
already pretty marginal here.
It's more like a nightclub. A casino, I mean.
Bet 55,000, takes it down. Astute fold from the ace-8. Ferren says pronunciation of Sciacca is like Shaka, so like Shaka? Sciacca? Okay.
Queen is very dangerous.
Sure. Predator Spraggy, what's the worst mistake you've made at the poker table in terms of hand reading? I don't know really. I do remember a lot of hands. I don't tend to remember a lot of like huge mistakes. I mean, I've heroed off.
You can see the bluff after.
Davide Katai. Dave Curtis in the background. Wow. Honoured. Absolutely honoured. Davide Katai. Eliminated from the tournament. 94th place. 23 caches set the record this week for most EBT main caches, but will not be making a further run at it. Yeah, I can't remember, like, I don't tend to remember big mistakes that I've made. I've definitely played a 5-10 €20 cash game in Monte Carlo, and I called the river with queen high or something, and the guy had quads. But it was one of these, like, ace-ace 10-10, where it didn't make sense. I put him on the counterfeit sixes and called queen high, and he had quad aces, which did make sense, right? Like, it's one of something like that. I guess that could be considered a mistake. I remember that hand. I've been playing for 15 years, right? So it's hard to recall, especially when you make as many mistakes as I do. They all sort of merge into history. So Maria raising from the hijack with the ace-king suited, picking up some cards early at the feature table.
Spain? Where?
Queens and ace-queen, now ace-king. Incredible distribution to start. 3 premiums in a row indeed.
Napoli.
Oberoi 3-bets the button to 48,000 with the ace-4 offsuit.
The word I don't know.
This is quite an aggressive stance being taken from the Swedish player, and Maria once again opting away from the 4-bet.
Really good.
Just calling out a position with ace-king. Does keep those dominated bluffs in, but once again moves into the passive line pre-flop.
There is also a lot of action in casino.
In Granvia, with like the main.
Where?
Yeah.
Granvia.
Namibia.
Flopping top pair again as well.
In Madrid, like the big one in the center.
Retaining her lead over the ace-4.
Really good casino. It looked like old, like 80s or whatever.
And Oberoi having 3-bet is going to continue with some aggression. 40,000 is fairly sizable.
The casino is really beautiful.
Do you think 40,000 is a size that might allow a hand like pocket 7s?
The problem in Madrid is
certainly some king highs to fold. If we're betting ace-4,
casino like the big one, because Granvia is not really good.
We can't really get called by many worse aces, so we're trying to monetize against the 9 or against pocket 7s or against king high floats. And so it's a little bit difficult in this sizing to get called by too many worse hands. You narrow your opponent around ace-x, which is not really very good for you when you have the ace-4. It's a lot better for you if you have the ace-king, of course. But Maria checks again. See how Oberoi wants to approach the turn. I would imagine our hand is far too thin ever for 3 streets. We're going to want to tap one back. There's the check behind.
Barcelona is in a really good place.
And a very favorable run out for Maria's hand. The only thing to have a little bit of concern about here for you, Maria, is the repeat 9. Oberoi will 3-bet a hand like queen 9 or king 9 or jack 9 as a bluff occasionally. Some bluffing around this 8x or this 9x pre-flop. But I will say that a larger sizing on the flop. Wow, she goes for another check. She goes for another check at the river. I'm a little bit surprised that she doesn't try to value bet herself. As I said, the 9 is a bit of a concern, but after the big size on the flop, probably not enough of a concern to dissuade her from a value bet. But check.
1,100 rooms.
Doesn't get paid off on the ace-king. I think if we flat ace-king pre and lay this trap, we've got to make sure some more money goes in post-flop, really. But I will say, to Maria's credit, flatted the pocket queens, got extra value against king 9.
2 years.
Flatted the ace queen, and got extra value against ace 8. And flatted the ace-king and got extra value against ace-4. So in every single one of those 3 hands, she extracted more value than she would have if she took the more aggressive stance pre-flop. 21 stat. I'm just going to time you out. Let's not do. Let's not make. Let's not say that she's playing defensively. It goes well with it's not because she's a woman, or there's no need to. I don't think that's a very helpful comment. She's achieved more in poker than 99.9% of people who've ever played it. So we're not going to have anything in the chat about, appreciate we have a woman at the table. Some people will want to speak differently about the way that they play, but it's ridiculous, obviously. Yeah. So we're not going to do that.
And now people say, who cares? Don't think about what they think.
I am not going to relatively.
Yeah.
You going to Barcelona this summer?
Sometimes you. Yeah.
So Shiach with the ace and the ace under the gun bumps it up to 16,000.
Too many times in Barcelona.
Not
really,
in Barcelona is
very
the best
nice
one.
time. Yeah. Even
So
because
crazy
in the
number.
summer, I mean,
so crazy number.
No action on the aces.
A city that everybody outside of Spain, even Spain, but I mean, like to go and you have a lot of party and good food, good weather, the pitch also. And every year are like increase the numbers, you know?
Yeah.
It's great.
Every year best.
Like 10 years ago they made in San Marino, right? EPT. I remember EPT in San Marino, but never more.
Yeah.
Vracus and search that double up. Won't find it with king 3.
Sorry.
Come on with the folds.
17.
Overroy with a raise.
17. 17.
Kielman's in the small blind. Jack 7 suited. We're playing 4K, 8K now. So about 21 big blind deep. Passes to Jack 7. Shaka. King 8-0 in the big blind. I think you will see a little bit of a mix of a 3-bet here as well. Obviously defending perfectly fine, but occasional 3-bets. Shaka chooses to defend. We're off to a flop. Heads up. Oberoi in position. Jack 10 of hearts.
You play all the event. You play all the event here.
Just the 2,700.
Well,
I make like 35.
Oberoi will have liked the window card, the 9 of hearts. Little gut shot. Working for him.
Qualifier and
finish 19 in
this one. Oh,
19?
Yeah.
19.
Again, when we see the high card on the board, we want to think about how our offsuit opens interact with it. So in the hijack, the worst offsuit hands we open are the 10x. In the cutoff, typically the 9x. And on the button, obviously, then we're opening a lot more liberally. But so when we see these 9 high boards from the cutoff, or rather from the hijack, I think we just have to be aware that we don't have as much top pair coverage as our opponent. So it does mean that we end up having to check a little bit more. I think a hand like Jack 10 can perfectly serviceably bet. But just important when we're in these spots to think about who's going to make top pair more often. It's a good heuristic to look for with deciding whether we're allowed to see bet a lot, whether our opponent's going to make a good hand very often, whether we should be putting more money in the pot, or whether we might prefer to check some of our range.
I think only the super high roll tournaments, high roller tournaments are missing here because of the Bahamas.
Flojan says, Spraggy, do you feel like players tend to bluff more when they play online rather than live? I think it's different for everybody. I think typically if someone bluffs a lot in general as part of their overall strategy, then they'll tend to bluff, especially if they play a lot of live poker, maybe even more in some spots. Maybe they can get away with more in a softer field. Live fields typically can be a bit softer. Also, against unknowns, it's a lot easier to know if someone is likely to fold more. When you're playing live, you've got a better idea of their body language, better idea of how they're approaching the pot, their posture at the table. You know, you can work out play style a lot more easily playing live than you can online with limited information. So I think there are definitely bounds to bluff more in live poker with better reads. That said, some people when they play live will go the other way, where the fact that they only get to play one tournament a day and they've traveled to play it and it's a bigger buy-in, because typically people will play bigger buy-ins live than they do online, then they will be very bluff averse, because if they bust, their weekend's ruined, they got to drive back home, fly back home, whatever. Whereas online, they might be playing 10 tournaments in a day, they can click a button and bluff. It's easier than being in that moment, being in that environment. So as ever with poker, it depends, and everyone is different. But those are some of the things that I would think about. Brackets here thinking about how to maneuver this hand with a very short stack. Oberoi the pre-flop raiser with king queen. Salerno trying to roll a 6. Brackets just already committed for a fair amount of chips, but 7-5 offsuit going to perform so poorly 3 ways that he will let it go. So 2 players, 10-3-3. It is a very annoying spot when you're short, isn't it? To kind of get a good price, but have such a miserable hand. So here comes Oberoi with a continuation bet. 21,000. You're looking at about 40% of the pot here. I do think that Salerno will need to be stubborn with his pairs because he has so many hands that don't make a pair. Got that 6 of diamonds working for him as well. I think pretty criminal to fold pairs anyway, but with a diamond in particular, we're happy at appeal. A repeat 10 bounces onto the turn, and Sapunta bounces in for 55 months. Thank you, mate. Oberoi just slowing down with this one. Salerno, having been narrowed on the flop, he is going to fold some of the jack high, queen high. So he's narrowed a little bit towards 10x, narrowed a little bit towards a pair, narrowed a little bit around ace high. So that's a range of hands that does quite well on a turn 10. Hey! I've seen something like this before, but a gentleman folded a 10 last time, huh? 10, 3, 3, 10, 3. And this time, very different. Both players are playing the board. But let's think about how the ranges work. Single raise pot. Who has jacks, queens, kings, and aces more often? Well, it's Oberoi. So I wouldn't have minded him start bluffing here. Try to bluff his opponent off the chop. Because I do think if Salerno has a 10, he's mostly betting on the turn. If he has a 10, he's mostly trying to drive value on the turn. It's going to go check, check. We're chopping it up. We're splitting the pot. And Brent McCauley's dropping in to become a member on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Brent. Very kind of you. I appreciate your support. Appreciate your support of the channel. Of course, one of the best ways to support the channel is to make sure that if you're watching on YouTube, you have liked the stream. And if you haven't already done so, I will give you another opportunity right now to break your like per minute record. The current record set by YouTube is 81 likes in a minute. Your time starts now. So feel free, if you are enjoying the stream, to support us with a like. Thank you. I know it's a pain in the ass. That's why I made a fun little gimmick for us to play, because it's a bit more fun than begging for likes. But it's got to be done because we need the stream to be well received by YouTube so that more people can come and enjoy poker with us. So thank you for trying to break your record. You're doing very well. 81 is the record to beat. We will make triple figures by the end of the week. Maybe we'll make them now. Heck of a start, folks. Heck of a start. 65, looking good. 81, the record to beat. Our survey says... we've fallen short. 73. Not bad. But it's not enough. Fernandez decides that ace-jack offsuit is enough. Three bets versus the early position open. Salerno with the ace-8 offsuit. A little bit wide under the gun 2 again with the offsuit ace. Fernandez just leaning on that wide open with the ace-jack. It did say new record, but only because it was second. And if it's on the board, it's a record, I guess. I award you no points. Skinny says, Spraggy, was it you who decided to raid Let's Give It a Spin on the PokerStars stream yesterday? Nope. Nothing to do with me. Skinny says, love those guys. Best of luck in the spins today. Thank you. I don't know if we're going to play any spins today, actually. We do have a new game to play. Or we do have a new feature, I suppose. Which is going to roll out. Might even roll out right now. Ace Jack again for Fernandez, back to back. This time he's the first raiser in. Remember, Veer says, remember when we had -1 like? That's right. The very first time we rolled out the likes per minute, it immediately went to -1. That was a big middle finger from the chat to my stupid gimmick, wasn't it? Fernandez with the raise. Maria Lampropoulos wakes up with the 5s. Looking for a 5. 400,000 chips deep. It's like 50 bigs. Playing 4K, 8K. Kamal will come in with the King Jack suit in the big blind as well. Definitely could have seen a jam hit from the King Jack suit at this depth. What's this? 12 blinds. Shallow stack for Kamal. Looking for some help, finds none. Check, check to the pre-flop aggressor. And again, thinking about how often under the gun we're going to connect with this board, how much 9x we might have, how much overpairs we have compared to misses, is all going to determine how often we want to bet. Fernandez just go for 17,000. Tough spot for Maria to call with the players still to act, so she's holding the 5s. Kamel having defended, unable to continue, so pick up for Fernandez. What have we got to import here? We've got a new robot for the chat. A brand new robot for the chat to play with soon enough. Oh no. All will be revealed. Shaka with a raise with Queen 10. Maria on the button with Queen 9 suited. Moves out of the way. Small blind folds. Short stack on Kamel. Big blind. Oberoi coming in with a Queen 7 suited. Dominated at the moment and not finding an escape on the flop. Shaka with the open ender and a pretty good board to just see bet. Double Broadway board with a deuce on it. Little deucey dangler. Shaka perhaps content to bet and take it. So we have got, what we've got is, you see what we've made is a bracket that you can vote on. We can create brackets of 4, 8, or 16, so chat can vote and move someone forward in the bracket, or eliminate someone from the bracket. So what our intention was perhaps to get a list of 16 former EPT champions and put it to a fan's vote, a people's vote, of who we think. Or what we could do is take the 16 current chip leaders, and then you guys can vote on who you think is more likely to go on to win the tournament, so that chat can pick an eventual winner. Is that something you might be interested in? The wisdom of the chat. You seem very excited about it. Shaka potentially excited with his ace-queen suited. Fernandez with the raise from under the gun. It's a quick movement all in. It's not for too many chips, but it is with a very big hand. Shaka with a 3-bet to 45,000. Rackus waking up with the ace-king behind. He's all in. Cabell's short with the ace-10, but facing a lot of action, and a lot of action in early position as well, right? Raise, 3-bet, call for less, but sure, still a call. Wisely dumps his hand. Fernandez is going to fold, and it's going to be Vraka's all in for his tournament life. Unless, of course, sorry, Fernandez, action back on Fernandez. I thought that he had folded. He has folded. It will be Vraka's all in for his tournament life, but a big favorite. And not just for a double up, owing to some of the dead money.
Just 27. Good luck.
A potential triple up on the way from 27k maybe to 90, even more than a triple, isn't it? Got to hold first. 3 ugly queens in that deck. Rackles will be hoping they do not rear their heads. So far, so good.
I mean, you can afford it, but
6 on the turn. Might not be losing the pot,
yeah,
but
I
of
mean,
course.
I'm still okay, but you still can afford it.
7's always coming.
To be fair.
Some straight opportunities for a chop. No good. Okay, ace king back in the game. Fracas with a fist bump. Up to 90k. Tripling up that stack. Much more playable, much more reasonable, but it is still like 11 bigs.
It's coming. Yeah, I said, like a marketing story.
One chip, one shade.
Patience is the key. All good.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just looking at who the current chip leaders
That's
are.
a difficult decision. I mean, I will
Prague
not say you will everybody see, like, because of the open end call, it's like very difficult to like find out. Yeah, you too. Yeah. It was like, I mean, every hand is a difficult decision there.
Maybe it's going to be too tough to choose between some of these guys as to who's like more likely to go further. I think we'll do EPT champions. We'll do EPT champions, but let's take submissions from the chat. You've got to throw EPT champions at me that you would like to see. Your favorite EPT champions of all time, 16 of them, and we'll put them in a bracket, and then you guys can vote for the ultimate People's Champion or EPT People's Champion. Bracket name, EPT People's Champ. Go, fire. Bracket size, 16 players.
Just the cost price in.
Victoria Curran. Barney Boatman. Maria raising with the king and the jack. Midi. Adrian Mateos. I'm not double checking if these guys have won an EPT main, by the way. So if you submit anyone who's
And we have 2 on this table.
not made an EPT main,
Yeah.
I will not know.
You're not playing also. Right? Yeah, we have 2 on this table. Like.
Solana with the check in the small blind, having peeled the 10-9 suited. Maria
Day 2.
checking back the ace deuce 3 versus small blind.
Very patient.
Decent amount of showdown value with the king jack high. We can see that she's well ahead of the 10-9.
Sorry?
The important stuff is to pass days.
Right.
You are passing them.
Ram Vaswani's made the list for the bracket. I don't think Wampardo's ever won an EPT main.
I was laughing. I
Mike
started
McDonald.
yesterday with 50k, and after 8 hours of play, I bagged 46.
Patrick Antonius.
I lost 4,000 chips in 8 hours only. I think it's not bad.
Check, check. Solana takes the lead at the river. I wonder if versus 2 check backs, whether he's going to try and block bet here. Obviously still losing to the 10s and the jacks and the queens and the kings that might check behind. But I do think the hand is probably worth a little bit. Also beating the 8s and the 6s, the 5s, the 4s, and of course the king highs. Liv Burry. EPT San Remo champion. Makes the bracket. We need 8 more EPT, former EPT winners. Bet is 8,000. Maria doesn't want any part of it with a king and a jack. Anton Bergström, EPT winner.
Exactly. That's the help. Yeah, exactly. Now you don't need to.
Did he win one? He won the online EPT. I'll allow it. Steve O'Dwyer. Someone better double check if all these are EPT winners, by the way. And if you've submitted a one that is not an EPT winner, you get banned from participating moving forward. Toby Lewis. Kevin McPhee. Did Benny Spindler win one? Tomashenko. As in, Evgeny Timoshenko has not won an EPT main event title.
How much is that?
55.
So Vrakas choosing to run with the king-9 suited here again was just the beneficiary of the double up with ace-king versus ace-queen.
Quadruple up in that hand.
Shaka raising under the gun, and this is a fairly wide jam for 11 and a big pip blinds. Just trying to lean on some of the weaker hands in Shaka's opening range. Kamel behind 10 BPs deep with ace-jack. Does he feel like Vrakas is making this move with ace-9, ace-10, ace-8? We can see king-9, so maybe Kamel is onto something here, that Vrakas is jamming quite a wide range of hands. Obviously has to worry about Shaka behind as well, but don't forget, Kamel only has 10 big blinds himself. I do think with Shaka still to concern himself with as well, you know, under the gun opener, the EV of a call is definitely going to be diminished by the fact that under the gun will occasionally have us cooked and toasted. And unfortunately for Vrakas, this is going to be a very straightforward situation for Shaka.
Good luck, boys.
In with the 10s.
Man, please, no.
What you got?
Tries to just push his opponent
Exactly.
perhaps a little bit too far with the king-9. But he is live, still 32%.
Think about it, maybe.
Still got a chance to win the 200,000 chips in the middle. But we'll need to find some help from the random number generator. Heart is a little sweat in the window, but not too much behind it. And nothing troubling on the turn for Shaka. It's a king and a king only. 3 clean outs though. 3 clean outs once.
Good luck, guys.
Small cards, low board, no good for the king-9. Vrakas is eliminated. A fixture on the EPT circuit as well.
We would have an interesting battle.
Georgios Vrakas eliminated in 91st place. We've got to fill out our bracket.
Oh, yeah.
PG, man.
Mike Watson.
Yeah.
Sir Watts.
I get pocket 3. Yeah. Yeah, would be fun.
PG, so it's
Parker Talbot did not win an EPT.
not the best.
He was
Rubinho, Robin won EPT London, right? Robin Yatalo, yeah. Okay, I'll allow it.
Maybe
We're looking for 2 more. Maybe they're already in our list. I'm not convinced that Benny Spindler won an EPT.
Very nice guy. Anyway.
Benny Spindler defeated Steve O'Dwyer to earn his first EPT title at the second EPT final table. Benny Spindler, EPT London winner. Okay, Benny Spindler, big legend, by the way. Jake the Snake says he won EPT London. There you go. Thank you, Jake the Snake. It was your suggestion as well. As Maria folds to 9-7, folded to Kamel, short stack folding, under the gun 1. Roland de Wolf. Oh wait, Davide Katai was first. Did Davide Katai win an EPT?
Please.
Surely. Berlin in 2012. There's your 16, ready to compete for the People's Champion. The EPT Champion of Champions, as decided by Spraggy TV. The 16 is set. Selman's is set on making a move with the King-Jack offsuit from the small blind. It's going to get promptly snapped off by the Ace-Queen. Salerno with far too much hand to fold in the cutoff, and Selman's all of a sudden here is at risk.
65, 35, maybe.
Puts it in for just less than 20 big blinds out of position. Obviously very standard stuff to re-go here with the King-Jack. At least he's live. It could be worse. We could be up against Ace-King or Ace-Jack. At least we do not share cards. 7, 3, 4. He's going to have to start sharing some with the community if he's going to stay alive in this tournament. Salmon's at risk. 2 to come. 3 jacks and 3 kings. Turn as a deuce. No help for our player from Latvia. And a wheel will seal it for Salerno. 2 hands, 2 bust outs.
Thank you.
In quick succession. We're going to have to keep rotating people into feature. Get them in, get them out. 12,700 euro for Matt Salmons. Satellite in for 250 euros, so an incredible return on his initial investment. Astenite says Mateus has made list. Mateus is on the list. He's surely won an EPT, right? Has he won a main event? He won the grand final main event, didn't he? Monte Carlo 2015. All right. Let me see if this works then. You're 16 a set. EPT People's Champion, 16 competitors. This is how it's going to work, sports fans. You will decide the ultimate in EPT Champion, People's Champion. These are all people who've won an EPT main event, selected by our studio audience. I consider you in the studio, even though you're our audience at home. This is how it's shaken out. I could seed these if I wanted, but they're all great winners. We will now, between us, over the course of this broadcast, decide who is the ultimate EPT People's Champion. And what a lineup we've got for the first match, by the way. Vicky Corrin versus Barney Boatman. I don't know how you vote. The votes will take 60 seconds, but I don't know how you cast your vote. Kamel has decided to move with the 6-7 suited. About to get hit, under the gun, and about to get hit from the big blind with that big blind and the big blind ante. The voting mechanism is probably about to be revealed to me. It's a simple 1 in the chat or a 2 in the chat with obviously...
80, you cool?
Kamel gets this one through. Each player, I assume, is going to be assigned a 1 or a 2. Are we ready? First round matchup is Barney Boatman versus Vicky Corrin. 2 unbelievable. I mean, the word legend is thrown around a lot, as they always say, but icons of the game. All vote now. Type 1 for Victoria Corrin. Type 2 for Barney Boatman. We're looking for an EPT People's Champion. The greatest EPT champion of all time, as decided by the people. Round 1 is Victoria Corrin versus Barney Boatman. A little bit of EPT history. A little bit of EPT trivia. Vicky Corrin, of course, the first ever person to win 2 EPT main events. So actually, whatever her score is, we should double it. Barney Boatman won in EPT Paris. He won over €1 million very recently. A resurgence late in his career. Ended up as a member of PokerStars Team Pro. An absolute gentleman. A legend in his own right. Original founding member of the Hendon Mob. Is getting beaten at the moment by Vicky Corrin. Vicky Karen Mitchell. Vote 1 for Vicky Karen Mitchell. Vote 2 for Barney Boatman. It's an early elimination, really. It's looking like for Barney. It's sickener. This could have been the final. This is a clash of the Titans. This is Real Madrid Barcelona, really, at this early stage. Round 1, match 1. Victoria Karen advances to the next round. And we're back in the room. Wow, Victoria Karen Mitchell, huh? 2 EPTs. Hard to look past winning 2. I think, honestly, an early favourite for the People's Champion, Vicky Karen Mitchell. An early favourite. Thought Chunk says that's knockout football for you, Spraggy. Exactly. Sometimes you get that big draw, round 1, Titans clash. Someone's got to lose. Someone's got to come second. Camella's moved all in with his short stack with the flush draw. Maria with just the ace queen high. Kind of annoying to have the ace of hearts here, actually, because you want to be beating like ace 4 of hearts and dominate it, right? But it's less likely Camille has the flush draw when Maria's holding the ace of hearts. So even though it gives our hand a little bit more raw equity, it probably shifts your opponent's range away from the sort of hands that you want them to have. Like Maria wants him to have ace 4 of hearts, ace 3 of hearts, and dominate. But when she's got the ace of hearts, he can't have that, right? He's more likely to be in the pairs, which is a problem. Nice pickup for Kamal, though. Obviously, if he got called, he could have just rolled a heart and won. But he'll have preferred a fold. Big news, folks, from the world of online poker. I shall, of course, be playing this. I shall be playing every event that I can get my hands on. The Spring Championship of Online Poker is back, and the dates are moving forward. Very, very crucial. Remember this, if you're a scoop player, scoop grinder, the Spring Championship usually taking place in April or something. It's now starting March 1st. March 1st, Spring Championship of Online Poker from the 1st to the 25th. The full tournament schedule will be out soon. You will be able to watch main event coverage live on the PokerStars Twitch channel, but of course you'll be able to watch every single tournament every day of the Scoop Festival right here on my channel. I'll play all of it. High stakes, low stakes, medium stakes, no limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha, mixed games, silly games. There'll be giveaways. There'll be home games. There'll be everything. There'll be the inside scoop on YouTube chronicling all of the money we're going to win this year. We're going to have a winning scoop. That's starting March 1st. Very exciting date for the calendar. And Joshua McLagan correctly points out that the Irish Open starts the day after Scoop. So I'm going to play March 1st to March 28th, every day of Scoop. And I'm going to go to Dublin and play poker and drink for 10 days straight. March into April. What a time of year. It's going to be great. It's going to be magic. You got to love it. You got to love it. Zenodomi says, nice. I'm moving to Brazil in January, so I'll be able to play my first Scoop ever. Nice. Love that. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. EPT Paris ends at the start of Scoop. Okay, so I'll be EPT Paris for 2 weeks. Straight into Scoop. Straight into Irish Open. I'm not going to lose 6 figures. Don't talk like that. Shaka with the raise. Oberoi with the defend. 10-10-4. I think Shaka will just be betting small and frequently on the 10-10-4. Size is up a little bit, actually. 19,000 into 40. Closer to half pot. I think a lot of players will preference just the one big blind or one and a bit. The return of Boris says, you're right. You won't lose 6 figures. It'll be 7. I don't have 7 figures to lose. So joke's on you. I'd already be broke by then. Ha ha.
Hello.
New player joining the table, of course. We had some bust outs.
Okay.
That is Anton Lakuba. Anton Yakuba from the Ukraine. And we already had arrived at the table Virgil Turchi, who is in seat 3. QPR in the chat asks, is Connor still in? That's Connor with all the C's, the O's, the N's, and the R's. I clicked the wrong button there. But yes, EPT Paris returns this year. Last year was an issue with the licensing of the operator in Paris and French government offering or giving licenses, and then the government shut down and they didn't. There was a... I'm not sure. Is this... Just... I don't want to be... I don't know how much I want to... I don't know, you know. You know what I'm saying. It was a regulatory thing, basically. But yes, it's fine. And it's back. And it's great. It's a great start. What was the question I was intending on answer? Is Connor still in? And I believe he is, yeah. Connor O'Driscoll still in the field, last we heard. I did, Olinskins is right, I did shame him into changing his name to COD Poker, didn't I? I did. May Tyler said, Spraggy, you sponsored by... Oh, sorry. Balkan Hooper says, Spraggy, are you sponsored by Stars? Yes, I've been on PokerStars Team Pro for 8 years. May Tyler said, Spraggy, are you sponsored by OnlyFans? No.
33.
Behave. Yakuba starting off with some strong no limit, joining the table, finds the barrel with Jack 10 with the Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Salerno with the 5 from the flop, picks up a King of Diamonds on the turn. It's going to be a very, very efficient barrel from Yakuba if his opponent is going to fold a pair with the King of Diamonds.
First 10, I believe it.
I do think that's certainly a hand that is going to want to continue with the second up flush draw, and a pair beat some bluffs can improve if you're behind. All the qualities in a hand that we're looking for, and the barrel not too large of a sizing, and of course, size matters. You can see maybe some folding versus a really big bet, but I think with the King of Diamonds we're taking it to the river, typically. But hopefully a sign of things to come from our new player from Ukraine, Anton, finding that nice bluff on the turn with the Jack High.
These are large.
Large cards.
16. 16,000.
Large and in charge.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Pounding.
10 pass.
Ace flat suited for Yakuba. Makes it 16,000. 10-7 defending in the big blind. Let's see what Yakuba's got again then. Let's see what sort of player we can expect him to be on this feature table. King 6-4. I don't think there's anything wrong with just taking a C bet here. Quick fold from the 10-7. Good start. Hot start.
Nice start, yeah.
QPR says, Spraggy, are you allowed to play tournaments not sponsored by PokerStars? Yes. I'm allowed to play anywhere live. Online, I play exclusively on PokerStars.
The small EPT cards, these are extremely large indexes.
Still got the squeaky chairs. Chat's ability to hit like, is that still on the shower rankings? Nah, you guys have done okay. You broke the LPM today, I'll let you off. Walking around on the bubble, sure. The bubble itself, well, it's burst now, we can get rid of that. And Enrico Konoski was on my shower rankings because he was walking around during the bubble. We'll let Enrico off as well, since he bust. Anyone else got anything that they'd like to suggest to be on the shower rankings? Anything that we're disliking? Anything that we don't agree with?
One pass. Three pass.
Ruth Ann says the showers. What, the shower rankings themselves? A meta inclusion? That's a fucking good point, actually. Excuse my language. 6-7 memeing is officially in the bin. Officially in the bin. In the bin. Oh, Ruth was saying what the sound was. Okay. Folding top boat. Great shout from Mango and P. Folding the 10 on 10-8, 8, 10-8. Folding top boat. Showers. Yeah, Jake the Snake says it as well. Folding top house.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
17.
Raise.
Pinchop says the 8, 8, 10, 8, 10 hand must go in. It's on. It is. It is.
1 pass.
All right.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Let me know. We'll keep you updated. We'll keep you all updated.
Cool. Check.
Anyone getting bad audio right now? Or is that me? I feel like I'm getting electrocuted. Is that my end or yours?
Pass.
You guys hear it too? Okay. It's a relief. Sound like you ever have those
You had a lot of backdoor. A lot of.
Willy Wonka crackling chocolate? Sounded like I was eating that for a minute.
Not fun to chase out of position from here.
10-8 of diamonds.
In position, maybe you call.
A lot of that.
Far backdoors.
Too many backdoors.
Sometimes just call.
7 pass.
It was a big bet.
Yes.
8 pass.
It was my
10 pass.
11,000.
1
11,000.
pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. Call.
We are no longer eating Pop Rocks, it seems. Shaka with a complete with the 5-3 offsuit. Yakuba once again with a pretty playable situation. He's going to go for the raise.
Raise 28.
MN Silver says, so sorry I made confusion. That's all good, mate. Welcome in.
Thank you.
I wonder if the audio scuffing is on my end. Or whether it's from the broadcast. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that the health
I did
ring?
have my feet on my speakers.
Huh? Is that the health ring?
Yeah.
Useful?
Used to be useful. Now it's just a habit.
When I
Like
took
in
my
first
feet off my
3 or
speakers,
4
it got
months,
better.
you basically know all you want to know about your sleep.
I was considering buying it, but didn't find the benefits too attractive.
8 pass.
Maybe
10
if they
pass.
like make some card scanner or something like that, you know, so you can just pay. That maybe so.
1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Someone asked me about that before. If that's the magnetic ring.
Raise 20.
It's fine now, right? It sounds fine now. The problem, I'll just do the rest of the stream from the floor, and then if it gets worse, I'll fix it from down here. Yakuba's got 7s.
Check.
The other guy's got 8-6. Yakuba checks. Shaka in position. Can I have a C-bet? Yakuba's made a facial expression that says he's going to fold.
This one's on you.
Welcome back to ET Prague. Floor broadcast. 87 remaining in the field. A million euros for the win.
Nobody likes to make
They
small
gave
bets here.
James Hartigan a chair.
Small bit?
Nobody likes to make small bets here.
No.
No?
I prefer this.
Oh. Chat.
In
Playing
this
for the,
flop.
Playing for the stack every hand.
Don't listen
And
to
in
the noises I
position.
make when I stand up.
Small is dangerous with versus big stack.
That's a good strategy. Good to know.
10 cards.
Oh, my back.
So next time if you bet small, then you don't care.
Raise 16.
So, good.
375.
Thank you.
Call. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. Call.
Someone just said there's crackling on the PokerStars Sorry, someone just said there's crackling on the Stars broadcast too. So it's something on the table, and I've just been rooting around under the desk.
Check. Check. Check.
Three ways to the flop here. Kamel in the big blind.
Check.
It wasn't on my end. It's one of the team are looking into it in Prague. It's something coming from their end. See? It wasn't my fault. Pretty interesting turn card, isn't it? Everybody picks up, well, rather Fernandez and Turchi pick up a little something. Fernandez making a play at it. Leaning in with that 37,000. It's going to fold out the better hand of Turchi, and Kamel can't continue with the jack deuce. But a nice bluff here with the gut shot. That's exactly where you want to be bluffing from, right? You bluff the jack highs to fold the ace highs, right? We bluff the 10 highs to fold the queen highs. So this is a preference for bluffing from the bottom up. Obviously prefer to be with equity. You know, have a hand that can improve. But nice from Fernandez. Punchline, I think I actually got screwed because it was bad, and then I went under the table and it got better, and that left me with the false impression, of course, that something I adjusted had remedied the situation. Alas, mere coincidence.
One pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Tango says go back under the table just to check. That's it now. You're stuck. I'm here. Got my face for the rest of the broadcast. It's nearly we're nearly ready for round 2 of the bracket, aren't we? Is anyone excited about naming an EPT People's Champion? Victoria Corin Mitchell progressing in round 1, defeating Barney Boatman. It's a seeding issue. It's a seeding issue. Barney was robbed. Can I see who round 2 is? To get your thinking caps on ahead of time, as we see Maria C-Bet versus Big Blind and likely come away a winner. She goes for a slightly bigger sizing as well, which I think I like on 10.53. A lot of the value around 10x is quite vulnerable value. 960 no spade. I mentioned she's coming away a winner. She is. She is. Black Z says, do you see yourself as a narrator in the future, or would you rather keep playing the game? I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, right? I've been a streamer for 10 years. I've done a lot of commentary before. Doing a little bit more of the EPT coverage. The last 2, we've been fortunate enough to do it. I don't know what the future holds in that regard. We're lucky enough that we got to do EPT Malta on this channel. It was well received, and we were able to do EPT Prague on the channel. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop playing. Obviously, it might mean that I don't play as many EPTs or travel for as many EPTs. I think that'll be determined by having a little baby as well. I'll probably not go to all 5 EPT stops as I do every year. But I'll definitely be still playing full time. But I like commentating. I like commentating, and I like being able to share these streams in our own way, right? Like hanging out with the community. More of a watch along than commentary in the same sense that James and Joe and the team do it there.
Raise 26.
But it's nice to be on stream more. You know, when I go to an EPT, I'm away for 2 weeks from the channel and from you guys. We make vlogs, sure, but it's not the same as being live. I also really like streaming live. Whenever I normally stream, we're on a 4-minute delay because of the integrity of the game, right? But I like being able to interact more and be able to do things like the bracket where you can vote in real time, do things like hit or shit where you can decide on things in real time, right? That's nice. So we'll see. Bit of this, bit of that. But it depends. I mean, maybe people don't. I think the people who are watching, you guys enjoy what you're watching by and large, I hope. But we'll see. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Queens for Turchi. Good enough for raise. Fernandez in the big blind with an ace and a king. Interesting to note here, right at the gate, this is probably one of the least bluffed dynamics. Under the gun versus big blind. So often players in the big blind are getting a good price closing the action that there tends to be a lot of just seeing the flop. So I think you do tend to see a stronger range 3-betting from the big blind. A lot of people will miss the bluffs here, the offsets, and just end up being jacks plus an ace-king dents. I don't think that means that queens should not want to just put more money in the middle. Turchi certainly has a very, very clean 4-bet in a lot of situations. But just deciding versus big blind, you know, against that narrow range to take a flop. And it might end up saving his tournament life. in this instance. Fernandez flopping. The effective nuts, we're not going to see really interactions around 3s and 4s under the gun versus big blind. With 150k in the middle, I think his preference is for a pretty small sizing. Again, we want to think about how ace-king makes money. Why is ace-king? We say, oh, ace-king, good hand here. Why? Because it's going to make money against queens and jacks and tens. It's going to make money from floats of ace-queen with backdoor flush draws and the like. And it can afford to go small for 2 reasons. The first of which is the pot is already very big because we 3-bet pre-flop. So it's easy to get all the money in. And the second reason is because it's not very vulnerable, if vulnerable at all, right? If an ace rolls off, we have it. There's no flush draws, and there's not going to be any straight draws because of the nature of the 3-bet pre-flop. So that's why you see that small sizing. It's a product of the strength of the hand, the hands that it wants to get value against, and its invulnerability. So, as you can see, we've already got 232,000 in the middle. Fernandez's job is just to get in 250,000, which is easily achieved with a bet on the turn and a bet on the river. And I fully expect him to try and go for the 3 streets. Whether he's going to get it or not remains to be seen. We've already suggested that perhaps players in the big blind are not going to hit some of the bluffs that they might need to hit, because they might just click call, closing the action, getting the price in the big blind versus under the gun. It's a little bit confusing as to how you're going to bluff versus under the gun. I think it would be some ace-x. Maybe even some offsuit Broadway, like a king and a jack, or a king and a 10, or king 9 suited. But Fernandez just goes for the value on the turn with the ace-king and a fold from queens, but certainly could have seen all the money in pre. I mean, it's called the classic. It's a classic flip, right? It's the classic flip. But I think the reason the money doesn't go in pre
Jacks, no good. Something like this. No good.
is just because we're under the gun versus big blind. Obviously, if we're cutoff versus button, money's in the middle. If we're hijack versus cutoff, money's in the middle. Even if we're versus small blind, people tend to 3-bet more because they have a player to act behind. But when they're in the big blind, they tend to not 3-bet as much because they can definitely see a flop, right? So that's probably why we don't see a stack off there.
Until table. You're gonna wreck it.
6 pass.
10 deuces fitted.
7 pass.
With the magic.
Brett McCauley says Spraggy is going to be the GOAT of poker commentary when he's through with his career. Well, you know, a fair part of my career for the last decade has been broadcasting poker. So it already makes up a pretty substantial part of what I do. Obviously a bit different when I'm playing myself, but I've commentated a lot in the past as well. Just perhaps not on the EPT for a few years.
4 pass.
If we were wondering, by the way, how Chadi Ajay, if you were watching earlier, he was the player that folded the 10 on 10-8-8, 10-8. Perhaps misunderstanding that he was beating some overpairs. Whatever happened, he folded. And we were saying how it's important. I think he had about 300,000 chips after that hand. And we were discussing how he might recover psychologically. Well, he's doing very well. And he's now up to 885,000 chips. He actually won a very significant part against Mark Foggin on that table. So that feature table from last level. Those guys back out in the field. And yeah, Chadi Ajay doing very well. No more brain farts.
7 pass. 8 pass. 10 pass.
Hopefully. For now.
1 pass. Raise 18. 4 pass.
So Fernandez coming in for a raise again. Just pick one up with the ace king. Queen through suited on the button. And it'll be Shaka with the defend with a king and a 5. 10-10 deuce. Flush draw for Fernandez. Shaka with an alright little hand himself. Maybe we'll be looking at doing something here. 5 of clubs. I think we'd rather have the king of clubs. Obviously. We're going to make better flushes when we backdoor one, right? I think that's obvious. Getting sticky versus the small bet. And a queen on the turn. Fernandez improves. Does Fernandez have a hand that wants to go 3 streets? Like if Fernandez chooses to bet flop, turn and river? Maybe not. Maybe that's a bit thin. But if we can get 2 streets, perhaps we can get that second street on the turn rather than the river. You know, here we can still charge backdoor spades. We can still charge a hand like pocket 7s, 8s, 6s, 5s, 4s. Fernandez decides that is the case. Looks like 42,000. And Shaka really a point in his range with not too much going on. I think if we float here, we are going to peel clubs. And our other floats are going to be backdoor spades. And obviously we'd much rather have backdoor spades here than we would king 5. King 5 now is a dead hand. In a spot where we're going to have plenty of flush draws. Occasionally we're going to turn a straight draw too, right? We'll float king jack, we'll float ace jack. Goodness me. Now Shaka's certainly stepping out of line here. And really stepping out of line just because, okay, he can represent a 10, sure. But he's representing a 10 with no chance to improve if his opponent's holding a 10. And his opponent is, of course, going to hold a 10 a decent amount of the time. Which is why we want to bluff with something like spades, something like clubs, something like king jack or jack 9 that floats flop, so that we can occasionally spike. That said, Shaka will still have a 10 here on occasion. And should he follow through, Fernandez probably has a hand that would want to fold. This is going to go check, check. Fernandez is going to pick it off. But I think this is just a little bit forcing it, perhaps. A little bit sloppy, maybe. I you know, don't want to sound too harsh because I do absolutely respect the fact that we've gone for a bit of pressure on the turn. And we're, of course, going to fold out some better hands. But hand selection just a little bit wide, maybe just trying to force the matter too much. This guy thinks the same. He's given him the old needle, huh? He's like, king 5, huh? King 5, really? Your man in the hoodie finds it as funny as I do. It's quite funny. We used to say, get it quietly, you know? If someone tries to bluff you and you call and you have a bluff catch. I know, it's all in good fun, but it's quite funny.
The Italian have balls, like in football. Yeah? They are not neat. They have balls.
7 pass.
Nothing nitty about that bluff, that's for sure.
No, it's true.
8 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass.
I'm neat. I'm neat.
Alright, Turchi with the 5s on the button. I played with Turchi a lot at EPTs, I feel like. Familiar face to me.
5 pass.
I feel like we've played a lot of events together. Interesting, right? Because a lot of you guys, I don't know, you know, some of you guys probably play EPTs. I'm sure we've got some of the guys playing right now, lurking in the chat and watching what's going on, whatever. But the EPT, we tend to broadcast. You see the main event. And in the past, we may have done like the 1K main event, which is now 1650, but we've done the final table broadcast for that. We've broadcast the super high rollers before, right? Like the 100K, 50K, whatever it might be. But what you don't really see is at these festivals, there are tournaments every day, multiple tournaments. So there's, at the moment, there's a 3K mystery bounty. There's always a 1650 mystery bounty. There's 1K hypers every day. There's 1K single re-entry. In Barcelona, I came second in the 1K single re-entry for 50K or whatever it was.
Finally got what you
You know, there's 2Ks. There's a bunch of tournaments. There's mixed games. There's 8 game. PLO events. I'm not sure how many events are in Prague this year. I can look in the PokerStars Live app and tell you the full schedule. But the experience that you see at home is people playing the main event. But a lot of these guys, people who play the circuit, obviously if you bust the main, you'll be playing in the 1Ks, the 2Ks, the 3Ks. So there's a lot of play against each other. So I play a lot of hands, a lot of poker against the faces that you see in the EPT streams. So just to give you some context for Prague schedule. And that, you know, that's not to mention there's kind of a different high roller scene as well, right? There's a lot of 25Ks. Sometimes they do like daily 25Ks.
Race 17, 3 pass, 4 pass.
So there's a hyper knockout tonight, which is event 56.
Yeah.
So today at the EPT, you've got the 5K main,
even after small bet.
a 250 euro qualifier, a 3K mystery, a 5K 8 game, a 2K hyper, a 1K single re-entry, an 1100 euro satellite to the high roller, another 1100 euro satellite to the high roller, a 2K 10 game, and then tonight another 1K hyper.
I see the on break. What? I see it on break. I see?
Ah. So there's a lot of play at the EPT. It's not just turn up, play the main event, go home, right?
You? Exactly. If I'm other player, we go in pre-flop, I think.
As we see 3 players to the flop here. King 9 deuce, Salerno with all of it.
Because it's a weird spot because with jacks, if I 3-bet and you go all in, it's...
Yeah.
And it'll be Salerno
Depends on the price. You can go all in and just fold.
who keeps applying the pressure. 17,000 chips. Shaka with the fold. Maria Lampropoulou in the big blind, pocket 5s. Facing just less than 1/3 bet.
Because it don't happen a lot. Yeah. Like under the gun versus the big blind.
Let's get out of the way.
Yeah. But nobody bluffed it.
What are the blinds like in the hyper, says Larry? I think it's a 10-minute clock. Yeah, I play a lot of the hypers. 10-minute clock.
Actually, when it comes king,
There is at the end of the festival, there's usually a super hyper. On the final Sunday in the evening, as they're winding down, there's usually like a 1K super hyper, which is a 5-minute clock. Aha! Mr. Terry Jordan is playing a pot against Dimitros Kilantaris. We are on the turn. 3-3-4-5. Terry just bet 15K. Got called. Even I can see that board. River is an ace. Terry bet 25K pretty quickly. This is a real clash of styles here, isn't it? We've got a very large coat on. Hide in the neck pole. Sunglasses on. Stoic pose. And then we've got Terry Jordan out there blasting. And throws his hand into the bin before the guy can even get the chips in the middle. But always asking questions, always probing for a response is Terry Jordan. He'll have a bluff. Sometimes he'll have it. Sometimes he won't. If anybody's going to keep these players on their toes in the main event today, it's going to be Terry Jordan. He will force you to make decisions. And despite losing a small pot here, he's still got a big stack. He's well over 850,000 chips. 80 players remaining in the field.
That time again.
Tio says, how do you know that the correct Greek pronunciation is Lampropoulou and not Lampropoulos?
Sorry.
Actually, you amazed me with that. I've known Maria for a long time. She's been playing poker for a long time. She's had a lot of success on the poker tour. So I just happen to know that it's pronounced Lampropoulou, I suppose. We're playing 2 more levels today, yep. we're playing 2 more levels today, 90 minutes per level, and they've cut the dinner break down to 35 minutes, so there will not be as big of a break.
17. 3 pass, 4 pass.
It's the dinner break will be after. There's a 20-minute break after this level.
Oh.
Then another 90 minutes. Then a 30-minute break for dinner. And then another 90 minutes to close the day. So we'll play through today till about 10 p.m. UK time. So we've got about another 5 and a bit hours of the broadcast, which would take us to 11 hours total today. My voice is getting a little bit scratchy, but 10 to 11 hours a day talking will do that.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's why we're here.
I don't think we have dinner break.
What?
I don't think we have dinner break.
No, better. I mean,
Yeah.
no? Like stop early.
9.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I prefer not to, even in Vegas, I prefer not to have like dinner break. You know what I mean? Like 1 hour and a half, you can skip and have the dinner after, you know, like have a big breakfast before flying. After,
Agree.
A pretty interesting flop here.
The restaurant around are like, you know, with too many people, you have to go
In the 3-way?
like fast and eat fast because, you know,
It's Solano with the pre-flop aggression. Shaka with the call. Oberoi with the call in the big blind. Solano in this middling part of his range starts to check. I do think a lot of his range very reasonable to check. Everybody's got a little piece.
It's not so far, right?
Really close.
But the turn is definitely going to pump the brakes on everybody's willingness to bet, I would imagine. Oberoi from the big blind going for a small 21,000.
Like Manchester. I've never been there. You know, I was living
Definitely some value to be extracted from a hand exactly like the one Solano's holding, or something like Ace-X of Hearts. Or even something like Ace-Jack, King-Jack, Queen-Jack. Checking his out of position on the flop, and then continuing on the turn. So Oberoi looking for the value with 2-pair, despite the 4-liner. Shaka moves out of the way. We're heads up to a river. Oberoi with the best hand, but a lot of cards that are going to give Solano the best of it, or alternatively slow Oberoi down. The king is a card that gives Solano the best of it. Oberoi seems cognizant of the fact that it is a very bad river.
And the taxes, like Spain, like 50%. No?
Something crazy. Something crazy.
Yeah.
Solano goes from bluff catch mode to value mode. I think we'll see half pot. I'd like to see half pot. 35,000. Even smaller.
So you will
And Oberoi clearly quite exasperated. Not a sizing you see very often. Less than half pot of the river. And the reason that you don't often see a bet smaller than half at the river is because there's a cost to reopening the betting, right? The cost is that you could get check raised.
20 meters.
I wanted to say
Which with some hands that you're betting for value might not be preferable. Like let's say we're betting King Jack for value here. Is it worth reopening the betting and potentially getting check raised if we're only betting 1/3 of the pot? So in order for the risk of getting check raised to be worth it, we usually look at sizings half pot and above. Maybe a little bit different when we have a queen here. We don't mind getting check raised, or our opponent isn't going to play many check raises. But just something to think about in general. There's always a cost of reopening the betting at the river when you're in position. And so you have to make that risk worth it. So if you're only going to win 30% of the pot, it's not worth it typically. You want to make sure you're winning at least half a pot size bet to make it worth that risk. Jay Reese, thank you for the 44 months subscription, mate. Welcome in, welcome in. Appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the streams.
They have an amazing team.
We have got just a few more minutes to go before the break here, I believe.
There is,
in fact, 1 minute. This might be the last stand of the level.
Luis Enrique, you know, the PSG. Do you see it?
Maybe I saw it.
Really good.
Dangle says check raise risk is just ace queen. Sure. Yeah. But think about it. If we're betting, if we want to bet king jack, that means we can't bet king jack in this size because if we get check raise, it's not worth it, right? If we only want to bet a queen, sure. But we probably want to value bet a set, top two. Then you have a check raise risk against the queen that makes it not worth it. Right, so we can't just think about how our queen wants to play. We got to think about how the other hands in that range want to play.
30 minutes.
30. Maybe 25 minutes, right? Or
next one.
A little bit long break. Or no?
This one is going to be 20 and the next one is going to be 30.
But folks, the Spraggy, if both players have the queen, second act, check raises or jams, you call him with just a four-liner? Probably. Only because I'm discounting ace-queen from the range a lot, because it just called pre-flop.
You can try to have some meal, but you probably won't make it.
Yeah.
Okay, this will be the final hand of the level. And Shaka might be grateful that there was a +1 added, because he picks up pocket jacks. Very good hand.
Raise 18. 6 pass.
At the conclusion of this hand, we will restart our tournament EPT bracket. So you guys can vote. We're voting for a People's Champion, the greatest EPT champion of all time. There may be people who've been missed off the initial bracket of 16. But 16 first names provided by the chat have been locked in. And our first winner was Victoria Corin Mitchell versus Barney Boatman. Victoria Corin Mitchell came out the winner. A defend from Fernandez. Ace 4. Shaka with a C-bet, I'd imagine. Yeah. And Fernandez might ordinarily defend, but it's a break, so he's going to fold more tight. Fact. And so, round 2 of our bracket is going to be Midi, Tom Middleton, versus Adrian Mateos. And we'll see how vociferous our UK regular crowd might be. Let's just take a look before we run that bracket playoff at our feature table pair, chip counts. Alias Salerno closing in on 800k. Tamer Kamel negotiated the short stack well, actually. Tamer found some shoves from under the gun. Found the jam of the queen 3 suited on the flush draw board. It takes away 10 big blinds for his troubles. As we look at the wonderful shopping district of Prague. Beautiful illuminations. It's like Blackpool, but nice.
Back to the main stage. Action on Shabalin.
And what we'll probably do on the break is play some spin and goes, shall we? Should we get back to our spin and goes? That is our current record for EPT Prague. 2.1k in spin and go buy-ins, cashed for 1.1k, which all mathematicians know is a net loss of $900. It doesn't seem quite right. It's close enough. But we're going to play more. But first, we have a bracket playoff to deal with. We've got some jazz music to put on. We only got 20 minutes, though, so we've got to be fast. Play some spins quickly. But for now, your EPT People's Champion vote is underway. Victoria Corin... Can we change this now? Is it locked in? I want to put Victoria Corin Mitchell. It doesn't seem quite right, does it? Unlock bracket. Unlock and reset bracket progress. No. Okay. Well, it'll have to stay it is. All right, the next vote, the next live match is Midi versus Adrian Mateos. You've got 60 seconds, so be ready. We are picking the EPT People's Champion. These are 16 of the chat's favorite EPT champions of all time. Type 1 if you want to vote for Midi. Type 2 for Adrian Mateos. You've got 60 seconds to make your voice heard. Spam it in the chat. Adrian Mateos off to... Hey! Hey! Where's all my Midi fans? Is this some sort of joke? Is this some sort of joke? Do you know who you're dealing with here? This is Tom Middleton we're talking about. This is Hit the Hole. This is Midi. So many Adrian Mateos fans and enjoyers. Some say arguably the greatest tournament player of all time. Midi. I would have voted for Midi, but only because I love Midi. Adrian, obviously very good poker player. Midi, very good poker player, and I love Midi, but it's not looking good, mate, is it? I don't want to use the word landslide, but it's a lot more decisive than it was when it was Vicky Corin Mitchell versus Barney Boatman. Thank you. Who voted Midi? Nicholas Seaman. Smart guy. All right, well, this round's winner, Adrian Mateos, advances to the next round, where he will face Victoria Corin. Your next bracket playoff is going to be between Ram Viswani and Mike McDonald. Do we want spin and goes or do we want to thin the EPTP? Someone in the chat who said the Sacramento. I hate that it's Sacramento. Said he missed an opportunity for E People's T champion. I'm not sure we did, to be honest. Spins. We'll do some more of these later. Next one's Ram Viswani versus Mike McDonald. Battle for the ages. The bracket continues. Let's try and reclaim some of our spin losses, shall we? For now. All right. Let me. I suppose I should log into PokerStars. This is as good as idea as any. Where are we at? Where are we at? $100 spin rates, get ready. The whale is coming. All units, be advised. Stand by for launch. Oh, we got two fresh regs today. We didn't play with Laguerre or Danilin Life, and we get to play for $300. Right out the gate, we're playing for 300 USD. Come on then. Treat me right. I know you've got a plan for me, RNG. I know you've got a plan for me. Connor Bryan says you only had 2k of buy-ins yesterday, Spraggy. You added the last as you bought in and added it for a second time. Okay. It does calculate it auto magically, but clearly something's wrong. I remember saying I'll play till 2k and then we'll change, so I think you're right. I know you have a plan for me. I had a queen. Good hand. That's more like it. A clean slate. Unfortunately, the total for the spin hub since its inception is at the bottom of your screen. We are lifetime stuck, nearly 600. Aha! Don't tell him I bluff with 6-3. Man, I've got quite a nice bluff catcher here, haven't I? I got quite a nice bluff catcher. I don't know. King high, though, on this board versus all in. Do you think he just has 9-4 offsuit or what? 10-3 offsuit, 9-4 offsuit? What are we dealing with here? Oh no, he bluffed ace high. Oh god. Oh god, he bluffed ace high. Oh dear. Well, that's tragic. That's tragic. He bluffed with the ace high. And we're dead. Man, oh man, eh? Ace 9, jams river. Nice bluff. Nice bluff. I knew he was overdoing it. I knew he didn't have much for value. I didn't think we'd see that, though. I really didn't think we'd see that. I had nut no pair. Danny says he value bet ace high. He definitely did not. You think he jammed that river with ace high, expecting me to call off king high? Come on, behave. Let's be serious for one moment, shall we? Just for a moment. Unfortunately, we can't be that serious because Strag's in the chat and just subbed for 64 months. Oh, yeah. Strag says, have you checked your throwable slate? He's so happy with himself. I almost don't want to show it. I almost don't want to show it. He's too happy with himself. I have a new one. No one is going to know what this throwable is. This guy from Kyrgyzstan is going to be like, what is that? Oh, my goodness. A tip of the fedora from Strag, is it? Tip of the fedora from Strag. Strag in the client. Wow. What a day. That's the first and last time it'll ever be used by me. Unless it's followed by this. Actually, can we do something here? I'm going to have to be quick. God, I got too many. Where's the shit? Where's the shit? No, it's not. I might even have to call here. Ace 9, right? Oh, God. What is that? And what is that? Am I third place? All 4 kings. Unbelievably, we would have won 190 chips if we'd have held against King 9. That was a side pot, but there was all the kings in the world, of course. And now this guy's got aces? I can't speak. We all can't speak. Just the aces. Football Intel says, horribly bluff catcher. You blocked his bluffs heavily. Would you like to play some 5-10 heads up, Ben? Against you? Sure. You want to play right now? Why not? Let's play. Create a cash game. Table name. Football Intel. Game. Hold'em. Players per table 2. Oh, we can only play money. All right. Players per table 6. Stakes. I can only play. You can only go up to 50 cent a dollar. I'll play some 50 cent a dollar. Here you go. I'm in the home game. Sees me play one hand in a spin and go and calls me out for a 5-10 heads up match. We are laughing. I'm raising the button too. I'm here. Play some 50 cent a dollar. Join the home game club. I'm not going to play anybody else, so please don't sit. We need some help. We got it on the flop, but he makes a wheel on the turn and we're dead. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Football Intel says 10x side bet. I couldn't possibly. I will play on the regulated site of PokerStars and we'll play for the money that's on the table. All right, we win our flip here. First hand out in the spin. Hide my cards quickly. We're on no delay. I got counterfeit out of 5 and everything. LQJT, thank you for the 2 bits. How long have we got until we're back in action? Can't be too long. Five and a half minutes. Thank you, Ruth. All in, all in. All in, all in. What do we got? Jack 10. Oh my goodness. How we dominated though? Jack high flush, no good. Blinds are up 20-40. We just got to win our next all in. We win $200. Can't be that hard. Can't call this. Can't call this. Roll in. I had the 7s. I think it's a pretty clean value bet on flop and turn, to be honest. There's not a lot of ace-x in either of our range. 10x probably raises flop. We did make a 7 for insurance. Come on, ace-king. You gotta hold there. Come on, 10-6. That's a great start, I gotta say. Phew! 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the flop. Boop, 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 boop. All right, we won 1. We'd still, what, lose a couple $100? In for 400, out for total cash is 200. This is wrong again. This is 100 over, isn't it? That's what it's doing. It's adding an extra 100 incorrectly. Because we played 3 spins for 300. Cashed 1 for 2. We are back in 1 minute.
She folds. Ace queen. She folds a full house.
What?
And she's right.
Oh my goodness.
He deserves a show there. Yeah.
How do you fold that?
Legendary hand that, by the way. Folded the ace queen.
Very nice fold.
Well, let's check in on Jason Somerville, who is facing a bet on the flop from Alexandra de Zutter.
Rory Jennings in the chat. What happened to me co-hosting?
10-9-7 all
Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? You pick your time.
Jason is all in. He's been called. Well, he has the nut flush and a redraw to a straight flush. He's a 98% favorite here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh!
Good luck, guys.
You've got to be kidding me.
Good game, guys.
Does Zutter just caught running cards to make a full house?
That was the nastiest thing I've seen in a long time, and I have the internet.
2% equity he had on the flop. 2%.
On that note, good luck, guys.
That's one for me.
I feel like we need to go back and give Jason Somerville a proper burial.
Clearly not.
Welcome back to Prague. Welcome back to the European Poker Tour. This is your main event. It is day 3. And here are your chip leaders. Gianfranco Iaculi closing in on 1.4 million. Trailed by Al Maravi. Zhao and Zhao in 3rd. Pawan Bansal, who was your overnight chip leader in 4th. And Connor O'Driscoll, one of our own, in 5th. Streamer here on Twitch, Mr. Connor O'Driscoll. COD Poker on Twitch, you'll find it. If that's something you might be interested in, we are staying with the same players who were at our feature table before the break. Elias Salerno leads with 794,000. That's 79 big blinds as we rejoin for one of my favorite blind levels. It's 5K, 10K. I love it because the maths is easy. Speaking of maths, those are some big numbers. I'm not sure I even know how much that is. What's the biggest number you can think of? Is it bigger than 1,019,300 euro? That's how much we're playing for first in the EPT Prague main event. Everybody's got 12,700 euro locked up. We're finishing in the top 79. And a reminder, if I may, that we will be playing another 2 levels tonight. 2 90-minute levels tonight. Big Sky 69 in the chat asks, Spraggy, what is your nastiest bad beat story? I once decided it would be fun to start streaming poker on Twitch. And 11 years later, I ended up commentating 11 hours a day for you fine people. Doesn't get much nastier than that, my friend. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, nothing to smile about in my life. Nothing to smile about in my life. EPT commentary teams for you. They don't even put me on the rundown. EPT commentary teams for you. Brazilian team, French team. Team Grind on Tour. Sure. Spanish team. Love the Spanish team. Alex Romero, David Gutierrez. Love the Spanish team. Italian team. Love the Italian team. Jada Fang. Pier Paolo Fabretti. Alberto Russo. James Hardigan, Nick Walsh, and Maria Ho on comms for this level. Here I come. Here I come. Ready? It's not commentary. It's a watch along. That's fine. I don't want to be on there anyway. They'll add me.
1-1.
Call my agent. Hello? It's the same guy. We got an all-in to start us off. We said that Kamel had negotiated the short stack masterfully, taken a few jam spots, had got them through. Now he doesn't get it through, but he's happy about that because he's a huge favorite. Ace-King against King-Jack. This is exactly the sort of situation he was trying to engineer, and engineer it he has. 68% favorite to have 21.7 blinds in the EPT main event. Good spot for him. Got a little bit to fade. 3 jacks as an out, but some backdoor opportunities could rear their head for Turchi, who, should he lose, which he certainly hasn't yet, 8 of hearts comes into view. A path to victory a little bit more transparent. 10 outs, 1 card, Kamel at risk. And it's a jack. Engineered the situation for the double up, but it was denied. Structurally unsound, I'm afraid. And a collapse.
I just go? Okay.
Tamer Kamel leaves with 12,700 euro, but will be disappointed that his ace-king didn't hold up against king-jack for all the biscuits. GG's in the chat, F's in the chat, claps in the chat. At this point, 1,224 runners, down to just 77. Strag, you've got a lot of... Listen, you've managed somehow... Strag has somehow managed to get his own throwable in the PokerStars client. We don't know how. But what it says to me is that this is a man with a lot of sway at PokerStars, a lot of pull, a lot of power, right? What I would love, Strag, can you get on to the team? And when it does that little scroll at the bottom of commentary teams, can you get it to say Pirate Radio, Spraggy TV at the bottom? Pirate Radio, Spraggy. International Waters, Pirate Radio. I would love that. I was once spun a story about the Hendon Mob. You guys know Hendon Mob tournament results, caches by flag, by nation. And of course we have poker players who are flag hunters, that they will deliberately go to countries to collect the flag to have cashed a tournament in that country. I know that Rory Jennings in the chat is a big Hendon Mob enjoyer, and is very keen to collect flags when he plays live poker. I was once spun a story that the rarest flag that someone had on the Hendon Mob was a flag for international waters. I don't actually know if that flag on Hendon exists, but someone did claim that they had an international waters flag, which is where this EPT rogue broadcast should really be stemming from. We've intercepted the PokerStars EPT signal and are broadcasting it for our own gains. Salerno looking to yield a profit with the ace-9, but currently being denied by Shaka's defend of the 5-3 and a call on the flop. A card that probably favors Salerno. Shaka going to defend plenty of these 5s and these 8s. Maybe has some gut shots in there as well, like a 6-7, a 7-9, a 9-10. I think a bet on the turn, we can certainly apply pressure to the 8 and the 5. And indeed, we already start applying pressure to a jack. So I do think I like a barrel from Salerno, and that's what we see. And gets a better hand to fold. Result, happiness. Dangle said flag collecting is fun. A good flag is Iceland. And so today we're asking, what is your favorite tournament cash location? What is your favorite Hendon Mob flag? Mine, as we just head out into the field, that is Gianfranco Iacculli, who is your chip leader, stemming from Italy. He's got 1.375 million. What flags do I have? Spain, Slovakia, Monaco, Ireland, Czechia, England, Cyprus, USA, France, Scotland, Bahamas, Belgium. That's your lot. Strag says that story is true. Take a look at Gus Hansen's Hendon Mob. He won the first ever PTA, which was held on a cruise ship. Take a look at the flag he got for it. All right. See, I mean, now that I know it's real, I do have to go through Gus Hansen's Hendon Mob, which is quite aggressive. If I order by place, we'll see some first place finishes. There it is. International. He got an international flag. 7.5K PCA. 2004. First place for $455,000. International Waters flag. Strag, you've got a lot of sway at PokerStars. We've already... Can we get another cruise ship tournament, please? Perhaps you and I could play a heads-up sit and go on a ferry off the coast of the Isle of Man or something. Does that count? What if I lose, though? Shit. Just my luck, wouldn't it? Both players with top pair. Kings, queens, and a 9 kicker for Salerno versus the big blind. He won't particularly like the monotone nature of the flop, and certainly won't like the repeat queen. And actually, it's Yakuba who leads for 10,000 chips from the big blind, recognizing that the queen is a pretty decent card for him. It's just very, very difficult to play versus what is about, what, 12% of the pot. It forces your opponent to call a very wide range of hands. Going to have to stick around with a lot of ace high, jack high, any pair, non-heart hands. So it's very, very difficult sizing to play against when your opponent is also going to take the sizing with a queen, with a flush to try and induce. Be interesting to see how he approaches the river with 11 big blinds in the middle. Just same strat. Kind of shutting the pot down.
King.
Taking all the sting out of it. King 9 is the winner. But he manages to show down his hand and realize his equity for 2 big blinds. It's a pretty fine outcome for him. Solano picks it up with the King 9. Strike says Irish Sea is in international waters. I mean, if you go out far enough, everything's international waters, right? Depends how much fuel we get in a ferry.
Wish I could bet smaller.
Michelle Ebinger says, Sweden, where I live, and Holland because I was born there. Nice. Jacob got an Isle of Man flag. And what's VA? Vanuatu? Strike says, that's not how seas work. You're thinking of oceans. It's all connected, though, isn't it? A sea and an ocean really is all connected. Like, the Irish Sea is connected to the Atlantic Ocean. It's the same. The water's all swilling in together. It's just a political boundary, really. It's just a figment of our imagination or our shared consciousness that an institution has decided that that body of water and that body of water should be differentiated. I'm not buying it. I refuse to bow to the map makers. When you think about it, Strag, we're all one, aren't we? That's my excuse anyway for lack of geography knowledge. Yakuba with ace 4. Blind versus blind. Stabs the ace high board. Maria with 9-3. Makes a pair. Has to stick around. For now. Yakuba still with the top pair. I think we've seen him employ some small bets previously. I think we could definitely employ some small sizings here. Force out a call from the king, the queen. Maybe even some of the 9s like a jack 9 or a 10-9. 50,000 in the middle. Looks like 25,000 is the bet. And Maria will have a lot of better hands than this 9-3. A 9 that can't improve, right? We spoke about jack 9, 10-9 being better. Maybe we call with some queens. Maybe we call with kings. She's still going to have an ace sometimes. Dyad says, Spraggy, who wins flat home and steep home between Gloucester and South Wales? Who owns flat home and steep home between Gloucester and South Wales? I know some of these words, but I don't know the answer. We've got an elimination. It's David Nuss. Who's unfortunately leaving us. Eliminated by Jeremy Zawari, who we saw playing on the feature table earlier. Strike says, by that definition, you yourself are an ocean. That's what I mean. We're all stardust, aren't we? All of the molecules at the start of the Big Bang concentrated there. We all came from that. So I'm an ocean, you're an ocean. If you play poker within yourself, you will be in international waters. Now we're getting deep. Not just literally. I'm not talking Mariana Trench. I'm talking existential understanding of oneself. My goodness. Am I even alive right now? I'm not even on any drugs. I had a coffee and a mini roll. Ace deuce suited for Maria Lampropoulos. Defends in the small blind. Salerno with the raise of the ace king. Check, check on the flop. Five of hearts brings some equity into view for Lampropoulos. She's probably going to defend hands like 9-10, Jack-10, which are kind of cool bluffs here. Can fold out the ace highs and the king highs. But certainly no harm in betting with a hand like the ace deuce. She does have the nut flush draw and of course benefits from folding out a hand like ace king. Yeah, nice find. Nicely found by Maria Lampropoulos. Moves her opponent off the best hand. Has some backup if she does get called. And I want to get through this bracket today because we'll do a new bracket tomorrow. We want to crown an EPT People's Champion today, so we need to put it to the audience. We need another vote. These are all EPT champions. They've all won an EPT main event. We're trying to pick a favorite amongst the chat, the EPT People's Champion. Your next 1 minute vote is between Ram Vaswani and Mike McDonald. Timex versus one of the OG Hendon Mob players, Ram Vaswani. A staple of the early EPT seasons. Vote 1 for Ram. Vote 2 for Timex Mike McDonald. What is going on today? Where's my UK Regs? Where's my UK Regs? A legend like Ram Vaswani, who came back to play at the anniversary edition at EPT Barcelona as well. Ram Vaswani. Now I feel like I'm going into business for him, but it's getting closer. You've got 20 seconds to make your mind up. Who is your favorite EPT champion of all time? Who's your favorite between Ram Vaswani and Mike McDonald? If you can name the EPT main events that they won, you get bonus points in the chat. It is at the moment looking like a Ram Vaswani elimination. Hashtag save Ram with a 1. 1. 3, 2, 1. Mike McDonald.
Are you up or down for the day?
Advances to the next round. Mike McDonald. That's as far as he's going to go. I can tell you that right now. I can see it right now. Tough lineup coming up next. Jack 4 for Salerno defending in the big blind. Maria Lampropoulos with the king 6. Looks like she might be delaying her c-bet here. Checking back on the flop. Got a lot of ace high in the check back. Here we go. Just because she's giving up on the flop doesn't mean she has to give up on the river. And look at that. The effectiveness of it is that she probably wouldn't have gotten a jack to fold on the flop. But she did get a jack to fold on the turn. So another cool bluff from Maria Lampropoulos. You do love to see it. Ram Vaswani, EPT main event. Let's learn together.
Sometimes you get built.
Made 4 final tables of the European Poker Tour. In the first season, he won the Dublin event and finished 2nd in Copenhagen. In the second season, he finished 5th in Deauville, and he made the final table, finishing 8th in season 3. We are off to the outer tables, where Lionel Davidson is all in and at risk. He's got 9s against ace king. The board runs out 4, 6, deuce, 3, 8. And Lionel Davidson she finds a double up from seat 2. And it's Parlev with the ace king. So Parlev was on our feature table earlier in the week as a chip leader, I believe. Davidson there, now up to 380,000 chips. Surely bluffing a lot. Someone called Lie More. Surely just the most outrageous bluff frequency. Big match coming up next in the bracket. Big match coming up next up in the EPT People's Champion bracket. Patrick Antonius versus Liv Barry. British Spinner says, is it cold in there? A lot of people look wrapped up. Maria on feature. I don't know, actually. From my memory of Prague, it's never been cold indoors in the past. It's freezing outside. It might be the case. There's usually snow on the ground in Prague this time of year. Sometimes if you're taking a break, you just end up in a coat and a scarf and keep it on for comfort. Seven, 8 suited, blind v blind for Fernandez. We're playing about 33.9 big blind steep effective.
Raise.
Does choose to raise from the middle of the deck. Turchi with the queen deuce. Has the benefit of position. A bit of a swing and a miss for the 7-8 of hearts. We'll see how Fernandez wants to either continue or not continue with this hand. Starts with a check, Turchi with a bet. Excuse me, I got this the wrong way around. I thought I might have. A limp from the 7-8 suited. Queen deuce with the ISO. Which is much more in line with what we expect to happen. That middle of the deck wants to see a flop. Queen deuce wants to take it down pre, so would raise, sure. Bet on the flop wins. Button is now Fernandez's. Aptly faces, can we have a bracket for potato products once this is done? Should we have a bracket for what tomorrow's bracket is going to be?
Fold.
We'll have a bracket to decide which bracket we'll do tomorrow. Solana with the ace-8, raising the cutoff, as you might expect. Suggestions are potato products, a bracket on bears. We did do favorite bears. We should have a bear bracket. Turchi with the aces. $75,000. Asking for more. Solano in the cutoff, unsuited, double suited. Very easily dominated hand, not going to flop very well, unable to make straight draws, flush draws. Top pairs are going to be in bad shape. Unable to cooperate. Small pot for the ace-ace of Turchi, but a pot nonetheless. Apple says, can we ban anyone who says koala bears aren't technically bears? Isn't koala just mean bear? Is it bear bears?
This is all four. This is four.
This is fourth. This is fourth. So this and another
Like
one.
Care Bears.
2 hours.
We played 5.
Yes,
Yeah.
2 hours.
Today we will stop after level 20. Yeah. So 2.5 more hours.
2.5 more hours of play indeed.
Or maybe 33 players will bust before. Which is hardly to believe.
Hard. So hard.
Solano with the king 10. 5k, 10k your blinds, raising to 20,000 in the hijack. Shaka in the small blind with king jack suited. Both options on the table as long as we don't fold. Can 3-bet, can call. Maybe at 32 blinds we don't really want to 3-bet fold, we don't want to get it in. Okay, so we decide to call. And we're heads up to 10-4 deuce. Very impactful community cards here. Solano snatches the lead away from the king jack and will be very happy from the hijack with his hand. I think Shaka will be flatting hands like queen 10, jack 10. Maybe even a smattering of the pairs in there, 6s, 7s that don't want to quite shove 32 blinds pre. So plenty for the 10 to target. We can see, of course, that Shaka has 2 overcards to the board, a flush draw, and I think he himself will be quite willing to put some money in the middle. Again, all options on the table as long as we don't fold. Shaka moves himself into the aggressive line, opting for a check raise. The benefits of this: you will fold out a hand like ace jack, you will fold out a hand like king queen. All very good outcomes when we've got a king and a jack in our hand. You know, we've got good equity. Against a hand like ace 10, we've got really good equity. We can see that against a hand like king 10, even when our king is covered, we've still got 46%. So our raw equity position is very good, and we can get our opponent to fold better hands. Therefore, we like a check raise. Of course, Salerno is not going anywhere with the 10. He makes the call. Turn a 9. And there's the all-in decision. Applies the pressure to a stubborn ace high. Applies the pressure to a stubborn pocket 8s, pocket 7s. And of course, again, picks up equity himself. He now has the gut shot straight draw to go along with his flush draw, to go along with his 2 overs. So I think this is just good, aggressive hold'em from Shaka. We saw him before bluff with a combination that we didn't really think was very good, but I think this is perfect. I think this is exactly how we should be playing the king jack of spades. Salerno's not happy with the king 10. So he's certainly going to fold ace high. He's certainly going to fold 8s and 7s and 6s in a hand like ace 4. So we're applying all the pressure in all the right places. If he can ever get his opponent to fold a 10, it's going to be a very efficient bluff. Even if his opponent doesn't fold, he's going to make the best hand a fair chunk of the time. From Salerno's perspective, I do think we are at a point in our range where we probably have to sack it up and call. If we get shown ace 10, so be it. I think we beat enough of these flush draw bluffs. I think if we're paying attention, maybe we saw Shaka show down that king 6 previously, and we might have some ideas about some of his bluffs being out of line. Yeah, he makes the call. His hands are tied. He's got top pair. He goes with it. His job is done. He's made the correct decision. He's now at the mercy of the deck for 642,000 chips. This is a very big pot. Shaka says good luck. Needs a spade, a jack, or a queen. He'd have preferred to see the ace 10, so the king would be working for him. It isn't. The queen, however, is. That extra little bit of equity on the turn We said now he's got that gut shot to go along with it, and it's the gut shot that saves him. Devastation for Solano. His stack being sliced. Maybe more than in half. But good hold'em from both players. Good decisions from both players. The deck decides the winner. And you just hear that crackling. Apologies for the audio glitches. We hope to resolve the issue shortly. Coming from the team. Larry says, it is always funner when you go runner, runner. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? The action does not stop. Fernandez straight back to it. Raising Queen Jack and the hijack. Maria Lampropoulou with the King 10 of hearts. Some sort of shared interactions here on the flop. Let's see if the board wants to coordinate. Couldn't be any further away, really. Definitely a board that will favour the player in the big blind. Maria going to defend a lot more sixes, a lot more fours. And Fernandez is going to open. But Fernandez still with a value range. He wants to value bet if he's got a 6 himself or 7s through aces. And so if he has some value bets, he can lie a little bit too. And that's what he's doing with the Queen Jack. A little lie to start. King 10 out of the way. EPT People's Champion bracket. Progressing so far, Victoria Corrin, Adrian Mateos, and Mike McDonald. Your next match is between Patrick Antonius and Liv Barry. What's going on under here? Out of tables, Ola Shemian versus Diogo Moreira. This has been a big part of our featured play. Ola Shemian certainly featuring heavily in our coverage. We join at the river. It's Jack, 4 Jack, 7 Ace. And Ola has bet 132,000 chips. With an unmoving stare at the board, not giving anything away. He's about to bet 132,000 chips, excuse me. Mystic Spraggy, they call me. I could see it coming. I had a read. I've got a stone read on Shemian. That's why I beat him heads up in that 1K Super Tuesday.
132.
Delving into the time bank for a decision here. Again, the board Jack, 4 Jack, 7 Ace. And it looks like a pretty sizable bet. I'm not seeing particularly big pot in the middle. Might even be an over bet at the river from Ola. Certainly close to the size of the pot, if not bigger than. It's going to work. Okay. Patrick Antonius versus Liv Barry. 1 in the chat, YouTube and Twitch, type 1 for Patrick Antonius, type 2 for Liv Barry. These are all EPT champions. We're trying to find the People's Champion. It's a heck of a start for Patrick. 2 pretty popular players here, pretty large names, iconic names in the poker world. At the moment, It's all Patrick. Any love for Liv? Henrik says Liv would win against a lot, but the handsome fella there is good. It's hard to look past Patrick Antonius, isn't it? A tough draw for Liv, absolutely. Tough draw for Liv Beret.
Hello.
Making a late comeback,
nice
10 seconds
now.
on your clock. Patrick and Joyce, make sure he gets it over the line. 1 for Patrick, 2 for Liv. It is going to be an elimination. For Liv Beret, Patrick Antonius, you winner, advances to the next round of the EPT People's Champion bracket, where he will face Mike McDonald. That's a write-off. Patrick's gone through.
Thank you.
Patrick Antonius versus Mike McDonald. The people. Patrick's huge favourite, surely. Huge favourite. No disrespect to Mike McDonald, but can't put him up against Patrick Antonius and expect it to end well. Unless it's free throws.
Sorry?
King Jack suited for Turchi under the gun. We're joined at the table by our start of the day chip leader, Pawan Bansal from India, who joins us with, I think it might be the first time we've seen a larger than 1 million chip stack on the final, on the feature table now. Bansal with 1.17 mil and a King Queen suited. There he is.
Oh.
Shades on, hoodie up, chip stack peaking. As Salerno joins us from the small blind with a small pair, the baby pair having a peek. It's Turchi from under the gun. It's Turchi who's going to have a lot of ace-X. Bansal going to have a lot of ace-X. And Salerno going to have a fair share of ace-X. So everybody's got pretty decent trips coverage. The difference is going to come in with who has the most offsuit ace-X. And you've got to believe that's the player under the gun. Also, cut off and small blind will 3-bet some ace-X. So probably a slight advantage in the ace category for Turchi. The king is a big turn. Turchi makes a decent 2-pair. Bansal makes a slightly better 2-pair. I think the way the flop is going to play out, each player still retains some ace-X. Turchi will check some aces. Bansal will check some aces because Turchi's checking some aces. Which means that Salerno will still check some aces on the turn because Turchi still has some aces and Bansal still has some aces. Basically, everybody could still have an ace. Which is why you'll see a little bit of conservative approach, even though both these guys make a king. Because they all kind of know you still got an ace in there somewhere sometimes. Jack on the river changes nothing. Bansal still with the best hand. I do think now a lot of those aces start to evaporate. Another check from Salerno. Turchi maybe will have bet an ace on the turn. And I think he himself will be quite happy with his hand. I think we'll see a block size. The problem for him is his kicker doesn't play, so he can't monetize against King 10 or King 9. So if he wants to monetize the King Jack, he has to get called by a Jack or 10s or 9s. And in order to do that, he has to go really, really small, which is why we see this 12,000 chip size used. Because, of course, size matters. Bansal will call for 12,000, Salerno out the way, and Bansal will table a winner. Pipped by 1. Pipped by 1. 107,000 chips for Bansal. Extends the chip lead of the feature table. Field of 71 remaining. What do we end the day at? We got 2 more levels. We get down to a final 50, maybe. Sorrentini says, are there antes in this kind of tourney? Yeah. So the ante in live poker is paid by the player in the big blind every round. Or every hand, should I say. To save each individual person putting in an ante every single hand. So at the moment we're playing 5,000, 10,000. And the 10,000 chip ante from the big blind as well. So we're a pre-flop pot of 25k chips. As we see Yakuba bump it up with King Jack to 20,000. Fernandez 3-bets to 90,000 with Ace Queen.
Lost some chips?
Playing about 65 blinds deep.
Oh, lost some. Yeah. You had like 500, no? When you won that?
No interest with the King Jack offsuit.
Pretty hard this entire table. So I had to make 1 3-bet bluff into this wall. I've been like completely done. Don't think I've had like single table hand.
Honestly, you used up all of them earlier in the day.
Yeah. That table was last time I had it.
Don't forget, folks, we're also doing a recap of these streams. A lot of you will have watched the recaps, but we're going to recap the day's action at the end of the day. It should go up as soon as we're finished or as quickly as we can get it out.
For me right now, trust me.
So if you missed any of the action from yesterday or you just like watching highlights, poker highlights of big and interesting hands that happened, there's a video that went out yesterday for day 2 action. And we will have a video that goes out highlighting 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it needs to be, of all the big hands, key moments that get played on today's stream.
Sorry? Yeah, it was a bluff.
Just so that if you miss any of the day's action, you want to keep up to date. What I'm going to do at the end of today's video as well is do like a...
That's not as good as yours.
Chip counts, chip leaders, eliminations, so that everybody is ready to start day 4 with a bit of context.
When you call pre, that size and that flop, I knew I'm done.
No viewer left behind.
Not a good one. Yeah, it wasn't good.
Like this. 4.
Yeah. I won't call. You played it well. Yeah. Person, when you called the flop, I already gave up.
Sometimes you gotta know when to say it down.
Yeah, it was. Well, she opened like a lot of hands and then had ace on the button suited.
She does look very aggressive. That time. All the time you have kings.
It was ace king suited even, not even ace king.
Demotion, ace king suited.
I tapped out of commentary to eat a cookie. It had to be done, I'm afraid. And it's a shame because we tapped out on a very interesting hand. Fernandez with a bet. And Turchi electing to raise the sevens. Kind of cool with a spade. I saw Michael Rosito do something similar in the week, actually.
9-10 of spades.
Can't remember which tournament he was playing in. One of the many televised, streamed live events. And I saw him check raise fours with a spade on the monotone board without four. Interesting to see some pair activity. How about this? Winter Series, December 21st to January the 19th, but in Southern Europe. This is not going to be on the PokerStars main client. This is on PokerStars Espanol. Combined liquidity, Spain, Portugal, maybe. Highlights will include a Sunday Million main event live coverage if we've got anyone who plays on the Southern Europe PokerStars. Whole different thing to the one that we play here on the chat, folks. Segregated markets and whatnot. But bon chance. Bon chance.
Huh? Are you from the States?
Yeah.
Atletico Getafe.
Because the
Getafe
dealers
stayed
were there.
like
Some of them.
130
Some
or
of it.
140.
Way more expensive in Anfield. Way more.
Really? Yeah.
I paid my tickets for Liverpool, Manchester United.
She's good for you. She might
in
be good for
Premier
you.
League.
Against
Manchester United.
550.
She's good for you. She might be good for me too.
Yeah, because
It worked like that last.
You're most Scandinavian than Indian.
Yeah.
Come on.
Trying to find out who
It's
plays in
pretty cool to be
PokerStars
able to
SE.
talk in like
What is it specifically?
multiple languages fluently. It's,
Random ticket for Premier
I
League. is
tried
like
learning
average
French,
200.
fell flat on
Really?
my face.
I thought that this.
How hard did it
Italy, France, and
I
Spain
mean, I
all play
tried
together.
once. I took a module in university,
Not England.
and
Germany.
then once I went to classes in my city. And
Marilan probably with the aces, raising up under the gun. Yakuba in the big blind. Elects for just a call.
You didn't try Duolingo?
yeah, I did that for like 3 months or something.
Atletico de Madrid.
Queen, Queen, 6.
Came from Madrid, so
I think Maria can be happy to just see bet every hand in her range if she wants to on Queen, Queen, 6. Immediately profitable decision with all of the hands that she opens, given how often the big blind is going to miss the flop.
for all the season, even if you go to
She chooses to bet the one big blind, 10k.
and the club
Buddy of
also,
mine
if
traveled
you want
in
it, you
like,
sell it.
And what this is going to do is force a very wide defend from her opponent. The smaller you bet, the more your opponent has to call.
He breaks up a few words, and he's just he's all through Mexico. He was
So that's how she's going to drive value with the aces.
I've been putting off a trip to South America for the longest time.
Going to have to get called by King High. 6, obviously. Some backdoor equities.
Quarterfinal or something like that. Not really.
Case ace on the turn.
Yeah. Real Madrid
Just
is,
wonder if there's
you know, like, because penalty,
any checking back coming in here from Maria Lampropoulos.
you know, I was in the
Given that we didn't get check raised on the flop,
they
I wouldn't hate it. It's really hard to get value from any ace X because
first with the
we can account for 3 of the aces. It's unlikely our opponent has one. And I think when we don't get check raised on the flop,
but you cannot see them.
we're going to discount a lot of the queen X. So I feel like in general we're up against kind of a weak range. You know, a lot of king high, a lot of 6X, a lot of, I don't know, 10-9 of spades, backdoor sort of stuff. She does go for 25k, very small. Obviously, again, small size, target the weaker parts of the range, ensure that they have to call.
You know, like what happened, and they canceled the penalty. And
Really interesting card for Yakuba.
What? Yeah.
Because we are still 46 big blinds deep.
He's cancelled it. Yeah. It's the first time I saw in my entire life.
He checks it over to Maria,
Penalty. Yeah. And we lost.
who again, she's just blocking so many of the ways she's going to get called. If she goes for half pot, a queen is probably going to raise anyway.
Five of the map, we score Gallagher.
Maybe a queen is going to raise against any sizing.
We're going to make 5 of.
She goes for 100k.
Not really. Yeah, but this one of the stars that really missed to live in Madrid. That every
Does
week
force a fold from the ace X.
stadium, you know, beer or whatever.
I was going to say, versus a small size, it could have been interesting with the ace 5, right? Maybe turn it into a bluff, try and fold out better ace, try and represent a full house with the perfect blockers.
they sell it to the tourists, so nobody.
But a lovely run out for Marie
They
Lampropoulos.
have like one song.
Wins another one.
It's good as well.
Baines, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. Says happy Thursday. And what a happy Thursday.
Yeah, obviously you don't.
And what a happy Thursday. Enjoying some action from Prague 2025.
Yesterday lost again.
Main event happening right now.
So that.
Raise 20.
And Fernandez back at it again. Love Tourette says, remember when Maria was sick and coughing non-stop? Yeah, I do actually. I think that there was even a cough counter in the chat, I believe. Isn't that the event that she won?
6 pass.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did win that year.
7 pass.
Are we shuffling this deck or is everybody just going to have aces every hand? Fernandez with the 3-bet versus the early position raise of Salerno. What are we looking at here? A little bit of action, it looks like. Salerno playing back. Opting for the 4-bet. Taking an aggressive stance. Bumps it all the way up to 152,000. If you're Fernandez, you're now creating a very favorable stack to pot ratio. That is to say, the pot is already getting very big. I did mention it before, we have seen a lot of 3-betting at this table. So I think Salerno is well within his rights to play back on occasion. Comes in for the 4-bet with ace-jack offsuit. I do wonder whether more of our 4-bets want to be maybe lower down in the deck, maybe ace-4, ace-5. Maybe we use some suited hands so if we get caught in position we can flop some equity. Fernandez does indeed opt for the slow play. He's trapping aces in position. We've got a very large 4-bet pot. And Salerno really saying pre-flop that he has queens, kings, and aces. Right? He's saying, I want more money in because I've got these good hands. So he's going to keep telling that story. 80,000 is the bet. And I think Fernandez's job is quite a straightforward one. If Salerno's story is honest, he's going to stack queens and kings anyway. If Salerno's story is dishonest, he wants his opponent to keep on bluffing. So I think, again, with an invulnerable hand, aces is not going to get outdrawn on this texture. We can just call in position and potentially let our opponent keep blasting. Salerno picks up a gut shot. Has to start thinking about which sort of hands would call a 4-bet that we're trying to fold. Like, what are we trying to move our opponent off of here? Maybe a hand like pocket jacks. Can't 5-bet pre. But we have a jack blocked. We know that he'll be trapping aces, even trapping kings sometimes. Aces more so. We know he probably flats queens occasionally. Flats 10s to the 4-bet. Sure. It's kind of tough to come up with hands that peel the 4-bet and want to fold now. So perhaps a wise decision from Salerno to pump the brakes a little bit. And that'll be the end of the hand. But the trap does yield some minor success. Picks up another 80,000 on the flop. But always nice to keep those aces in the flat call pre-flop versus the 4-bet. when you've got an agreeably small amount of chips to still get in by the river. So very clean decisions, straightforward but clean decisions from
Catch
Fernandez.
anything with other big stacks on our table before after I left? Nothing? Felt he was playing like really passively. Every hand.
No, well timer.
One pass.
I was just surprised because I heard he was aggressive. That's not true.
Raise 20. 4 pass.
To pick your
Well,
moment.
Fernandez will be back at it again with the jacks this time. Catching some heat. And Shaka with an ace and a king in the cutoff. Primarily a hand that we're going to want to put more chips in the middle with.
Raise 60.
We've seen aggression from Shaka before, and that's what we see here. 3x the 3-bet. And I mentioned it earlier in the stream, one of my least favorite situations in poker. I actually think theory folds a lot here. 60 big blinds deep. Raise in a 3-bet.
7 pass. 8 pass.
You're going to have to get up a little earlier in the day to catch Maria Lamproplou making a mistake with the 10s there. I think this is a fold that a lot of people feel nitty making. They feel like they're playing too tight to just get rid of the 10s. But I think it's a pretty good decision. It's a pretty clean decision. When we start thinking about early position raises and 3-bets. We can't 4-bet commit our stack. Cold calling is playing out of position, inviting further action behind. Very miserable. So good solid laydown with the 10s. And we do see Fernandez, again, opting not to 4-bet pump a load of money in with jacks. And this, again, a product of having been 3-bet. Opening in early position. Your opponent is representing very strong hands. And of course, won't be happy on the ace-8-4. Doesn't have a heart, but still takes one off. We still expect Shaka to be bluffing enough the time with a king-9, a king-jack, a king-10. Might even 3-bet 10s himself and c-bet his entire range, and jacks is performing okay, right? Check on the turn from Fernandez. Shaka very much in value mode. Nothing at the moment to suggest his hand can't go for 3 streets. His job really just to get all the money in over the 3 streets with a hand as strong as ace-king here. So just looking at the size of the pot, working out how we can bet the turn so that we can comfortably bet the river. 100,000 is where he lands. Half pot. Jack's no longer interested. The ace. The action killer. And of course, we are still trying to find our EFT People's Champion, aren't we? I actually have a compact mode. How about that? Meanwhile, Dimitris Kilantaris has been eliminated. 14,600 euro. I don't know. Did you hear that voice coming through then? Who was that? Darth Maul? Was it some sort of demonic possession? Did anyone hear that when we moved out to the outfield? I'm all for a little crackling audio issues from the team, but I don't really want to be contacted via Ouija board.
I have a good candidate before that.
Raise 21.
I don't think you could to, you know.
It's everybody at the table.
No.
6 pass.
I think we should
7 pass.
I can call.
We need an exorcist in here. What is going on? Can I level with you? I'm really scared. Not scared as Turchy should be. Shaka's flopped a set. They're lost to the dark side. Indeed. Darth Turchi. Darth Shaka. Back beasts back. Turchi gets out of town.
5 बार ब्लफ कर चुका है 4 बार पकड़ा गया एक बार ब्लफ का था फ्लश ड्रॉ गट शॉट के साथ फिर शॉट आ गया था पकड़ा गया तभी पकड़ा गया था पर ही कट
It's terrifying.
इसके सारे ब्लफ पकड़े गए अभी ये प्रॉब्लम ब्लफ नहीं कर रहा था उसने छोड़ दिया उसने मोटर ने पकड़ा हुआ था 2 बार
What is this, Prague in the upside down?
2 बार उसको ब्लफ पकड़ा था
वो अच्छा खेल रहा है लगता है सही रहा है
बुरा नहीं करा उसने
Should we just mute them and pretend it's not happening? King 7 offsuit for Shaka. Under the gun +2 would be a little bit wide, wouldn't it? No way. No way. Sir. Sir, this is an EPT main event. Hello. Hello. We've got a King 7 offsuit. Under the gun +2 opener. Shaka's been chipping up. Got 770,000. He's decided he can put his foot on the gas a little bit. Someone stop this man. Queen 10 with the defend from Salerno. Here we go. Surely we can't let him away with opening King 7-0. We can't keep getting away with this. We saw him bluff that King 5 on the turn as well. Now opening King 7 off. Huh? Loves it. Loves the game. And you know what? If you feel like you're at a tight table or a table where there's not enough check raising going on flops, there's not enough 3-betting going on pre. I don't know if that's true at this table. We've seen quite a bit of 3-betting. You know, not enough floating on flops. King 7 takes it down. Shaka might be onto something. I think this is very telling that he chose to open with this holding. I think in half an hour when people see that he's opened that, it's the danger of playing on the feature, right? People see in 30 minutes that you're opening King 7 offsuit in early position. They go, ah, I'm going to have to do something about that. But for that 30-minute window, maybe he can get away with a little something. I feel like everybody has, the demons have been exercised, no longer hearing the spooky voices. Thank goodness. All right, it's time for the next round of the bracket. Shaka's going to open. We've got to decide a winner now between Anton Bergstrom and Steve O'Dwyer. Anton Bergstrom is who won EPT Online. It still counts. 1 for Anton Bergstrom, 2 for Steve O'Dwyer. The legend that is Steve O'Dwyer. Audience participation encouraged, nay, necessary. O'Dwyer landslide or what? Anton Bergstrom? Any love for Anton Bergstrom? Press a 1. Twitch and YouTube, you're all invited to play. We won't miss any action. Check this out. It's compact mode. It's a compact disc. Fernandez with the King Queen, Shaka with the King Jack. Everybody missed. Maybe Fernandez wants to lead from the big blind on the 4-5-6. Let's have a look. Nope, doesn't. Steve O'Dwyer racing ahead. Could be our biggest win yet. What's Anton Bergstrom's name on PokerStars? Under what moniker did he win the EPT Online main event? No Googling. Steve O'Dwyer progresses. He's through in the bracket. Steve O'Dwyer advances to the next round. Shaka wins the pot with a C-bet. Mr. Tim Kaum is Mr. Steve O'Dwyer, sure. Anton Bergstrom, EPT Online main event winner.
काफी क्लोज था मेरे साथ क्या था क्या था कुछ था नहीं इक्का चौकी था बट लाइक
मूव करने लगा था इस पे ना बस पकड़
I'll find out for you. What if God? Of course, what if God? Play with him a lot.
Raise 20, 10 5. 1 5. 3 5. Thank you. Pass.
If you just press the 2 on YouTube, Franco de Tanko, Foul Mouth Rhetoric, you might be a little bit delayed. Live votes only. I feel like I'm on ITV, you know, where they have to remind people they can't ring in on the reruns. Phone lines are now closed. Next up in your bracket, Toby Lewis versus Kevin McPhee.
You've been to Obisco?
Are you ready?
No.
It's a 1 for Toby Lewis. It's a 2 for Kevin McPhee.
Why? Oh.
Someone press the 3. No 3 available. You got to pick one. You got to pick one.
I was planning on going with my cousin. Oh, okay.
You don't have to pick one. I don't mean to sound biased. You can pick one or 2.
One of the best places to see the Northern Lights.
You can pick one or 2.
And even when I went to Tromsø,
I don't believe either of these players will progress through
It was just like the
to the next round. Toby Lewis getting some support. Love that. Love Toby.
It's not like you can't see it with the naked eye, but when you take a picture, it suddenly comes like all vibrant colors.
It feels fake though.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I've seen that in Järfälla, like with through the
Yeah.
All right, landslide.
Doesn't feel real. I was in Iceland specifically to
And
watch
top pair
them
for
also.
Marie Lampropoulos on the ace
A bit
4-4.
Not that impressed. But I saw the best. in
She's
Northern
called in
Sweden.
the... Oh, sorry. She's raised from +1.
Northern Sweden.
Toby Lewis through to the
You need a
next
bit of
round.
luck
Yeah,
to catch the.
I tried 6 nights in a row in Iceland.
Oh, yeah.
And
Demi probably.
nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
The tourist guide was like, "Can you see the Northern Lights? Can you see the Northern Lights?" Like he was just trying to force it, and everyone was looking around. We were on a tourist bus, and then I went back to the bus. I was young also, like 18, I think. Some American guy sat in the bus like, "I want my money back." He was so tilted.
Some of these tours are pretty nice because if you don't spot the Northern Lights, the next day they take you for like complimentary.
Yeah.
They do that in Tromsø. I still have.
So Fernandez bets when check to here.
I'm using that in Helsinki in February.
Nice.
And Maria Lampropoulos, having raised pre-flop with the ace-10 suited, puts it into her check. Picks off the bluff on the flop. Will we see a follow-through for Fernandez? What are we trying to fold if we bet the turn? We're trying to fold out kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 8s. Maybe king high hearts in the back door. So probably slightly less preference to barrel hearts at the margin if we have a close decision, right? Occasionally Maria will have king jack, king 10 of hearts peeling the flop, probably. So jack 10 of hearts, don't bluff with the backdoor fold that she'll have if we're getting really nerdy. If you want to be real nerds in here, you'd probably bluff more with jack 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of clubs. So Fernandez shuts down on the turn, having been called. And Maria Lampropoulos goes for the check again. But Fernandez has some showdown value. So does not choose to bluff again. Maria Lampropoulos drags another pot. She's up to 641,000.
And no bets after that.
Mela says, do you prefer a talkative table or a quiet table? It depends who's talking. It very much depends who's talking. Proj64 says backdoor fold. I'm new. Talking about backdoors, you'll talk about
okay for me.
hands that could make something on a good turn or a river. So if there's one heart on the flop and you have 2 hearts, you have the backdoor flush draw. That is to say, the only way you make a flush is with a heart on the turn and a heart on the river in the backdoor, right?
Worst is when you get a
Whereas if
flop.
there's 2 hearts on the flop
That is,
and you have 2 hearts in your hand, that would be called a front door flush draw. You just call that flush draw, really. But you'd say backdoor flush draw to differentiate.
Fold 1 on the flop.
Easy.
That would be entertainment.
So when we talk about that flop, ace 4-4 with 1 heart, we're talking about Maria might have a hand like King Jack of Hearts or King 10 of Hearts. That is the backdoor flush draw.
Are we cooking?
I had a very good hand the first time.
How are you cooking? It's very nice.
5.
40.
Oh, we are.
Denny BM says, has Spragg considered getting him to co-host? Will Kasuf? I can consider Will Kasuf as a co-host. Ready? No.
Not even sure if you can make a comment like that.
If you want to use it, you can see.
Blind be blind. 7's against ace queen. Big hands here. Really big hands here. 50 blinds deep. Shaka makes it 4x. And Yakuba has got a very strong value proposition.
Call.
Decides to just call. Decides to try and keep in some of the dominated raises. I think Shaka will be raising the bottom of the deck and the top of the deck. So he's going to raise hands like Queen 4, Queen 5. Maybe raising some weak raises himself. So Yakuba flatting with the ace queen. Playing in position. And good bit of chatter between these two in the middle of the hand. Massive flop for Yakuba. 90,000 in the middle.
I don't know why, but I believe that you have a pocket.
22.
He says he believes. They said he had a pocket pair, and now he's saying, I believe you have a pocket pair. He does have a pocket pair. Even I see as a pocket pair.
My pocket on the top.
Interesting.
Boom.
Interestingly light-hearted pot between these two. 134k in the middle with 64 left in the field. Yakuba with a monster. Got some value on the flop from the 7s. I think he'll struggle to get value on further streets, but we don't know what sort of attitude Shaka will take. Just 22,000 chips on the flop. How thinly does Yakuba want to bet here? Does he want to bet with a strong queen? Is he only betting ace-x? Maybe he's preferring some bigger sizings. If he's only betting strong aces and better.
I really pocket.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the turn gets the voices. I really did have a pocket pair.
Brother, put your in front.
Yes, please.
I think somebody.
Oh, big chips.
I thought that somebody stacked you or something because I only see the blue ones and it's like you have like 700.
Okay.
Jerry Paul says Yakuba used to play centre forward for Portsmouth. You're thinking of Ike Benny
A poker player who
Yakuba,
tells the truth. That's a rare commodity.
I'm true.
not Yakuba. Yakuba played for Everton as well, didn't he?
The reverse meta.
Scared me.
Skill. That is skill.
Bob Snob says live Spragg's the commentary. Yep, we've got an EPT Prague main event live stream. Pirate Radio at Spraggy TV, unofficial, unlicensed, rogue EPT broadcast.
Raise 20, 10, pass.
Bansal with the ace king. Chip leader at the table, one of the chip leaders of the tournament. We haven't seen too much of him at this feature. Hasn't really had a time to shine just yet. Maybe this is it. Ace king raises to 20,000. Nothing strange about that. Fernandez with the defend in the hijack. 3s. Comes along. Binoculars out, searching for another 3. 3 threes perhaps. Mariland properly when the big blind chooses not to join us.
800, right?
2 gamers. 700k, 70 big blinds deep. Hello. I spy with my little eye something beginning with, and it's for full house.
You was full?
Bansal with a clean miss, but will fancy his hand as best a lot of the time. Does have the ace of diamonds. Bansal starts with a bet.
I can have many things.
A couple of hands ago, we spoke about Fernandez being in position with the aces trapping, and how if he's got the best hand, his hand is a lock, it's not vulnerable. He wants his opponent to keep blasting if he's blasting. So no reason for him to raise just yet. One of those situations where he actually has a preference for his opponent to catch up a little bit. Turn a diamond would be great. Catch an ace or a king would be great. You know, let your opponent, if he's bluffing Jack 10, let him keep firing. You got a full house. What do you care? The Bansal, having bet the flop, starts with a check on the turn. Fernandez's job now is to take over that betting lead. I do think trying to trap here would be a mistake for a couple of reasons. A few reasons. One, you can still get ace-high to call. Right? Bansal will feel like his opponent will float a hand like Jack 10 of diamonds, King Queen of diamonds. Maybe even something like Queen Jack of spades will float the flop in position. So Bansal will feel that his ace-highs are still good sometimes, so we can get value from those. We've got 500,000 chips still to get in the pot, and there's only 100,000 in the middle before we make this bet. So if we check, it's really hard to get 5 pots in at the river. And ideally, we want all the money in the middle. And thirdly, often overlooked reason to bet, Bansal does fold, unfortunately, for Fernandez. But the third reason to bet is if you check back, you remove the option to get check raised. Your opponent might decide they want to check raise pocket kings or aces. Or bluffing with a flush draw, they might want to check raise. Whereas if we try and trap them, we remove the option for them to make the pot bigger. And if you've got a full house, I think you want to leave that option on the table for your opponent to check raise you and make the pot bigger. So when you guys end up in these situations, don't try and trap too heavily, especially if you've got a lot of money behind. Even if your hand is really, really strong and it's a lock, oftentimes the best choice is just to bet, to try and get the money in the middle. There's no point in having good hands if we're not getting money in the middle. What are we here, just for show? We just want to show a good hand? No, we want to win all the money. We want to win as many chips as we can. So, good bet. Good decision from Fernandez. Unfortunately, a fold. Again, we see a player opting for this more passive approach with the ace-queen. I think that's more and more common. People are kind of over 3-bet folding it. Like, they don't want to do that anymore. Feels like, maybe live as well. People just don't feel like they're getting 4-bet enough to 3-bet call it. Don't feel like they're getting called wide enough to 3-bet it. Or, you know, there's something going on. There's just a very, very high frequency ace-queen flat, which is not unusual. But it's probably mixing, in theory, like some calling, some raising. And so far today with ace-queen, we've just seen a lot of calling.
Check.
8-3-3. Fairly difficult ball to connect with.
Okay.
Again, we think about top pair coverage. Is under the gun 2 opening that many 8s? Probably not. Is anyone in the hijack flatting some 8s? Ace 8, 8-9 suited maybe, but tough to flat too many 8s in the hijack. So that's why we'll see some passive play on 8-3-3. Turn is a 4. think Bansal can start thinking about some ideas. Maybe if we see passivity on the turn, that it will be Bansal's range from the big blind that is going to have a 3, going to have an 8, going to have a 4. So versus a lack of turn action, we might have seen his involvement. What I really like here from Fernandez is his willingness to take a stab at this on the turn. And that's because he's the player that's still going to have some good hands. Turchi checked back in position, so we're going to remove some of the pairs from his range. Whereas on the flop, Fernandez could have been going for the check raise, so he could still have aces and kings and queens. So him betting on the turn now is a credible story. And the benefit of him bluffing here with Jack 10 is he's bluffing from the bottom up, so he has the efficiency of folding out queen high, king high, and ace high, right? And sometimes the game is a lot easier when you make your bluff, you get called, uh-oh, but then you just spike a top pair anyway. I think he will be very aware that Turchi is somewhat stripped of the pairs. We do expect a fair amount of pairs to bet on the flop, and Turchi checked back in position, as we said. So I think Fernandez is very aware that his opponent's range is mostly built around ace high. It's mostly built around ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, ace 5. Maybe some hands like 5s or 6s, right? So when he makes his jack, he's very happy going for value. We see him. This is a nice value bet, 120,000. So how does Turchi think about a spot like this with his ace queen? He thinks, well, my opponent knows that I'd probably bet a lot of my pairs on the flop. He knows that the strongest hand I'm going to have here is ace high. So if he has a hand like king 10, he would definitely bluff to try and fold out ace high. If he has a hand like 9-10, he would certainly bluff to try and fold out ace high. So Turchi understands how his range is built and realizes that ace queen is one of the stronger hands that he's going to have. Sure, he makes ace jack occasionally. We'll give him that. But other than that, ace queen high is about as good as it gets. And if you fold when you've got as good as it gets, you're very bluffable, right? If you're folding one of the best hands you're going to have, your opponent should just be bluffing into you every hand. So Turchi just needs to, or understands that he needs to take a stand with some of these ace highs. He needs to make Fernandez's bluffs indifferent. You know, if he folds ace queen all the time, Fernandez can bluff with impunity. That's why we see him deep in the time bank. You may look at this and think, you got ace high, what are we waiting for? But he realizes that ace queen high is actually one of his better hands, so he has to call it. He's going to be very frustrated to see the jack 10 because he was dead on the turn. He knew on the turn that his hand had to be stubborn. And I think he's right that it has to be stubborn at the river as well. It's a nice catch for Fernandez, and it's a nice recognize that he's able to value bet jack 10. It's a good extraction of value. But I don't think that this river call is bad at all. I think it's just an acknowledgement of where we are in our range and a trusting of our analysis of the hand. And sometimes you'll see queen 10 or king 10 and you're a hero. And sometimes you see the jack 10 and you have to lose some chips.
Sorry? Just 5? Yeah. The flush draw?
No flush draw.
No flush draw. Oh. I'm tight.
Good ace high. Good ace high.
Yeah. Little under 6, I think.
Okay, thank you. One pass. Raise 20. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Fernandez with the jack 10 suit again. Swap the suits. Got the diamonds this time. Maryland properly folding the button. We're round to the small and the big blind. Here's Bansal in the small blind with 8s.
5.
We are a million chips deep between them.
10 pass.
Now you're a million,
deep
right?
each, should I say?
What? Do you have a million now? Not?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
They're both pretty happy with themselves, a million
Love
each.
it.
You love to see it. Oh, hello. Big old flop. Big old flop. Bansal with the set of 8s. Fernandez catching a significant piece as well. Second pair, sure, but a gut shot alongside it. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Now that is a turn card, sports fans. 1,000,000 chips each. And Fernandez catches trips. I love this check from Bansal. What's Fernandez indicating when he checks back on the flop? He's indicating showdown value. And that could well be a 10. It could be ace 10, king 10, jack 10, 10, 9. So Bansal's ideas here, in order to extract against the 10, is to start with a check. His opponent's going to bet. And I think we really want to see the check raise. This is where we do not want to lay the trap. We've spoken about it before. We've got a lot of chips to get in the middle. You need to get money in, and you will easily get money in against the 10. And we also notice that the board is double flush drawed. So your opponent is going to peel something like ace jack of spades with a load of 8s.
150?
Yeah, I love it. Again, we do not want to get trappy. You've got a full house. You might be thinking, well, my hand is a lock. Sure. But when you've got a monster like this, we want money in the middle. And the thing that is going to save Fernandez here is the stack depth. If we're 40 big blinds deep, Fernandez probably thinks the threshold for stacking off is a jack 10 is going to be strong enough, right? 100 big blinds deep. If we start piling more money in with jack 10, we're only really going to run into better hands. So the saving grace for him might be, and this river certainly is going to be a savior for him as well, because the ace of hearts fills out a lot of the bluffs. King jack gets there. Ace X of spades makes a pair and probably doesn't bluff anymore. Hearts get there at the river. So Fernandez's hand certainly now is a lot less strong. I do think that Bansal just wants to go big and target a 10. Target a flush. Fernandez will make a flush occasionally as well. Fernandez will make a king jack occasionally as well. I think I'd like to see at least pot. Overbetting might be a little bit greedy, because once we start overbetting, we're isolating ourselves against full houses, and actually we have the worst full house. Your opponent will have queen 10, ace 10, pocket queens, pocket aces. So if we start trying to put in 3x pot, that's too thin, even though we have a full house. So I think we will be a little bit restricted, but I would like to see pot. Stoic. Stoic stare down. And there's no reason to go for an inducing size here, like going really small, because your opponent just... Oh, wow. I'm not sure about this. I think this is too greedy. Now you're giving your opponent like a very clean option to check back. And not only that, but the other outcome is this. If your opponent now bets a 10, this is just, yeah, tragic. Tragic loss of value there at the river, unfortunately. Just a bit greedy. Oh. Just a bit greedy. Think about the hand like this, right? Even if your opponent chooses to bet a 10, they probably don't bet pot, which you could yourself just bet pot. Your opponent probably goes for half pot. And then if you check raise, it's so strong that they're just going to release a 10. Right? Even if they have a flush and you check raise a paired board this deep at the river, they can fold a flush for sure. So I don't think our hand is really getting a lot of value with the check raise, and we just give this option to check back a 10, which is just really tragic, because we can for sure get paid by a 10. And finally, my friends, this is going to be your feature table coming back from the break, which means that, sports fans, we will get to experience the Terry Jordan Show live on the feature table of VPT Prague. Terry is somebody who has played on the UK circuit for years and years and years. Plays a lot of pots, plays a lot of hands. We'll get involved in the action. He's ran up a big stack over the first 3 days here. We're going to spend the final level with him. I think our audio issues are back. FRT says, why did he win with 3/8s, not the other guy with 3/10s? All right, so in No Limit Hold'em, we want to make the best 5-card hand. You can use any combination of the 5 in the middle and the 2 in your hand. So with the 3/8s, you get to play 3/8s and 2/10s. That's a full house. 3 of a kind and a pair. 3/8s, 2/10s. Whereas the guy with the 3/10s only had 3/10s with an ace and a queen. Right? So the full house beats the 3 of a kind.
Too good, too good.
But that is like, that's a common when people start watching poker and looking at this, they think he had 3/10s, he had 3/8s, but it's a 5-card hand, right? So he had 3/8s and 2/10s, whereas the other guy only had the 3/10s. But welcome in, FRT. The audio's definitely scuffed again on their end. It gives us another opportunity to clear someone out of the bracket. We got an all-star matchup going on today. This is your bracket. We are trying to find out the greatest EPT champion of all time, unofficially Spraggy Pirate Radio EPT People's Champion. We're running a 16-player bracket with names all suggested by people in the chat. And your next round matchup is Mike Watson, so what, versus Robinho Yatalo. We play with Robinho a lot online. We played with Sir Watts a lot online. We played a lot with both of them live. Mike Watson knocked me out of a 10k in Paris. And Robin Yatalo's knocked me out of about 100 tournaments online this year. Find your greatest CPT People's Champion of all time. Your next match. Mike Watson versus Robin Yatalo. To vote, you press 1 for Mike Watson, 2 for Robin Yatalo. That's Robinho versus Sir Watts. All vote now. You got 50 seconds. Spam away, YouTubers, Twitch streamers. The chat is there for your abuse. Press your numbers. Make yourself heard. This is going to be a close one. Lots of Sir Watson enjoyers. Big legend, of course. Mike Watson is a 2-time EPT main event champion as well, I believe. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe I made it up. I'm unsure. Robinho, big online legend. Always running deep at EPT main events. Good mate of mine as well. Trailing at the moment, halfway mark. 1 for Mike Watson, 2 for Robinho. Bruiser says, is that Robinho? It is. Won an EPT main event. EPT London main event. This is still close. I still feel like Robinho can come from behind. Robinho's coming up fast. He's lost some momentum with 5 seconds to go. 2 for Robinho. Sir Watts, too big of a legend? Sir Watts, too big of a legend. Mike Watson, an EPT champion, advancing to the next round where he will face either Benny Spindler or David Katai. Meanwhile, we're headed to a break. Here are your chip counts from the feature table. Those guys, we will release them like a redundant Pokemon from Bill's computer back into the wild. Astronomical clock in Prague. And when we get back, brand new feature table featuring
Michael Farrow now an above average stack as we head back to the main stage.
Before we go, by the way, I'm going to take a break because my voice is hoarse. I need a cup of tea and a snack. We'll come back for the final level in about 50 minutes. But before you go, don't go anywhere. We've got to round out this bracket so that we're down to the round of 8. I'm under here somewhere. And your final choice, fingers at the ready, warm them up. On the keyboards, fingers on the mice. Your final EPT main event champion standoff for an EPT People's Champion is Benny Spindler, who 5-bet every hand, versus Davide Katai, who set a record this week by becoming the person who's cashed the most EPT main events at 23 in the monies. You have 60 seconds to decide. Is it 1 for Benny Spindler or is it 2 for Davide Katai? This is to decide who will face Mike Watson in the next round. Davide Katai coming through strong. I think that speaks to the age of our audience. If you remember watching Benny Spindler play, Benny Spindler was a maniacal individual. If someone 4-betted me, would 5-bet. If someone 5-betted me, would 6-bet. And if someone 6-betted me, was all in. It's very close. Davide Katai is setting a record, though. Fight Davide Katai's corner. 23 cashes in main events. And, of course, main event champion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Match 8 is very close. It's nearly neck and neck. Davide Katai out in front. 15 seconds to go. 1 in the chat on Twitch or YouTube for Benny. 2 for Davide Katai. You've got 10 seconds to decide. A reminder, this is your favorite EPT main event champion of all time. And Benny Spindler's going to be eliminated in round 1. To Davide Katai. To be honest, I would have had Benny Spindler down to win that. We've got a lot of Davide Katai enjoyers with us today. So your round of 8 is set. It will be Victoria Corin Mitchell versus Adrian Mateos, Mike McDonald versus Patrick Antonius, Steve O'Dwyer versus Toby Lewis, and Sir Watts, Mike Watson versus Davide Katai. Until we crown the EPT People's Champion. Suggestions for other future brackets are taking now. We'll run a bracket every day. Bit of fun in it. You can all vote on your favourites. But for now, I'm going to take a break. I'll leave you with some old hands. Regain my voice a little bit. And I'll be right back. Sure.
Show David Peters' hole cuts here. Let's sweat with Maria. Let's play this hand from her perspective.
I'm in.
Well, there's a defend from Peters in the big blind.
I like our hand so far against his big blind defense range. We're doing fine.
Ace 6-4 on the flop. Top pair for Lampropoulos.
I really like our hand now. Normally, I'd be worried about him banking a random pair, but since we have top pair, we are very far ahead of his range. Yeah, let's continuation bet. Sure, he'll fold a lot of worse hands, but I am okay with that.
55,000.
Well, shoot.
David Peters not folding. Looks like we're going to the turn. Oh, hold on a sec, he's not calling, he's check raising. 180k he's made it.
Well, he's already polarized himself here. Now, this is either a monster or not much of anything. I think our hand's too strong to fold on a board where he could easily be semi-bluffing, and there aren't a lot of monsters he can have. And he knows we're aggressive and going to continue a lot of ace-high flops, and I think for that reason, I'm in.
Lampropoulos calls. Now he goes to the turn. More than $500,000 in the pot already. 10 of hearts. What's a second flush draw out there? Well, Peters took the betting lead on the flop. He does not barrel the turn.
I feel like he double barrel a lot of his bluffs there. I also feel like he double barrel his monsters as well. Still, we don't want to bet and get raised again with just one pair, so I like a check back.
Lampropoulos does check behind. The river is the 5 of clubs.
Not the best river, some straights got there, but not a horrible one.
Peters checks again.
See, I personally check behind here a lot, but I'm terrible, and I miss a lot of value. And Maria Lampropoulos, she's way more fearless than I am, so I'm going to go ahead and say I approve of a river value bet.
And that's what we get, 175,000. Peters thinking about it.
As long as he doesn't raise, I'm okay with it. If he just calls, I think we got him.
Well, he folds. He had 8-5. He had a whole bunch of nothing.
Thank you.
Hope that tracksuit keeps him warm while he tries to ice skate uphill.
He tried to bluff Maria on the flop. That bluff did not work. The action restarts with blinds at 15,000, 30,000 with a 5,000 ante.
All the way to the dirty half dozen, my babies.
Action folded to Oleg Titov.
How are you?
Thanks.
He's cute.
Maria Lampropoulos with ace-7 on the button.
Maria doesn't usually need much of an excuse to play aggressively, so an ace is going to be more than enough, especially on the button.
65,000. A fold from Patrick Potterek in the small blind. Canadian farmer Daniel Kupel has 4 deuce of clubs in the bag.
I guess you can defend here, but the chances of you hitting a flop super hard aren't that great. And are you really going to call all the way down with a pair of 4s or a 2? That's how bad it is in this case. It's not even a deuce. It's a 2.
The flop is 10-8-7. Bottom pair for Lampropoulos. A total bagolino for Kupel. He checks.
Well, a small piece of this board, Maria.
Did it break? I just walked in to make a cup of tea. What's going on? I didn't touch anything. I did nothing, by the way. Wasn't me. It wasn't me. So what do I do now? I got to play $100 spins on my break instead? I got to play $100 spins instead? Is that it? Can I make a cup of tea first? Can I make a cup of tea? I'm still... Oh, wait, look. I'm still waiting for that guy to come play me heads up. You're not going to believe it. He never showed. I can't believe it either. We will. We will. I will make a cup of tea and then we'll play, okay? We'll get tea and then we'll play some spins to see us through the rest of the break. Because it's a dinner break, isn't it? It's 30 minutes. If they fixed it, I'm going though. I'm going to check if they fixed it, I'm going. We still got the 4 quadrants of Kupal Lampropoulos. No bueno. Okay. How about some jazz? Thank you very much. Hate to see it, by the way. 16 minutes ago, dropping in with the sub for 32 months as Connor Beresford would get away from this cooler. Mate, if you think that Connor Beresford is not just going to fold trips or full houses at the river, of course he is. Of course he is. I don't know where my jazz is. Connor would know where the jazz is, I'll tell you that. Where is it? Where are you? Let's be having you. Maybe there is no jazz, David. There is no good news, David. I can't say I've got good news and irrelevant news, can I? That work? No more jazz. Not in the spin and go hub. All right, what are we actually in for today? If we played 4 games instead, what is correct here? Games played 4, buy-ins. That's right. That's better. That's correct. That's correct. Let's freaking do it then. Let me grab a cup of tea and then I'm jumping in $100 spins. What are we down so far? 700 and down 200 for the day. Oh my must do better. Must do better. Cup of tea and then I'm on it. I'm here. I'll be right back. We'll keep you entertained during the break. You're welcome. Because the stream broke, you're welcome. You ready? Are you ready? Intense spin music? Exactly, Paddy. This is the sort of music that's going to bring in a $1 million freaking spin right now, buddy. Let me tell you. You think it won't? Because it will. Watch and learn. We're going to miss the best bit. $1 million. $1 million. 300. We'll do it. Scotty Ray and B-Boy Poga. How are you all doing, chat? You okay? You enjoying the Prague main event? What are our thoughts? Do share. Feel free. Feedback appreciated. It's a hit. It's a hit. eFootball Collective says, I hope all is well with you, Debbie McGee and the baby. Oh my, Paul Daniels. Krusty says it was better than Marley was when Marley was on. Well, naturally. Well, that goes without saying. But of course. What I would ask is, oh, I can't remember. Oh yeah, we've won more badges. Do we know what the badges might be? What do you think, the Jack 9? Oh right, yeah. I was going to check raise the flop. Never mind. Quads will win it. Love the spins. Hold it then. Oh, and there's the reward for the slow play of the quads. Just call King Deuce and win all the money. Yeah. What goes on? What are these guys up to? Trippity trappity. I would have check raised Jack 9. Probably put some more money in. I don't know about that. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, are you using Stream Beats by Harris Heller? No. I'm using Epidemic Music. I can't remember what I was going to say before that. So I guess we'll never know. Oh yeah, the badges. So what's that then? What does that say? Big multiplier. I hit a 5x. It says largest multi hit 3x. That's not true. I hit a 5x, did I not? Showers twice is be eliminated on the first hand. Go-go karting is what? Unsure. Queen and a jack. Can I get a hold? What is this? What is this 9 on the flop? Why do I not win the all-ins in the spin and go streets? Am I destined to lose forever? Imagine I was going to take the break, but then the video on the feed broke. Now I've come back to play spins and I'm stuck another 300. Oh God, I hit refresh and it went, everything went, oh, okay, it's coming back. Or have we only lost 2 yet? We'll try again. Alfie Boyd says the card cover looks a little scuffed. Don't stream Spin and Goes, but very, very occasionally stream Spin and Goes. Had an entire overlay built with real-time stat tracking, a real-time profit graph, a real-time Chippy V graph, total games played, buy-ins, cashes, profit, badges that you can unlock, a full tracker along the bottom of the screen for games played, long-term results, transparency and intrigue and storytelling in Spin and Goes to see how much we're up, how much we're down. On the left-hand side, a streak counter that shows that we're currently on a 2 Spin and Go losing streak, a flip counter, and everything in between, every data you could expect, more than any Spin and Go streamers ever provided. And you say, card cover's a bit scuffed. It's like painting the Sistine Chapel and being worried that the fire exit in the toilets is red, you know? It's like looking at the Mona Lisa and moaning about the frame. I rivered a 6. I won the pot. I'd have jammed the river if I didn't improve. We're up against King Queen of clubs at the backdoor flush draw. Unfortunately, we got to shove the King High Blind v Blind for 4 and he just wakes up with King 10, but just dead anyway. Just dead anyway, never mind. Got a flip. Can we hold? Big pot. $300. No, ace on the river. I know, Chooch. Bad, isn't it? That was to be heads up with a nice little chip lead, wasn't it? Robbery again. eFootball Collector says, does Epidemic do other stuff or just game show jazz? You'll have to find that out for yourself. I've not got the best hand yet. Look at the percentage. Too many outs. We're destined to never win. $1 million, please. Ooh, 400. Here we go. Lock in. We need this. We need, Paddy, we need this. We need this. $20 big blinds deep we get to play. We actually do, by the way, we do fucking need to win this. Tonic, lock in, okay? Lock in right now. $400 on the line. Fruza says, am I following any of Carragher's head loss on Twitter? Unreal Scenes. I'm not. Can I just shock you? I really like Jamie Carragher. I never thought I'd say that. I did see I had a little bit of a I wasn't particularly happy with the Mo Salah situation. I had a flush draw here. Maybe I should just run the flop, huh? 9-high flush draw. Suri says, why can't we see your cards? Because if you can see them, they can see them. And I ain't going to win if they can see them. I ain't going to win anyway, because this guy's got ace king. Ace king 4, fun flop. Moaned it in. Moaned it in. 4 on the turn. Holy shit. Crybaby wins. Oh, I'm not going to win anyway, guys. Oh. Beautiful. Spin it. Fine. Sure. Sure. 300 plates, 300 plates, 550. $400 for the winner here. Nothing for second and nothing for third. Do I want City to win the league over Arsenal? That would be funny. Absolutely, yeah. I don't really... Man City have won the league enough times that I don't give a shit. It would just be very funny if Arsenal, once again, do not win the league. I would find it very enjoyable for us, yes. I think it might happen as well, you know. City just always seem to find a way. I don't know how, but... Even when they're bad, they just, that post-Christmas run, they just decide, oh, we're going to win every game from now on. See you later. See you later. Can I call clock on someone in a spin and go or what? Is that allowed? I am all in. I had it. Topper's pair. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. Trick says, is there an actual strategy for spins? It looks 100% luck based. All right, let me ask you this. What would happen if you folded every single hand? How often would you win? We get to call Queen Jack suited. We get to spike. We get to hold. Heads up, 600 chips each, $400 for the winner. If you folded every single hand, what would your chances be of winning? Man, I actually really hate this spot. I have a king. I guess I have to call, right? Finn. Oh god, he can see my hand. Hold for $400, don't you? No comeback, please. No comeback, please. $400. Do you know what? I'm getting out of jail a little bit at the moment. I'm winning some of the big ones. We won a 500 yesterday. We win a 400 today. Nobody wants to answer my question for someone saying it's 100% luck-based, but breaking news, if you fold every single hand, you would win 0% of the tournaments that you enter, right? Which means there's some skill to it, because if you only play aces, you could improve your chances of winning. If you decide to also play kings, those chances go up even further. And then if you choose to play the correct ranges, you can move your chance to win. You could affect it quite aggressively. So it's a lot of skill. If I was to go all in every hand, except for aces and kings, and I would fold just aces and kings and shove all in every other hand, I would lose very, very aggressively. So yeah, there's a lot of skill to it, to answer your question. Yeah. So that's fair, maybe not 100% luck. But if things don't go your way, I mean, there's just a lot of variance, right? It's a game that requires you to be all in a lot because you're playing 4 blinds, 5 blinds, 6 blinds, 7 blinds. And when you have a game where you're going to be all in a lot, you're at the mercy of the deck a lot. And that's going to increase variance. Sure. So word on the street is that the stream died. It's back up. But we're going to rejoin in around 10 to 15 minutes time. The team would like to pass on apologies for the tech issues. But that's okay. We're chilling. We're playing spins. We'll play some more here anyway. Let's just... I don't know what's happening with it. Apologies for our current experiencing technical difficulties. We hope to resume the broadcast shortly. That's okay. That's all right, team. The team do such an incredible job. I think that's the first time I've ever seen an EPT stream. Actually, no. There was a power cut once, wasn't there? Or like a lightning strike or something. But that's what it takes to take the EPT stream down. And whatever's happening today. But we'll be back in around 10 to 15 minutes time. Which means we got a chance to get even. It's actually a blessing. We've got to fix our spin and go team already on it. We've got an updated stats page here that should work a little. Should be a bit better. Alfie, I was only joking about you saying that the card thing is scuffed, mate. It's all good. I was only half joking. I appreciate the kind words, but you're right. The card covers are a bit scuffed, you know. The thing is, this stream started off very scuffed back in the day. So we can't, as professional as we like to make things these days, we can't be too professional. We still have to retain some scuffed elements. Like playing for $200 is pretty scuffed, isn't it? We are minus 200 for the day. We got to get, come on, let's get even. If we win this, it's only minus 100 though, Nick, because I know how maths works. We've come from the gutter, says Eric. We have come from the gutter, mate. All of us are in the gutter, darling, but some of us are looking at the stars. Who's that? Oscar Wilde? I think it was, wasn't it? If there's a quote, and you have to guess who said it, you start with Oscar Wilde, and if that ain't right, you say Churchill. If that ain't right, you say Shakespeare. And then if that ain't right, I don't know. Voltaire, which was, what was Voltaire's big one? Je pense donc je suis. I think therefore I am. Was that him? Latchfast says Voltaire has tons of quotes. Well, yeah, none of these people only said one thing. He wasn't born, waited 24 years, and then went, Je pense donc je suis, and then didn't speak till death. That was Descartes, wasn't it? Actually, you might be right. It might have been Descartes, not Voltaire. René Descartes, I think therefore I am. Voltaire was what? And Voltaire, I know what Voltaire was. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. Something like that, wasn't it? Like a free speech advocate quote. Cogito ergo sum. I think therefore I am. And the which famous philosopher said that? Dolly Parton. Mick McCarthy. It can't go on like this, can it? Well, it can. Well, it can. Common sense is not so common, says the cat. It's from Voltaire. It sounds like someone would have in a Twitter bio with a picture of a British bulldog and an England flag. But apparently it's Voltaire. Queen or a 4, please. Now a queen, please. Now a redeal, please. Got a good advantage here. Get off my page, says Roses. Yeah. Love my family, love my dog. You irons. Give me 5 minutes to talk away my face and I could bed the Queen of France. That was Voltaire, was it? Who was it who said he got in trouble for it as well? Might have been killed for it. Was a jester to the king. I think it was King Louis XVI, maybe, of France. And he said something akin to, today I have proved the existence of God. And tomorrow, if it so pleases the king, I shall disprove it. Or I shall prove the non-existence. Can only get it in good. 8-4 against 6-4. It was something like that, right? It was like, today I've proved the existence of God, and tomorrow, if it pleases the king, I'll prove it not to be true. And he was like, ha ha ha. And then everyone was like, no, blasphemy. Actually, no, the laughter stops. That's blasphemous, and you're getting beheaded. Something like that, right? Hold! I got an ace. Do it. Do it! Nice. Look at the street counter, left-hand side, +2 in a row. Large Five says, in order to become a patriot, one must first become the enemy of mankind. Voltaire, are you reading these off paper? I'll put it down there if it's obvious. I'll leave it down there if it's obvious. What's the most famous quote of all time? You turn if you want to. This lady's not for turning. Margaret Thatcher. To be or not to be, I think is right. That is the question. To be or not to be. To me, to you. Chuckle Brothers. We're going to need a bigger boat. Jaws. Carpe diem. Is that a quote? Was that some? Is that what is that? At a 10 and an ace. Chat shit get banged. Jamie Vardy. That's got to be up there. Chat shit get banged. Jamie Vardy. That's got to be up there, hasn't it? King, queen, king, queen. Don't you dare. Chop it up, surely. Oh my god. King, queen against king, queen. And we lose. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. That was, what's his name on Fox News, wasn't it? Bill O'Reilly? Was tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that? You talking to me? That was not Taxi Driver. You talking to me was not Taxi Driver. We did that yesterday. Travis Bickle. It wasn't him. Bronco said, I was going to say knock knock. What as the quote of all time? Knock knock. I mean, you could have quoted I have a dream. Or I think therefore I am. And you've gone with knock knock. It's certainly the biggest setup to a punchline of all time. We'll give you that. Vinny Vinny Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Adam T says this segment is for the showers, I fear. Right, Adam, you come up with a better segment then. We're playing Spin and Goes. Why don't you come up with a segment? Come on, let's hear it. Come on, King 4, let's do it. We're losing a $300 one here, are we? No bueno, I'm afraid. Back to minus 300. In for 1,100. By the way, we're just firing off $100 over here. Whilst getting torn down on the all-time quotes. Adam T42 for the showers. What do we think? I'll tell you what we'll do. No better way to decide than turn it over to the people. The subject is the quotes segment. Welcome back to another exciting edition of a game I like to call Hit or Shit, in which you, our audience at home, decide whether something is a hit or if it is shit. You can now decide on Twitch by spamming emotes. The hit is the rocket, and the shit is the shit. You can also just type hit. You can type shit. If you're on YouTube, type hit, type shit. The segment is the quote segment. We're going to give you 60 seconds. The quote segment. Is it a hit or is it shit? Did we enjoy sharing big quotes, famous quotes whilst we're on break here playing spins, or is it for the showers? Is it for the bin? You decide. Hit or shit. You know the game. Type it, spam it, emote it. I don't know what you get up to these days. Adam, are you there? Adam T42, are you there? You see what I see. The people have spoken. Don't turn on me now. Don't turn on me now. We've learned so much. It's a hit. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Lots of hits coming in. Thank you. Bit of audience participation. Yes. Doesn't go amiss. I appreciate that the screen currently looks like a jumble sale. We might be over-gimmicked. We may be slightly over-gimmicked here. I've got Queen 9 of Hearts. It's not looking good, bruv. Where'd you get that? All right, we've lost another $100, but the good news is sharing quotes is largely a hit. And I thank you. Spinning goes a shit. This little run here. What are we? Minus 400 now. But it's all coming back to me. Stream will restart in 3 minutes. Uh-oh, that was 2 minutes ago. Uh-oh, we better win this $300 and then get out of here, huh? Because we will be live back in Prague for the main event for the final level of the day. Adam T, you're not gonna get added to the showers, but just know that you're very, 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 very wrong. Okay. That's important. Just remember that I'm always right and you're always wrong, okay? Like Danny DeVito, the dad in Matilda. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I bet the flop, I bet the turn, I made a jack. Oh, man. Have I got a call here now, or what? Do you remember? La did it do it? Alright, good luck. Ah, bluffing! Naughty boy! Heads up for $300. We caught him speeding. Vroom, vroom. Not up in here. First place, 300 United States dollars. Second place, nothing. And we're playing heads up. Perfect. Man, I got the Queen of Clubs. He's leading. I got to call the Queen of Clubs, right? But... Ah! Bluffing! They're all at it. They're all at it. 10 deuce. I fold. TikTok goes my clock. I got an EPT to watch. Trapped him. But got a flip for it. For 300. We're back in the game. And we're back at EPT Prague. Wait, where does that finish us? Minus 200. Not the end of the world. Good game. $100 spin and go Rex. See you later. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have got a brand new feature table for you. We're going to kill our music. Cut my music. And here we go. We rejoin. Davidson in the cutoff with the aces. Bazin under the gun, raising king, queen suited. This is Limo Davidson. 3-bet into 60,000. With the ones. With the 1 and the 1. Grind on Tour, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. We're rejoining the action in the thick of it. We're in the thick of it. Everybody knows. Davidson. Playing 6k, 12k. Flops the overpair on 10-9-6. Coordination on the board, certainly. No diamonds in hand with the aces. Looking to drive some value. And Bazin with the king, queen of spades will have intrigue of his own. Gut shot straight draw. Do think it's going to want to continue. Has pretty good equity against some of the pre-flop bluffs from the cutoff. Something like queen 8, we dominate. I do think that would 3-bet sometimes. Something like ace 4 and ace 5, we do quite well against. So king queen takes the card off. Headed to a turn, and there are plenty of pretty miserable turns for Davidson's hand. I'm thinking about 7s and 8s. And of course, I'm thinking about a jack. Because a jack fills the straight of Bazin in a 3-bet pot, 240,000 in the middle. We've got a crucial thing to think about with Davidson's aces is that she does not cover diamonds nor clubs. She's got the reverse suits to the board, which could certainly open up her opponent to have the nut flush draw more often. You know, her opponent can have ace-x of diamonds. Her opponent can have ace-x of clubs. I just fear here that with her suits versus this turn lead, there might be some ideas of jamming the turn to protect our equity. You know, our opponent's going to have a hand like queen jack, going to have some diamonds, going to have some clubs. Our hand is still good a lot here. Maybe we want to put more money in. If Davidson just calls. She'll take a river and evaluate. Perhaps some concern about being up against king queen, but also being up against pocket 9s, 10s, jack 10 suited. The 10 of spades is quite a good card for her. I don't think her opponent is going to lead a 10, a naked 10 like king 10 or queen 10 on the turn. And it does reduce the amount of combos of pocket 10s or jack 10 suited. Right? Bazin can only have jack 10 suited once. Only have pocket 10s once. It's a really tough spot because Bazin will not slow down with his straight. The question is, does he have anything worse for value? I think the answer is no. I don't think he can value bet queen jack at this river. I don't think he can value bet king jack at this river. Because Davidson can still have aces, sure, but she can still have king queen herself. She can still make trip 10s. So I think this size is claiming a straight or better. She can, of course, beat a bluff, though. She has to decide how often Bazin is going to be able to bluff in this spot. In a 3-bet pot. Someone just took a big gulp. But we rejoin the action here. Oh, really good fold. That's going to earn a tap of the table from me. That is a really nice fold. Bazin just deciding... Sorry, Davidson just deciding that Bazin unable to be bluffing enough to warrant calling the aces.
Me too.
She'll be happy when she sees it.
Just tell them now.
It's a really good fold with the aces. You love to see it.
So they can't wait to see what you have, so tell them now.
Yeah, tell us now, come on.
Tell us now. Tell them.
Find out.
We already know. Gonna make him sweat for 30 minutes maybe.
Where are you from?
I think I'll find it hard to fold.
Terry says he thinks he would have found it hard to fold the aces. It's a great fold. It's a really, really great fold. So, 6K, 12K. We've got 74 minutes left in play today. 58 players remain. This main event is a €5,300 buy-in. It started with 1,224 players, chat. And we're down to just 58. So we are in the business end of things, if you will.
If you had aces, I think you had kings. I can't wait to see it now.
Davidson, great laydown with the aces. Coming back to fight once again. Ace-jack offsuit, raising in the hijack. Ponescu in the small blind. No bonus for playing the 7 deuce. Throw it away. Bazin releases. Aaron says,
no problem.
Hey, no. Has Terry dusted off his 1 million chips? No, he hasn't. He's a serious legend, of course. He hadn't dusted it off. He's chilling. Your green watermelon colored chips there are 25Ks. It looks like he's got about, what, 600,000? I probably have a gimmick here that tells me the chip counts. Terry Jordan, 489,000. Table chip leader is Vyacheslav Czech, got 1.4 million. Short stack Andre Bogano with 16 blinds. Cyprian Panescu, 20 big blinds. Ivan Porolev with 26 blinds. Lemore Davidson with 30 big blinds. Terry Jordan, 40 bigs. Thomas Bazin, 68. And again, Vyacheslav Czech, your table chip leader with 113 blinds. Here he is. A big stack, a big hand. By the way, T3000 or what? Arnold Schwarzenegger, I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Is he going to be stubbing out a cigar on someone's head later? Liquefying himself and walking through a wall? Leather jacket and shades. And a jam with the King 10 suited. He's going to run into trouble. I really like this shove, though. I do really like the shove and the cutoff with the suited King 10.
Cool.
It's going to force a lot of folds from a lot of the opens from the chip leader. This is one of those where the chip leader will be opening very wide and you go, how does the chip leader open so wide and have pocket queens? I need a chips, a king, and a sake. I can't take credit for it. It's absolutely exquisite. Hasta la vista, BB. A 10 on the turn is an additional sweat. A jack will not do it. You are terminated.
Sorry.
Assistant dealer.
You've got enough chips. Leave the people alone.
I didn't force him to go.
Andre finds a really nice jab with King 10 suited. Runs into the queens. Off back to fight the war against the machines. He won't be back, indeed. Indeed.
Differently. Yeah, sure. Just move the chips out of the box.
Rezu says it's Lex coming back, Spraggy. Sure. Lex updates in his Discord quite regularly, I think. You can join his Discord and chat to him, see what he's up to. Parlev limping blindly blind with the Jack 8. And check. Who is, I believe, check.
38.
Refuses. ISOs to 38,000. We see this a lot. Nice find with 7-3 offsuit. Ask yourself this. What does 7-3 off do very badly? Hit flops. So what do you want to do? Not let it see a flop. Raise it up. I believe my draw widget is broken right now. So I'm going to have to resort to Microsoft Paint, which is fine, probably. Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably. Can you really not window capture Microsoft Paint? Is it like Netflix where they're worried about copyright? They're worried I'm going to draw something sick. That's what Microsoft Paint looks like in broadcast software, huh? To protect the integrity of Microsoft Paint. Oh, wait. What on earth?
5 seconds.
It's an Etch-a-Sketch.
62.
Range 62,000.
I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Well, I was going to draw you a little chart of how we might play some hands, but we've got a scuffed version of Microsoft Paint with which to work. It's not going to happen, is it? Panashku with a raise of ace-4 offsuit from under the gun 1 is a little bit wild, a little bit loose. Ace-king suited for Bazin. 3 bets up to 62,000. Just hope that Panashku doesn't have any ideas here of 4-bet bluffing. No, throws it in the bin. John throws it in the bin. John White says, hello, John. John's back. John's been critical of me in the past. Says, would you play me heads up, Sprags, to settle the poker beef? No. No, I don't really see it as a beef, John, and I don't feel the need to settle it. No, I think that's not necessary.
Is it my big blind?
Let's just shake hands and enjoy the action.
Apologies.
So this guy got moved off the feature table, but owing to a bust out, we have an empty seat. It must be filled and randomly selected to rejoin.
See what he had.
No.
I'm curious.
Why is the wireless still?
I really want to know.
Is Antonio Schiaccia
It's
again?
only be queens or kings.
Antonio Chaka, excuse me. Terry's very curious about this aces fold. We'll be very happy to see the showdown. It's a great fold. Do we have other new players joining the table as well? Or just retaking their seats? Just retaking their seats. Terry in the big blind with ace-jack. Gonna defend against Parlev's raise. First hand we've seen Terry involved in on this feature table, and he will love the flop jack deuce deuce. Checks over to the pre-flop aggressor. Parlev taps it back pretty quickly and catches a 10. I think Terry looking to build value immediately on his hand versus a check back on the flop. 36,000 is the bet, and against an opponent like Terry, who is going to defend the big blind a lot, is going to blast a lot. I think Parlev would be very happy to have caught a 10 and be able to bluff catch here. And that's really the beauty of the way that Terry plays, engaging in so many pots. Your opponent is never really sure whether you have it or not. They tend to just call you down and not believe you. So when you do have it, you can make a lot of chips. The spade is a bit of a problem. Terry decides too much of a problem to bet his ace-jack. Check, check. He tables a winner. Maybe trying to bluff catch against a king-queen or queen-9. But played 1-1-1 here on the feature table for Terry Jordan.
Yeah. It's my business. That means, yeah, it's a poker school, and yeah, and it's like the house of poker of Israel. Thank you.
Terry moves into small blind now. With about an hour to play on the day. Panescu with the aces. Pretty good. Second time we've seen them since we rejoined after the dinner break. They were folded. Correctly folded in the first instance. Panescu at the moment not drawing any action. Chip leader folds in the cutoff. Davidson folds. Terry Jordan folds. And Shaka picks up the 6-4 suited. That looks like the sort of hand that if we want to be up against aces, that's a sort of big blind specially. Flop some 2 pairs. Make some flush draws, straight draws.
225. Thank you.
That's the sort of hand I want when I'm trying to crack an aces.
Thank you.
Shaka, of course, doesn't know that he's up against aces. Oh boy. Now he's in dreamland. The absolute dream. I would say that this is a hand that can check back sometimes. We speak all the time about these paired flops versus big blind, right? And you have to play a lot of check versus the big blind because they will make a 4 a lot. Certainly more often than you do. And the beauty of checking aces is we can invite a lot of bluffs trying to leverage the fact that they have a 4 more often. And also we speak a lot about, you know, the security of the hand, the stability of the equity, basically. And aces, you're not going to draw out on aces on this board. So you will occasionally mix a check. Nothing wrong with going for a bet, though. Absolutely fine. Your hand should be looking to build value in general. And if Shaka wasn't in dreamland before, he is now. He boats up on the turn. And whilst Panescu will be a little bit wary of the flush completer, he does himself hold the ace of clubs. I was going to say, I just wonder if he slows down a little bit. Still a little concern around that 4x portion of the range. Concern around the club portion of the range. And probably decides that he might not be able to get 3 streets against a jack. I think Shaka should shove. I think he should be really greedy on a king. And just try and win the max. I don't think his opponent is ever really raising the river enough.
All in.
Yeah, I like the size. I think it's a very good size. I think all in is the answer here. Think about what your hand wants to do. If you have a flush, you want to put all the money in. If you have a boat, you want to put all the money in. So you should build a range that jams around full houses, around flushes. And then your bluff is going to be something like Queen 10 of diamonds that peels the flop. That's a time bank card. Right, so you're going to want to peel some ace high on the flop. Maybe you can occasionally bluff if you have the ace of clubs. I will say I don't think having a club is very important when you're bluffing here. This is something that people might misunderstand maybe, where you'd say, well, if you bluff the river, you kind of want to have a club to stop your opponent. You want to block the flush, right? But do we? Our opponent checked the turn. Are we really worried that he has a club? the way that our opponent calls the river, is it really with flushes? Probably not.
Can you count to the 25?
A human probably bets a flush on the turn a lot of the time. So when he checks back, it doesn't really matter if we block the flush or not. I think a lot of people will think that they want to block the flush here, but I don't think it's really important. Maybe having a club is more important so that it's less likely as a hand like aces with a club that is a cleaner call because he blocks a flush, but I don't think it's as important as people think in this spot. But this is really tough. It's really, really tough for the aces. Calls it. Bad news, I'm afraid. Tried to get away from it by tapping one back on the turn, but this is just really sharp from Shaka saying there's no such thing as pot control and no limit. You can check back the turn to try and control the size of the pot, but we are playing a no limit game. And if I want to put all the money in, I can do it at any time. It's a good game. Bad beat. Unlucky. It's a cooler, you might say.
They should play us at least some background music, you know, or elevator music or something.
Yeah.
It's so weird when it's that silent and then,
Too tired to play listen to music anyway.
I would love the, you know.
So Davidson able to get away from the aces with a big fold. Unfortunately, our player from Romania unable to get away from the aces at the river. If you don't make the big laydown, sometimes you'll pay the price. We said it might be an aces cracker. Certainly turned out to be, didn't it? Certainly turned out to be. Eight-six offsuit for check. Table chip leader with 1.6 million. Won't extend that far. Davidson with the ace-9 in the cutoff. Proch says the pot felt small for an all-in my opinion. I've no experience of high-stakes tournaments, but in hindsight it paid off. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that a lot of people miss. I spoke about it the other day, and I've just spoken about it again, but we're playing a no-limit game, right? So you can be guided by the size of the pot, and obviously the size of the pot is going to inform the price that you lay your opponent. But ultimately, the more we bet, the bigger we bet, the more our opponents are able to fold because they're getting a worse price. So if we bet really, really small, they have to call a lot because they're getting a really good price. And if we bet really, really big, they can fold a lot, but they can never fold everything. Right? They can never fold everything. They have to have a calling range. If they don't have a calling range, you can bluff any two cards profitably, and you don't really want to put yourself in a situation where your opponent can do that. A lot of people play this game like it's pot limit hold'em. So for a lot of players, when they get to the river with 6-4, they won't think about, what does my hand want to do? I got a full house, I want all the money in the middle. Okay, I'll put all the money in the middle. They'll think more in terms of, how do I get paid? I'll bet small so that I milk them, right? But actually, if you want to maximize value on a lot of hands, you go all in for 2x pot, 3x pot, 4x pot.
580.
And it's up to your opponent to decide how they defend against that bet. And if they never defend against that bet, then you should bluff them a lot for big sizes. This is a part of the game that a lot of people never really explore because they limit themselves to never really betting more than the size of the pot. But think about the incentives of your hand, always. Wow. So Shaka with the re-raise on the button. Terry Jordan finds the jam with ace-king. Takes it down pre-flop, and Terry chipping up on the feature table. Straightforward stuff with the ace-king. And a pretty reasonable bluff from Shaka on the button with ace-6. But yeah, always think about the incentives of your hand. Ben Jovi says, but then you have to mix in 3x pot bluffs. Exactly. But if your opponent is just always folding to it, it's just an immensely profitable choice, right? It's an immensely profitable line. Fandom says, I think this works with bluffs too. You often get called with marginals when betting too small compared to what the value bet would or should be. Exactly. Whenever we bluff, we should mimic what our value does. I always say that the value hands are the driver and the bluffs are the passenger. So if the board is ace 6-6 and you would do this with a 6, do this when you're bluffing. Right? Whatever your 6 would do the same thing with your bluffs. If the board has 3 clubs on it, whatever you would do with the flush, do with some bad hands. But Fandoms is absolutely right in what tends to happen is that some players will either bet really small with a flush to make sure they get paid, and then really big with a bluff to try and get their opponent to fold. Or they go the other way, and they bet really big with a flush because they want all the money and then they're greedy and they want all the chips in the middle with a flush. And then bet really small or smaller with the bluff because they're a bit scared of putting a lot of chips in because they ain't got a good hand. But actually, you just do one and the same. So your value decides what it wants to do, and then your bluffs come along as the passenger. What would I bet if I had a full house? Okay, I'll bet that with my bluffs. What would I bet if I had top pair? I'll do that with my bluffs. Poker 101, really, when you think about it, I don't want to bet big when I have a good hand and small when I have a bad hand. And I don't want to bet big when I have a small hand and small when I have a big hand, right? You want to find that balance. Do the same thing. Value drives, bluffs are the passenger. And the more value you have, the more you can bluff. If you never have a good hand in a certain situation, then you don't have any bluffs in that situation. Because if your story doesn't make sense that you'd ever have a good hand, you shouldn't have the bluffs, right? That's by and large how the game works. And then you just got to try and work backwards from there. Which everybody's just getting aces. All right, let's see aces be played again. I'm down. I love it. Shaka this time in the hijack. Raises to 25,000. Ulring with the 5s will be searching for a set, but Bazin just threw it in the bin, so his chances are halved. Zelavaga says, is it still profitable in a tournament as opposed to cash? If you're putting your tournament at risk more often all in with bluffs, you'll end up going deep more and busting. It doesn't really matter, right? If you're playing in a chippy V environment, then you're just making moves that either win chips or lose chips. You might see some curtailing of this when you get into ICM environments, final tables, around bubbles, where, okay, a bluff is going to make chips here, but if I do get called, I'm costing myself too much money. So certainly in some tournament areas, when we're ICM in play, yes, we should think about, I could make chips with a shove, but if I do get called, I lose money because I don't make a ladder or something like that. But when we're in chippy V environments at the start of tournaments or just after the bubble, we should think of it in similar terms as a cash game. And I don't think that should really be too much of your deciding factor. Right? Don't be afraid to... The moment you're afraid to pull a good bluff because you think you'll bust a tournament, you just have to be willing to die sometimes.
50 minutes of play?
Yeah.
Was it? Good. I'm going to bed. I'm fucked.
That or 14 players will bust in 20 minutes.
That won't happen.
Yeah. You can never know.
Yeah.
You can always try to do it to yourself, you know.
Here you go, there's one.
Yeah, all in everything.
13 now, yeah.
Oh,
so what we've seen here is something exactly that I was talking about in the hand previous, right?
I can't barely see that far. Glasses.
But being out of position, a lot of players like to just check their range, maybe go for check
Took
raise.
your glasses too, yeah? Not only phone, but also glasses.
So Shaka checking the aces on the flop, perhaps looking for a check raise, doesn't get it.
It's the most boring.
And now value betting on the turn.
experienced in
Alluring
this game.
sticking around with the fives.
Without the phone.
Does have the club in hand.
Without action.
You need to pay attention then, right?
Yeah. Maybe I will learn how to play.
Yeah, you're doing very well. I really want to know.
We'll just see how stubborn Alluring wants to be with this pair.
I had. The
I do
aces.
think,
I really
from what
want
we've
to
seen
know
of
if I had.
Shaka today, very willing to bluff. I think if Shaka gets to the river with something like King 10, King Jack, Jack 10, he's going to fire it again.
Called my 3-bet.
And that'll be playing on Alluring's mind. You know, his fives is still a pretty credible bluff catcher.
Yeah, just be careful of that ace on the flop. We'll see. We'll see after.
How many better hands does Alluring have? I do think he makes a queen. I do think he can have a flush.
I guess
145.
Either king queen.
Shaka goes big with the
Or
aces.
9-10 suited for bluff.
And as we just spoke about, size matters.
It was a, but there was a 10 on the river also, right?
So 145k into 190, it does allow us to fold a little bit more.
So then I don't know. I don't remember.
2 10 the jack.
I don't recall.
Does it allow us to fold the fives?
I don't know.
I would have been. I wouldn't have been good enough to pass
I would
her.
wager
I'm not sure.
we'd have to think our opponent bluffing
different
at a
if
pretty
I
aggressive
wasn't
ratio to want to call
under
fives.
pressure of the cameras.
Yeah, I think we can fold it. It does fold it.
I have to hold the call bluff.
You're paid.
Even if you
No,
hit 2
it's-
pairs somewhere, you got
It's
10.
my whole tournament on
good
a
pair.
one pair hand, you know.
2 pairs.
You have a good rate.
Yeah.
Off to the outer tables, that is Ola Shemian, and he's got an all-in triangle in front of him. A few hands ago, he was left short. He does have the triangle in front of him, signifying that he is at risk. He's got 9-7 suited, and Ola has run into aces. He's going to need a lot of help from the deck. Uh-oh.
6 of spade. 6 of spade.
Oh my god.
Spade on the turn. But not a spade on the river. My pick at the start of the day for EPT main event glory. Wizzo, a big legend of the circuit. Mr. Ola Shemian.
I teach yesterday.
Falls to the aces. Was left short stack. Tried to spin it in with its 9-7 suit. Ran into the blades. Eliminated from the tournament before the end of day 3. Always sad to see him go. Always good value on the feature tables. Just high morale player as well in general. Just he was good chat earlier. Always seems to be in a good positive mood, you know.
He keeps doing that. I need to wake up my hand.
Claps in the chat. F's to pay your respect.
With the
Claps
club.
in the chat for Mr. Ola Shemian.
And you have
5 aces.
aces?
Yeah.
Average Twitcher says, wasn't he at 700k this morning? He was. But I mean, you know, this is a poker tournament. What's 700k now? 50 big blinds?
But
You can lose 50 big blinds pretty readily.
Okay.
It happens.
From Israel.
Very easily done.
Yeah.
Nothing is ever
Not many
stable for
women
long in
left in,
these,
so you
in
do.
these things.
Not many Israelis.
What's 50 big blinds in this economy?
I don't know that.
Just ask even Parlev. He was one of our table chip leaders earlier in the in the event.
Another one.
He's got 19 big blinds now.
Here?
I can't see any. You might be the last one.
Oh my God. Too much pressure.
That's the way she goes sometimes.
The Women EPT Championship, eh?
Yeah, not yet.
Would be nice.
Check is way out in front here, huh? 1.5 million. That's not a stack that's done off easy. 132 big blinds. Nice depth to it. 45 minutes till these players will bag for day 4. I think that's when it starts getting... I mean, it's starting to get real now, right? 50 left from 1,200. You're starting to think, interesting. You're starting to
25.
become more familiar with the entire field, right? 50 left. Good sense who's playing across the 6 tables or 7 tables, I suppose, at this point.
Oh, cool.
That's new.
Terry's going to defend his big blind with ace-3.
That's new.
He keeps saying that he's very tired, Terry. He's ready for a rest, to see the day out. Let's hope that he's not too tired to get this one over the line. We'd love to see him come back for day 4, wouldn't we? Flops pretty well here. Decent enough board for the big blind.
Check.
Starts with a check. Big check for the check.
You were going to, you know.
I wasn't going to do a lot.
You seem prepared.
Not too much.
To do something funky.
Terry's always prepared to do something. Here you go.
Funky monkey.
26,000 is the bet. I do wonder how thin Terry's able to value bet on the 10. A 10 is going to be a card that his opponent catches some of the time. Typically, when we see the check back in position, anything lower than a 10,
75.
good for the big blind. Anything higher than a 10, good for the player in position. And check just picking up on that. Look at that raise. Just bumps it up to 75,000. Moves Terry out of the pot. Did have the best hand. Bluffing with the best of it, but
should have free bet.
Just a recognition, I think, that the 10 is quite good for his range.
Me too. I would 4-bet this time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. You have aces? Oh, really?
No. Just one ace.
That's what I said. You had, ace, you had one ace?
Yeah, one ace.
Yeah, so it's marginal. Marginal.
6-5. 8 pass. 10 pass.
Ingrid says you should not play too greedy when you have such a big stack and aim to win 5 blinds every hour. I mean, that's not really how a tournament works, right?
56.
There we go.
Let's say you've got a big stack and you pick up pocket queens in the big blind and someone goes all in for 20 big blinds. Do you just fold and say, I'm not going to be greedy, thank you. I've won my 5 big blinds this hour. Sometimes, I mean, all the time. This obviously is just not how it works. In tournaments, you just play pots where you're going to make chips and make money. You can't really dodge action.
You won.
Terry Jordan wins with a 3-bet. Had it this time. Queens.
You read my hands too well.
Drew Scale says, how long are the levels? They are 90 minutes long.
Well, I needed a suited
We are
hand.
50 minutes into the final level of the day, the 5th level of the day.
I would like you to have a suited hand there.
אל תגידו לי מה היה לו ביד של ה...
Benji says, weird size 3-bet. Are you familiar with Terry Jordan's style of play?
Ken?
This is not a man who plays by the rules of sizing and hand choice and hand selection. Terry will play how Terry wants to play. The river Jordan will flow.
10 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass. Raise 25.
This is the Queen 9 on the button. 12,000 is the raise. Sorry, 12,000 to call. 25,000 is the raise.
5 pass. 6 pass.
Steals from the late position. Aaron says, is Terry the UK GOAT? Ali Malou. Got to be up there. Terry Jordan. Got to be up there. I do feel like Terry Jordan does it everywhere, though. Does it on the biggest stage, you know. He'll play a fair amount of EPTs and the like. It's all very well, right? Playing in a casino tournament and playing aggressively and playing you know, whatever style you want to play, and blasting and bluffing people all the time and playing a lot of pots, it's all very well to do that when it's a 100 quid casino comp.
Not quite big enough.
I love it. Right, but to play that way in as many tournaments as Terry does is a whole different thing. To do it on a bigger stage, to do it on a grander stage, is a whole different thing.
Raise 30, 6 flash.
We've certainly seen Shaka not afraid to mix it up today as well. Raising 7-4 suited on the button. Bazing defending the king-queen, by far the best of it at the moment. And pretty high up in terms of how he'll want to play.
Check.
Typically, the player in the big blind with a lot of sixes. But honestly, the way Shaka raises the button, he probably just has about as many sixes as the big blind does. So we won't really see that much asymmetry between these players' ranges. Probably not as much as we would ordinarily. And Shaka continues with a sizable bet, 45,000 chips. Half pot on 663. Folds out the king-queen, job done. I like the way Shaka plays, you know. In a field like this, I think he's seems quite tuned into raising wider, playing more pots, taking lines to exploit his opponent rather than sticking to the book, so to speak. And in live poker, there's lots of opportunities to do that, right? To deviate, to find edge. I think if Shaka can avoid some unfavorable situations, he can really make some hay in this final 50. You know, just as long as he doesn't have the deck working too hard against him, I think he's going to do quite well.
Raise 24. 4 pass.
Davidson raising the ace deuce under the gun +1. See how Shaka deals with this ace 9 offsuit. Maybe a little bit of 3-betting coming in. This might be another situation where, you know, most players are looking at a fold. He's at least considering a 3-bet. He does end up in the bin. Bazin 7-4 suited in the small blind. No, thank you. Davidson takes one down. Do we want to round out our bracket today? Do we want to crown an EPT People's Champion? I'd say yes. We've started, so we'll finish. A reminder of your EPT bracket.
Well, he's got a bid.
We are trying to crown an EPT People's Champion. These were your suggested names very quickly. I'm sure we've got a lot missing. But in the final round of 8, Victoria Corrin Mitchell, Adrian Mateos, Mike McDonald, Patrick Antonius, Mike Watson, Davide Katai, Steve Dwyer and Toby Lewis. We will crown a winner today. We'll have a vote in a minute. First round matchup will be Vicky Corrin versus Adrian Mateos. It's a big one. Start thinking about who you would like to support for legend status, the best EPT champion of all time. Completely official, of course.
Please.
I'm intrigued to see Shaka play some more pots. Here he comes with the 3s.
Oh,
dear. Ullering with the ace-jack suited. Adam T says, Spragg, I'm leaving. I wanted to say thanks for streaming Insight. Sorry for the flack about the quotes. That's all right, mate. You'll be on the shower rankings tomorrow, don't worry. Thanks for tuning in, Adam. All in good fun, mate. All in good fun. We start tomorrow 11:30 a.m. So a raise from Shaka, Ullering with the call, and chip leader check from the big blind with a squeeze. The temptation here from everyone is to think that the chip leader is using that stack to apply pressure in unreasonable ways. I think Shaka can definitely, you know, credit check with light 3-bets, aggressive 3-bets, aggressive squeezes. He does move out of the way, but I just wonder how Ullering will deal with this from the cutoff with ace-jack suited. It's definitely going to dominate some of the bluffs. If Czech chooses to 3-bet in a polar fashion, he might 3-bet some ace-4 off, 8-5 off. Sorry, ace-5 off, ace-4 off. We do very well against it. If Czech decides to squeeze in a linear fashion, that is from the top down, he might 3-bet some king-jack, some jack-10, some queen-jack. And in that sense, Ullering will do well against those bluffs as well. Does choose to defend the ace-jack suited in position. And I think we'll have a little bit of intrigue. 10 of diamonds on the flop, affording him some backdoor opportunities. Czech continues with 100,000 into 283,000, so about 1/3 pot. I think Czech definitely going to connect with the 10s sometimes, as is Ullering. Obviously, Czech pre-flop is also saying that he has jacks, queens, kings, and aces. A non-believer at the moment. Ullering pills one off. Not quite where he wanted to land. Eight of clubs doesn't bring any of those backdoors into vision. We'll see how Czech wants to proceed with his ace-king. Another check from the Czech. How does Ullering approach this now? How does he think about this now? Is he content to try and show down a hand against a king-jack, a queen-jack, an ace-4, an ace-7 that squeezes a bluff? Or does he decide that he wants to start bluffing his hand himself? No, he decides that his ace-jack has enough showdown value. I think I agree. And is Czech still in showdown mode? Will he still be worried about a hand like pocket 7s, pocket 6s? Or is he indeed going to do this? A little block sizing. Perhaps correctly deducing that his opponent is very ace-high dense as well. And he's in value mode. He does have the nut-no pair. Perhaps deciding that there aren't many pairs in his opponent's range when he checks back the turn. And just trying to get called by an ace-queen or an ace-jack. Wow, look at that. Flicks it in. Acknowledgement of the milker. A nod of the head from Ullering.
Quads. I have quads 3.
I'm happy I made a...
Oh, of course. 3's in the bin pre-flop.
Quads
you were in the gap, you know.
Set in the flop and quads river.
What can you do?
But the mood is okay.
But a really nice bet here. I think that shows a lot of class. I think that's really nicely done. The ace-king finding a little bit of value as we look at some more fallers in the field. Jakub Milicic eliminated, headed for the door. Just inside the top 50 runners.
You definitely win.
Four pot.
Ace.
Raise 25. 6 pot.
Greg is a very, very strong regular. Very strong player. From Poland. I played with Greg on the final table of the 1K in Barcelona recently. in August. He's a really, really, really strong player. Really, really nice guy as well. So we're rooting for Greg, and we expect to see him play some pretty sharp stuff.
3 pass.
I jammed King 7 suited against him as chip leader. He opened in the cutoff, and I jammed King 7 suited from the small blind. He called me with Ace King, and I doubled him up at the start of that final table when I was chip lead, and it put me back down into the middle of the field.
Maybe Ace Queen. Probably. Yes. Ace Queen. Or Ace Jack suited. I was like, if he's better, he will shove me. For sure. And if not, then he will check back, you know. So.
If he shove, would you call?
No, not really. I mean, probably, yeah.
He's supposed to have.
How many EPTs have I played? I don't know how many main events I've played, actually. I've cashed 6 main events. Finished inside the top 100 maybe twice. But I've probably only played main events. I've probably only played about 20 lifetime. Maybe not even. Yeah, no, I've been more than that at this point.
Well, he could have, you know, like slow
been
played
playing for like 4 or 5 years every stop. Played a few before that, but post COVID, I played pretty much every EPT stop.
Bugger off you, fucking bully.
I will leave you two alone.
Me. He literally 3-bet every.
I had a really big stack in the Cyprus main.
Like every one
with
of
100
them.
left.
Only when I got him.
Which is every time.
It's been like this since the morning.
Cool.
What a coincidence.
And I got it all in with Ace King on an ace-high board against Ace Jack for 100 and something big blinds. All in on the turn, and the river was a jack. And I would have been like a top 10 stack with 100 left.
Check.
I've had a few threatening runs. But it's tough, you know. You play 20 tournaments lifetime. It's 4 or 5 years of your life. Playing EPT mains, and it's 20 tournaments. And I play 50 tournaments online in a day. So if you have a bad day, 50 tournaments, you come back tomorrow. But if you have 50 bad EPTs where you just run a bit bad, it's 10 years. Life poker's very stupid, really.
Definitely chip leader, mate. Good luck to you. You run nice today.
47, maybe we will get there.
No, not in 27 minutes.
So they're talking as if there's some hard stop as well for an amount of players reached. Like maybe if we get down to a certain amount of the field, but Terry seemed to think we wouldn't get there through 26 minutes. I think I've got no word of that. I think the 26 minutes. Oh, if they play down to 40 players. So if we hit 40, we're going to stop. But you'd need 7 eliminations in 26 minutes at this stage of the tournament. I don't think it happens. So we've probably got 26 minutes to play.
25.
Raise 25.
Terry Jordan raising it up in the small blind, 25,000. Shaka with a queen jack. Don't think we'll have any ideas to put more money in the pot just yet.
Cool.
But very, very playable hand in position. Terry flops a monster.
25.
That's 25.
Throws some chips in the middle, 25,000. I don't think it would be, I don't think it would be unreasonable to peel off the queen high. Terry's certainly a player who's going to raise widely enough and c-bet the ace-high board widely enough.
25.
Bet 25.
Bets 25 again. Very difficult size to play against because you have to defend against it a lot. Right? Smaller the bet. You call more. And look at this from Terry, just extracting perfectly from a queen high right now. There's a man who's getting himself paid. He's going to go 25 again, I bet. Oh, checks, okay. Check, check. Ace Jack's the winner.
Good. I was waiting for you to free bet me pre again. Last time I had much better. 25. Yeah. Sarna, I'm doing that.
Huh?
I'm called 25.
If I make it more, if I make it 40, you fold. Maybe.
It's called squeezing the juice, right?
That's what she said last night.
Not suitable for TV.
Oh, he mixed me up now.
In TV, I'm called in the time.
Oh, Terry.
Nice.
Nice.
7 bucks. 8 bucks. $10 bucks.
Raise.
Raise 25. 3 bucks, 4 bucks, 5 bucks.
Check raises
Oh,
are legal, and check raises with ace king. Other ring, big blind, 7-8. Sure, sure.
check.
Monotone boards. I was a little bit fearful versus the big blind, just defending a full range of suited hands in the big blind, so gonna flop a flush. A decent amount.
Pass.
Doesn't dissuade him from betting the ace king. Not much to do with the 7-8 though. Winner! ECP says the main prize is being crowned EPT champion. I get it, it's every player's dream. It is. But the last guy who got knocked out won 16k, looked like he was ready to kick his cat. Smile, you won 11k for fuck's sake. Well, the thing is, when you're down to the last 50, as we just said, like the EPT deep run comes into sight. A lot of these guys are grinders, they're professionals, they're pros, whatever. So if you're playing at an EPT stop, as I said earlier, you're not just playing the main event, you're playing a bunch of other tournaments. So it's entirely possible that someone in his, you know, already played a bunch, they're in for 20, 30k on the trip. Then they have a deep run in the main event and they think, okay, we've got something going here. And then they play a frustrating pot and they bust and they cash for 16k. And in the mind of people watching, they say, you're in for 5, you're out for 16, you made 11 grand. But that player's week could have been a, you know, pretty bad one to that point.
24.
They might be stuck still 10k for the week, playing other tournaments. So you need a lot more context for what's going on, rather than this person just won 11,000. Sure, in this tournament. Maybe they were in this tournament for 2 bullets. You can play 2 in the main. You know, they cleared a grand. They got flight, travel, expenses.
All in?
Other, you know, they might be on a downswing and 16k doesn't dent it.
4 bucks.
You say, like, I'd settle for 11k in 3 days, right? This time, cashing for 11k in 3 days, but the last 3 EPT stops, a player may have bricked a bunch of tournaments and be stuck 40k per stop. So tournament poker doesn't really work in a sense of there's not another EPT main event in 3 days' time and you just cash for another 11k every 3 days. That would be great. I'm sure everybody would be smiling if that was the case. But it's not always as straightforward as someone winning 11,000 euro and they should be happy about it, right? Redmax says even if you're up 6 figures for the trip, it's okay to be disappointed in the moment after bust. Exactly. No one is going to bust a poker tournament with 50 players left, having played for nearly, you know, a full 3 days, and walk out the card room like, yay, I'm out. Yes. Shimigan says it's a lot of money though. It is a lot of money. Of course, it's a lot of money, but it's not significant money to be happy about if you're down 30,000 and you win 11 back when you just lost the potential of winning $1 million. When you're 50 left, let's say you've got 50 big blinds with 50 left, your stack is probably worth 50,000 euro. So if you lose a flip and bust and cash for 16, you've just lost about 35 grand of EV, right? It doesn't really matter that you've just cashed for 16. You may have just lost the opportunity to play for $1 million with 50 left. You start thinking about that. So you can't really expect people to be happy when they bust deep in an EPT main event. player walking off might even, you know, in 5 minutes time, be like, okay, I cash for 11k, that's good, that's 11k profit. But when you lose the opportunity to play an EPT final table for €1 million, it shouldn't surprise people that people aren't leaving the card room with smiles on their faces. Right?
16.
That's 16.
Here comes Terry Jordan. Raising in the hijack, ace-6. C-betting king, queen, 4. Sure.
Oh.
Bazin defends king 8, flops top pair, defends again. Terry, unfortunately for him, does not have a spade in his hand. Does have an ace, though.
Check.
Pretty good to have an ace.
35.
But 35.
Always acts very quickly. Comes in again looking for value on the turn. And obviously Bazin is going to preference having a spade here. But against a very small sizing, probably still has to defend. Especially against someone like Terry, who is liable to be firing potentially a little bit wider. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Terry fires his spot a little bit tighter. We did just see him check the ace-jack at the river. Bazin decides enough is enough without a spade. The ace sufficient to move him out of the pot. Terry's stacking chips towards the end of day 3.
Just so you know, before we hand out the bags, we're going to be chip racing the 1,000 value chips. So we'll chip race the 1,000 before we get out the bags.
That was the voice of Glenn, who is telling the players that they'll chip race the thousands. I don't know if you guys heard that. Chip racing the thousands before the chips go in the bag. So we'll take those out of play. Chip everybody up. Keep things a little more straightforward for the dealers. Davidson. Aces again on this feature table. She made a very, very good laydown earlier in the broadcast. Folding aces on a Jack 9-10 board. Correctly against King Queen. She's raising to 24,000. Terry Jordan calling with the king and a jack.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass.
Pocket 8s for par 11, the big blind. Not sure he really wants to shove versus under the gun 1 and 2. I mean, Terry Jordan's still going to have some pretty good hands as well. Davidson, of course, raising under the gun, going to have a strong range. So the 8's just taking a flop. Let's see if they can improve. Let's see if Terry catches a little bit of the board as well. Terry does catch a bit of the board. Davidson very quickly reaching for chips, goes for 30,000. Starts the hand with about 300k. Which is about, what, 25 big blinds deep? So a bet and a call. Too much action for the 8s, of course. Headed to the turn. It's a queen. Certainly a card that Davidson won't be too happy with. Some of those 2-pair combinations come into play. King, queen, queen 10. Terry probably capable of having jack 9 as well. Certainly ace jack. She's slowing down a little bit. Terry's slowing down a little bit. Steers his hand closer to showdown. Deuce is really good for Davidson. She won't be very concerned about 2-pair when Terry checks the turn. But if there is some sort of trap going on by a king 10 or a king queen, she retakes the lead. It's going to go check. Terry value bets the king jack. I think he's every right to do so.
Wow. Aces again.
Aces again, indeed, and this time manages to steer them to showdown for a winner. I think Terry can feel a little bit hard done by that his hand wasn't best versus a check call of a small bet. I think he'd have been expecting to beat some ace queen, some queen jack. I think a good decision from Terry to value bet the king jack, but just runs into the aces.
I'm big. I'm big?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where's
Dandelion
the
says,
button.
are the dealers an EPT
Yeah,
crew,
a little bit.
meaning they travel with the tour? I think I see familiar faces on every stop. If so, what do they do in the meantime? Do they have a stable dealer job someplace else? Yeah, it's the EPT dealers dealing every EPT. Obviously, some people dip in and out.
24.
But by and large, yeah, a very stable crew.
24.
Raise 24. Call.
Best dealers in the world on the European Poker Tour. I've played everywhere. Well, most places. I've played a lot of places. And we're very fortunate to have really, really good dealers on the EPT. And they all slide the cards now as well. They've moved from pitching high so that there's less chance of exposure. All the dealers trained to slide along the EPT felts so that there's no raising of the cards and flashing of information, which is a lot safer.
7 pass.
But it requires a skilled dealer force, which we have.
8 pass.
Actually, a lot of the dealers that are dealing the Triton tournaments at the moment deal the EPTs as well. There's a lot of crossover there.
1 pass. Bet 25. Call. Call.
So Davidson raising under the gun, decides to bet the sixes, taking a similar line as she did with the aces. You know, quick bet on the king high board. Terry's peeled off the king 8 suited from under the gun +1 because he likes seeing flops. And Shaq appealed the jack 10 offsuit under the gun +2. Which is some pretty loose play in early position from, certainly from Terry's hand and Shaq's hand. Shaka's hand, excuse me. We can see that Shaka picks up this spade on the turn. Does have a 10 to go with it. I'm not sure if he's wanting to turn it into a bluff just yet. Obviously, he can choose from a hand like Queen Jack to bluff, Ace Jack to bluff. I'd imagine that Davidson is going to wave the flag here versus 2 calls, tap out with her sixes. She does indeed. Wonder if Terry is going to chuck out a small bet, just trying to milk a Queen Jack or milk an Ace Queen maybe. Obviously lots to be concerned about for Terry's King 8.
Check, sure.
Everybody's checking. Terry's got the winner. Quite surprised, I think, for him to win 3 ways here versus under the gun 1 and 2. But a nice pot for Terry Jordan at the end of the night. I think we're dealing for the final amount of hands. I think that's what's happening. We've got 10 minutes left on the clock, but instead of...
Can't let it
Yeah,
go.
I was like, it was like if I had a king jack off or something, I would do the same.
You saw the hands?
It's jack.
Jack. What you have in the end earlier? No matter.
There's still hands.
Impressed.
There's only a couple left.
Thank you.
You can tell us. We will see
Didn't have
it
any
soon.
time back, so like,
Yeah,
such a good price.
I didn't realize at all, but it
Yeah.
probably helped me.
Really? What you have?
Queen suited. King queen suited.
Just new to the TV table.
You said
Yeah,
that,
A
didn't you?
little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what you read
I
you
think I
for.
would call anyway, but
I can't relate to
Was
that
it 10
feeling.
jack?
Yeah.
Was it line 10 jack on the board?
Sorry.
Yeah, 10-9 on the flop and jack on the turn.
Oh wow. Yeah, good folding.
Yeah.
She feels better now. We was curious for a while, but the game was too far in.
I had a feeling I'm folding good.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of chat there about the aces fold that Davison made against King Queen. She was correct. She read him for the King Queen on the 9-10 Jack. Good fold. Tara was taking what's up, says if someone is eliminated from the feature table, do they bring someone in to fill the seat? Yeah. It's very important in the tournament that
double up. Let's go.
all the tables are balanced. So we move people around to ensure that we always have 8 per table.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we get to odd numbers, you might have one table playing with 7. But of course, if it would be unfair if one table, you know, you saw 3 eliminations and that